Hi, this is Elizabeth Montgomery, inviting you to stay tuned for Bewitched.
Hello out there from TV Land, where hundreds of test cases prove that one look, yes, just one look at Nick at Night gives you that tingling feeling that comes from good TV. Nick at Night's formula is carefully enriched and deeply satisfying. And did you know that good TV builds strong minds and sound bodies? That's why the President's Council on Good TV urges you to watch Nick at Night. For good TV the American way, join the Bush League. Watch Nick at Night, a message from the President's Council on Good TV.
Who's there?
The taste of nuts and honey, Mr. Scrooge.
Better things to do.
But Mr. Scrooge, Honey Nut Cheerios, it's Christmas.
My customary gruel will suffice, thank you.
Yeah, but Honey Nut Cheerios blends golden honey and crunchy nuts.
I said, did you say honey and nuts?
Merry Christmas, Mr. Scrooge.
Little Hershey's Kisses have big, big chocolate. Little Hershey's Kisses have big, big chocolate. Little Kisses have big chocolate. You're gonna love. Kisses come in silver, red and green, all dressed up for the holiday scene. Little Kisses have big chocolate. You're gonna love.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Connie Chung. Usually you see me doing the news here on NBC, but tonight I'm here to tell you a story, a special holiday story about a talk show host and the family that loved him very, very much. I'll be reading from this big prop book. It was a beautiful December night, right around Christmas. Snow was falling, and everyone seemed filled with Yuletide cheer. You could hear Christmas carols being sung.
We'll have an old-fashioned Christmas, and every sir and missus will swear a better holiday there never ever could be. We'll have an outdated Yuletide, the gray and dusty old kind.
It can't be too old-fashioned for me.
A faded old Santa with the face half eaten.
We'll make a perfect centerpiece next to the pumpkin pie.
We'll bring back ancient customs that have gone way out of style. The older folks will smile, or at least they'll give a try.
On a cloth from Grandma's cupboard, we'll eat our Christmas supper.
And if it smells like mildew, then we'll shout and cry hooray, 'cause we all have voted. We'd rather be outvoted on this swell old-fashioned Christmas Day.
It's Dave Letterman's Old-Fashioned Christmas with Dave's guests, Terry Garr, 1987 IndyCar champ Bobby Rahal, singer Ted Nugent, the Doodletown Pipers, and the reunited Letterman family, Audrey, Kyle, Melissa, Terry, Hank, and Dave's brother, Darryl. Plus, Paul Schaefer and the world's most dangerous man. And now, a man who must have grown up in some strange foreign country where they don't give Christmas bonuses to their announcers. They just give them a lousy card. David Letterman!
much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Welcome to the Christmas program, and Merry Christmas. And gosh, I could watch those Doodletown Pipers all night. And for a minute there, I thought we were going to.
Hey, what time is it?
It's Podblast Holiday Party Time!
Happy holidays, everybody! From the Podblast, from my home to yours. How you doing? This is your weird, informative, and hopefully fun time capsule of memories of days gone by as we forge ahead together in the game of life. Remember the Milton Bradley board game of life? Well, I was more of a twist man myself, but right now we're reminiscing about life, specifically pop culture history and life experiences that we all have in common. That's what this show, The Nostalgic Podblast, is all about. I'm your host, Chance Bartels, no relation to Chance the Rapper. Tonight, we're going to have some special guests, and we're going to talk about our favorite holiday memories, whether it's Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever is near and dear to your heart and your memories. We're going to share them together. Have a little show and tell, maybe some karaoke, some holiday trivia, and I have some questions for you in the chat as we're live and in the replay. Leave your comments if you're watching after it's live. And by the way, listeners who might be listening on Apple Podcast or whatever podcast platform, audio only platform, or Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta on Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern, Sunday 2 p.m. Eastern, or Wednesday evening, I would encourage you to do a simple Google search. The Nostalgic Podblast, not podcast, Podblast, and nostalgic with a C, not nostalgia. The Nostalgic Podblast. Google search that, and you'll see towards the top the YouTube channel. Click that, then click the live tab, and you'll see a thumbnail image of some wonderful holiday images like the Charles Schultz Peanuts gang and things like that. Then click that, and then you can see the things we're going to share tonight. I'm going to show you some absolutely iconic and bizarre comic book Christmas and holiday themed covers, and that's going to be a lot of fun. Open by Chance will be here. The Open by Chance YouTube channel. Subscribe today. They are amazing. It's a husband and wife team, and they have a virtual toy store in their home. You'll see it in a moment if you're not familiar with it. My questions for the chat and for the panel are this. What are your favorite holiday, Christmas, Hanukkah TV specials, TV show plots that dealt with the holidays? What's your favorite tree ornament? What's your favorite song? What's the best gift you gave someone or that you received? Also, like I said, the best Christmas comic book covers will be shown, but not to worry, listeners. I will play festive music as that artwork is shown. And like I said, the panel guests may show you some of their stuff. I'll tell you right now, I know Open by Chance has this. I love the Jaws game. It was a Jaws shark based on, of course, on the 1975 Steven Spielberg Universal blockbuster Jaws. And there was a little toy shark with a hook, and they had objects in its belly and its gut. And you would try to fish everything out before the jaw would close on your hook. And there were things like tires, bones, all sorts of interesting objects inside the Jaws shark. That was one of my favorites. And it was featured in a Christmas episode of The $6 Million Man. Hey, I'll show you the picture right now while I'm at it. I'll check in on the chat in just a second. I see a lot of comments coming in. Open by Chance supposed to be here in about 17 minutes, so I want to do the pre-stuff before they come on. So, Sarah, if you're there in chat, come on backstage or hang out for just a second. Wait, check that, because I'm going to go ahead and get to the character actor of the week. But let me show you now that Jaws shark in The $6 Million Man. This was a December 1976 episode of Bionic Christmas Carol. It's a retelling of the Charles Dickens classic. Look, I can't show you a clip because of copyright. There's the Jaws toy right on that shelf. And Steve Austin is buying Christmas presents the last minute on Christmas Eve for a needy family. And also you see on the shelf an actual Steve Austin toy, a Kenner $6 Million Man action figure right there behind him. That's right before it goes to commercial break. There's a close-up of Steve with his little mustache, which he had in the first half of season 4 only of The $6 Million Man. There are 5 total seasons of that ABC show. Mostly it would air Sunday nights in its entire run as a 1-hour weekly series on ABC TV in the mid to late 1970s. It started in January 1974 as a weekly show, went off the air in March of 1978. But there's the Kenner toy. Talk about product placement. Now, getting back to the shark, that was a Universal movie, and The $6 Million Man was a Universal TV show. Hence, they could promote and cross-promote those items. And, of course, they had a deal with Kenner Toys. Universal did. So now, let's get to... I'm going to go ahead and reveal the character actor of the show, which I like to do. And then we'll get back to the holidays. It has nothing to do with holidays. This has something to do with Sarah. And I mean this lovingly. Sarah, if you're in the chat, go ahead and come backstage. For the longest time, I've thought Sarah in Southern California reminds me of someone in pop culture history, and I couldn't quite pinpoint it. Well, I finally did. And this is not an insult. This is not a bad thing. This is absolutely true. Her voice and something about her personality reminds me of this character. So let's see here. Let me just text her. Well, I'll just play. Here she is. Here she comes. Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
Good.
All right, now this is absolutely true. I don't know if you heard what I just said, but there was a character.
I did not.
All right, there was a character in TV history that reminds me of you, and this is not a dig. This is not an insult. This is not a bad thing at all. Hey, Jerry Dobson, Facebook. He says, bah, humbug. He has a
Hey, Jerry.
He has a Facebook group. He's out of Michigan State Nostalgia World. Happy you're here. But I'm going to now play a clip of someone that reminds me of you, Sarah. There's a show called The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis.
I love that show.
It was a 4 season. It lasted 4 seasons on CBS. Starred Dwayne Hickman as Dobie Gillis. Where is that clip? And hang on, I'm going to show you a clip of this character. And she reminds me of you. The actress's name is Sheila Kuehl, spelled with a K, Kuehl, and she played Zelda. Here's a 17-second clip of Zelda in action.
Okay.
She sounds a little like you. I know you won't see it. When people say that I remind them of Gilligan from Gilligan's Island, Bob Denver, I don't see it, you know. But I'm going to play a 1 minute, 48-second clip of Sheila more recent years talking about working on the Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, which was the title in the first season. And by the way, Warren Beatty was on for season 1, the first half of season 1 of that show, as was Tuesday Weld, who was the object of Dobie's affections, but she had eyes for the rich guys. All right, here's Sheila Kuehl, Zelda, talking about working on that show.
In those days of television, we didn't have the same kind of huge audiences and incredible fan clubs that people have now. It was not the earliest days of television, but it was still pretty new, you know, black and white, and there was still people scrambling to make enough product to fill all the time that we had, even if we didn't have cable. And so it wasn't like we got a huge amount of fan mail while we were doing the show, but the interesting thing was we stopped doing the show in '63. In the 70s, when the women's movement started, I started getting lots of letters from young women saying, I didn't realize it, but watching your show made me understand that girls could be smart and that they could have ambitions. And now that things are opening up for us, I just wanted to thank you. And it was really an eye-opener to me because, you know, you play a character, you don't know you're the only smart girl on television. Max, I think, really took a chance in letting me be kind of who I was. And, you know, the cover of TV Guide, when I made the cover of TV Guide, the headline was, "She's no Marilyn Monroe." So it was like, you can be smart, but you can't be beautiful. But Max came to me after that cover came out, and he said, yeah, but you're cute. Don't forget that. So, I felt good about it.
Do you see it at all, Sarah, or do you disagree completely with the resemblance?
Well, I mean, is it because I make faces a lot, you know?
It's a little bit about your facial look and the sound of your voice to me. And I always thought she reminds me of someone. How long have I known you? Just over a year, virtually?
Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, a little bit over a year. Yeah.
Yeah, and now you've had a lot of issues presently. I know this has been a happy day for you. Your power has been off and on for how long? 6 weeks?
Yep.
Tell us about that really quick, and then we'll get back to the holiday
talk. So due to the fact that I'm in California, it's all about Boss Hog projects. We can all relate to that. Now, that being said, first off, the water main broke out in the front, right? So the whole neighborhood had to get the water turned off, and they took their sweet time fixing that after Thanksgiving, even though it broke like months before. Because anyway, so that got fixed finally. And then they kept having trouble trying to dig underneath the house with this pressure, power air thingy that they used to dig now. So, it was very loud and shook the mobile home a lot. So that was not cool. And then it took them till today to finally get the last bit reconnected and the meter changed. So it's been awesome. We got showers today and laundry done. Ooh, fancy people.
Good.
Christmas miracle.
Very good. Very, very good. Well, I have other clips of Sheila. I guess I'll save them till after my guests have come on, because Open by Chance are going to be here in about 10 minutes. You know the Open by Chance YouTube channel. It's awesome. They go to conventions. Oh, yeah. They go to conventions, toy conventions, record album conventions, comic book conventions, and then they do an incredible like 4K video. It makes you feel like you're at the convention, and then they show you what they picked up at the conventions. And I think they do a fantastic job giving you a virtual tour, so you can save money on gas, save time, and get tips on things to buy, things that they found, and they tell you nice little tidbits about each and every item that they bought. I'm going to show you a more recent clip of Sheila. I'll get to her. I wanted to talk about her life story and all that, because she went into politics. Very interesting story. She's in California, like you are, of course. Here's a clip. This is a family-friendly show. I think she says a-hole here, but it's a minute and 26 seconds, a funny clip of Sheila losing her cool. Her last name is pronounced like C-O-O-L, but it's spelled K-U-E-H-L. Let's watch.
58% of all hate crimes are not against Muslims or against Jews. We have an all-Gentile supervisor. And what did this board just do? You just voted to increase the number of anti-Semites coming to America. I lived for 1 year in Saudi Arabia, and I ask any Muslim in America or the world, you are taught to hate Jews and to destroy Jews and to destroy Israel. You scumbag, Miss Sheila Kuehl, you anti-Semitic
Listen,
scumbag.
you asshole. I am a Jew.
No,
my mother was a Jew.
I don't.
And if you say that
yourself.
again, I will shout the entire time you're talking. Thank you.
I want order in here, and I would... Sheriff, will you please contain the gentleman? And please remove him.
Please.
He is offensive.
And truth is a defense.
No, you don't, sir.
Let him start over. No, Sheriff. No need to go anywhere near him. This is all fine. He's right. He has the floor. Start his time over. Because I took his time.
Sir, please.
John, we're starting your time over. You can take as much time within that 2 minutes as you like.
His bike? They did it on his bike? Go for your set 2 minutes, Mike.
Hey, she doesn't pull any punches. I like that. But I think you have similar styles in your vocal cords. I don't know. Your vocal quality seems similar to me. I don't know.
Well,
but
thank you.
All right. Well, I'll just go ahead and talk a little bit about Sheila, I suppose, really quickly. I don't mean to bore you, Sarah, but she was born on February 9th, 1941. And she was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Born Sheila Ann Kuehl, K-U-E-H-L. And her father, Arthur, was an airplane construction worker at Douglas Aircraft, and he was Catholic. And her mother, her mother, Lillian, was Jewish. So you go by your mom. If your mom's Jewish, you're Jewish. As a child actress, Kuehl performed under the stage name of Sheila James. So I'll leave it there because I do have a lot. I don't want to have you just sitting there bored while I go through her life story. I'll save it for later in the show. I'll come back to it because I have some other clips of Sheila talking about other acting jobs she did in her life. So I wanted to stay on the holiday train really quickly. Might as well start with the questions with you that I've prepared for everybody. Let me see where it is here. Just basically, do you have a favorite? We've talked about this a lot lately on Brainbender's Banter, who just got 100,000 subscribers. Chrissy in Northern California. Congrats to her on that achievement. And we've been doing, holiday themed weekly Saturday night thing. So I don't want to just have scorched earth here, but maybe people here have not heard your selections. So question.
Yes.
What's your favorite holiday Christmas TV special? And I know you're a millennial, right? You were born in 1982. So I'd like to know from your generation, what is sentimental to you in terms of specifically TV specials, not movies, just television. We'll start there.
Well, for television specials, it was just, we watched all of them because there wasn't like one particular one that we watched over and over again. Not really so much, right? I mean, if it played again on, the antenna, because we had, right? Then yeah, maybe, whatever was playing, we'd watch, right? But I'd have to say, like, I always like the Star Trek Christmas ones, right? Because you can't really talk about Christmas, so some type of weird something happening, right? That's semi-Christmas related. I just like that kind of stuff. It's just like you can't talk about it because somehow in the future it's on the thing. I'm like, wait, what? But I think it's cool.
Specifically, what do you talk? Which series of Star Trek are you talking about?
Well, like all of them, like during the Christmas break and stuff like that, they would have times where they would get together with the crews and the crew, and they would reflect on something, right? It'd be Christmas related without being about Christmas, right? But it'd be those kind of ones, right, where they have a lot of inner reflection on whatever's happening in the moment, right? Some past event that caught up with them because of some ancestor or something, right? It's just those kind of ones, right, that they had for like Thanksgiving and Christmas. They don't talk about the holiday, but they have like those kind of themes in it, right?
Okay. Well, what's your favorite Christmas song, if you have one?
Okay. Something happened one time. There's this radio station called X1039, and it just went out of business one day, right? It was just gone. And so
I know the feeling, yeah.
It was alternative rock. It was one of the best ones out there. It was really good, right? I grew up listening to it, and it was awesome.
I had two stations go away that I was working with and on. One on the sales side as an ad executive, WYY, that got sold out from under me, and then WTZA when I was on air on the weekend doing this show. In 2020, the pandemic killed that station, but please continue.
Right. So this was a song that we heard every now and then, of course, right? But then they left it playing, and that's all it would play for like months, right? It's just this song. Feliz Navidad, Cosplay Años and Felicidad. Yeah, I know that song just, really well. I'd have to say it started off as like a whatever song, then it became an annoyance. Now I finally remember the time the station went out of business, and now that song is stuck in my head forever. Because we kept turning into it every day.
That's a solid choice. That's great.
Yeah.
We have our next guest. I'll get back to you with the rest of the questions, Sarah. Open by Chance are here, and I don't want to keep them waiting. I appreciate them being very prompt as always. They're always on time. See, I'm always late, and what I like is they're very professional. Let's bring them on now. This is the husband and wife team of Open by Chance. Welcome, Open by Chance.
Here we are.
Hey guys.
Hey Sarah, how are you?
Hey, good. Been busy. I got my power back. Christmas miracle.
Hey Chance, how are you?
Doing fine. Happy Friday night. Happy holidays to you both. Big fan of your channel, Open by Chance on YouTube. Please subscribe. I was telling people all about what you guys do, how you make people feel like they're at the conventions you go to.
We try.
Whether it's a toy convention, comic book, record album. We've met a couple times. We need to meet again. I have stuff sitting here. Been meaning to give you for the longest time. I don't want to just mail it. I want to hand it in person. So anyway, that's beside the point. But, and also, David, I was talking about that Jaws toy, which you have. I think it's behind you. The Jaws,
right there.
Which Jaws toy?
The game where you take
the
the
ideal
hook. Yeah, let me make you big real quick. How you doing, Lady Pop Hunter? LPH. That's her YouTube channel.
Good.
Lady Pop Hunter. Look at that. Oh my gosh. I had that, and it's one thing from my youth that I don't have anymore. I need to get another one.
Yeah, and it's got a spring-loaded Jaws with a rubber band in it, and it's filled up with trash. It does the trash they give you doesn't look like that though. It's because everything is usually monocolored. I've seen it like all white or all blue or something like that, but you never get a variety. And of course, you take the hook out, and the idea is that the more you take out, the closer the elastic goes to snapping the jaw shut. So you want to be the last one to pull something out without the jaw snapping on your hook.
Correct. Oh, I love it. I got that in 1978. I was like 6 years old.
You know, when they would make toys that made no damn sense, because I sure hope you didn't take your 6-year-old to see Jaws. kind of like you hope you didn't take your 6-year-old to see Alien. And then, of course, they had the big chap 18-inch Kenner Alien that was advertised with children in the commercials.
Yes, it was. And they had those cartridges, too, for the hand crank Kenner toy. Wow, that is so cool, David.
And this
Awesome.
one is open. The box is open. And so
It's open by chance. But
No, it's open by David and LPH, but yeah.
Yeah, his channel's open by chance. There,
I know. I got it. I got it.
No way.
Believe me.
a little pun.
I believe you.
But you see, like, all my accessories are blue.
Ah.
And the fins are in here. The bag is sealed, but the the box had been opened.
Mm-hmm.
That's so cool. And by the way, again, people that are listening on my audio platforms, you can find this just by Google searching the Nostalgic Podblast. Find the YouTube channel, hit the live tab, and you'll see a thumbnail image of the Peanuts gang and other Christmas stuff. So very cool. I might as well ask you both some questions. What's your favorite holiday, Christmas, or Hanukkah TV special or TV plot of a series like Dallas that we all watch? Classic Dallas.
TV specials. You mean specials made for television or specials from within a television series?
Both. Like it could be a Donnie Marie, for instance, Christmas special.
We did actually a whole show on that last year because there are some great specials out there. For made for TV. I always liked, of course, the original Charlie Brown's Christmas. There was the Emmett Waters Jug Band Christmas, which is really, really good with a twist ending to it. Opus Wish for Wings That Work by Berkeley Breve.
Oh yeah, we saw that.
Yeah, he used to do the Bloom County cartoons. Or not cartoons, but the comic strips in the newspaper before he retired. A really underrated special connected to a show is the Alf Christmas special, because the show itself it can really wear on you. The show can get annoying, but the Christmas special, it starts off like that, and then it goes completely south, and then it's like they hired a whole new writing team. But it's really a tearjerker. It'll surprise you, So, those are some good specials. We've talked about those before. The Grinch, obviously, and you want the Grinch with Boris Karloff, not the one with Walter Matthau. There are two versions. There's one version where the voice acting is done actually by Walter Matthau. It just doesn't hit it.
Wow. There's a comment for you from Kay Moonen. David, I love Predator since I was 5. Predator is a little more violent than Jaws. I'm not a Jaws or Alien fan, though.
I always thought it was funny when they marketed RoboCop to children.
Well, I think that was more based off of the animated show, though, because they dumbed it down.
Right, but they started off with the movie. When the movie became popular, like my cousins all had like RoboCop's gun that looked pretty freaking real, right? They all lived out in LA. We're always like,
it's the same thing as like Coleco Rambo. If you watch the Rambo cartoon, it's like any other kid show, but it had no connection to the movie really, except for the name and characterization. They've done that with a lot of shows.
Terminator.
The most radical one actually would be Toxic Crusaders.
Yeah.
Because the movie version is like gore porn, and then the Saturday morning cartoon version is kiddish and actually very funny.
Yeah,
it's surprisingly funny.
Did you like the variety shows of the 1970s, David? We're probably about the same age. Or did you find them hokey and corny? Or
actually, I remember watching Hee Haw.
I remember watching Hee Haw. I don't remember what Hee Haw was about, but I remember it being on and we watching it. But I can't tell you anything about Hee Haw.
And an underrated one, if you can find it, of course, is the Brady Hour. because of
Oh.
course, which
Oh,
was
yeah.
already set up for a variety show in its own show, because they did a musical act bit 3 times in the series.
Mm.
They did it. They did it as the Silver Platters, which was the name they came up with for their group when they were trying to win a contest for an anniversary gift for the parents. They did the other group where Bobby, not Bobby, the middle kid, sang. They were singing Changes, and his
Christopher
voice,
Knight. Christopher Knight.
his
Yeah.
voice was cracking.
Brady.
And then the Johnny Bravo bit.
Mhm.
So they were already set up for it, but that show was insane. Going back and watching it now, it's insane. I mean, I remember they were dressed in full costume, makeup and all, as the Wizard of Oz cast with Rip Taylor.
So flamboyant.
With Rip Taylor dressed as the Cowardly Lion, makeup and all, singing the theme song to Car Wash.
At the car wash. Did you ever see when he ripped off his toupee on Super Password? I know you both have talked about watching classic game shows.
I don't remember that.
He was playing with Patty Duke, and it's the only time on camera he got frustrated. He removed his hairpiece and threw it across the set. It's a classic. It's on YouTube. Probably the funniest game show moments. It's out there. If you just Google Rip Taylor hairpiece, it'll pop right up. It's hysterical.
Okay.
Going back and watching that stuff now is hilarious.
Yeah.
That is bonkers. And by the way, I believe it was a Sid and Marty Krofft production, so it makes sense. The Brady
It
Hour.
sure was. It was. And I found that on DVD in 2002 out in Hollywood, California at Tower Records. The Brady Bunch Variety Hour, I think it was Rhino Records. They released it on DVD. Just there were only like 6 episodes or maybe 8 altogether. It only lasted 8 weeks. But yeah, that was definitely Sid and Marty Krofft. It might wind up on their Pluto channel. If music rights is probably going to be an issue. They did the Hustle, all those disco songs, probably music rights. But it seems like streaming, there's more levity with streaming in terms of music, it seems, than there is, with YouTube, certainly.
Easier for them to get a piece of the pie that way than if you dedicate it to DVD.
Yeah. Wow. And then you got commercials on streaming too.
Because that was of course, you've seen it many times, like when they put WKRP on disc, and then the music had all been altered and everybody was pissed and they had to go back and fix it and things like that. Or the 66 Batman took forever to get on DVD because there's so many cameos and guest appearances. Everybody wants a piece of the pie. And they were like, you can only slice it up so much. And
also Warner Brothers owns the characters, but it was a 20th Century Fox TV show. So you had the studio sharing issue as well for revenue.
Yeah.
Profit.
It's a shame how it works.
But they finally was released. But there's still some music replacement in Batman. They used the Johnny Carson theme in one of the episodes in season 3. It's called Surfs Up, Joker's Under, where Batman and the Joker have a surfing competition. But there's a Hang 5 hangout, and they're playing in the top of a scene the Tonight Show with Johnny Carson theme, and they replaced it on the MeTV version that Fox sent them before Disney took over the 20th Century Fox library. I don't know if it's on the Blu-rays or not. I have that whole set sealed. I've never opened it to check the Blu-ray release, but the syndicated did not have that music. I have it on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film, and the music is there, the Johnny Carson theme. Kind of weird.
That's why you always try to get the oldest possible versions of everything, because they do alter stuff.
Hey to Tracy's Fractured History More. She says, I met Rip Taylor at LAX out in Los Angeles. And there was a joke from Corey's Comedy Channel. What do you get when you cross a cow and a shark? I don't know, but I wouldn't milk it. Now that's comedy.
That was very much like jumping the shark there, Corey. Good job.
Oh.
Now that's comedy.
He goes live Sunday nights. He's a good chap. We like Corey at Corey's Comedy Channel.
He's a good chap, is he?
Yeah.
Who says chap?
He's a good chap. He's a terrible comedian.
Oh, Chance, have you spotted the Easter egg? Have you spotted the Christmas Easter egg?
In your background?
Yeah.
Let me make you big and inspect.
Yeah, let me inspect too. Oh,
where's Waldo?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I think it looks like. Is it something from Space Giants?
No.
I feel like a real dummy. Oh, I see Santa Claus over I see Santa right there over LPH's right shoulder.
Yep.
That is a 3-foot tall vintage Santa store display that I found at a flea market.
That is so cool. Does it light up or anything? Or
no. I mean, he's got a wired function with his arms where they both move up and down at the same time. Might have been atomic, but he just is what he is for now. He's probably made, by the way the foam piling is, I'm guessing made in the 80s. But
very nice.
Yeah, flea market guy didn't want it, so I rescued it.
I want to say Corey also is a magician out in Vegas. For those, he does some magic tricks on his channel too on occasion. But very cool.
The magic is his jokes still aren't funny.
Oh, burn.
Well, I'm after finish some in his chat, aren't I?
Sorry, guys, I keep pressing the wrong button. I'm trying to make us where we can all see each other on the screen. So, all right, well, so that's your opinion of the variety shows. You thought the Brady Bunch Variety Hour was, which it was. Did you ever watch Donnie Marie? They had some pretty good holiday specials.
I don't remember Donnie and Marie too much. I remember seeing Sonny and Cher, Captain and Tennille, but it's been like a million years since I've seen it. So it's like I remember watching it, but I don't know how well I remember it. You know what I mean? It's like I saw the show. I know it was on. I remember Benny Hill.
Yeah,
I remember Benny Hill watching that.
Awesome.
Was supposed to.
Me neither. I wasn't supposed to, but I sure did, of course. That was funny?
Benny Hill was risque. They had nudity at times. Topless,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but did you know it was funny?
I did that Monty Python as well.
Ooh, Monty Python. That's funny too.
Guys, you'll probably agree with me on this. It seems like the British are not so skittish when it comes to nudity, but they are about violence. Like we get away with so much violence on television, network television back in the day versus in England and in Europe. It's interesting, but they don't mind about the anatomy.
Yeah, and even now they're pretty skittish on the violence, especially if you watch a Australian film or TV show. They don't like they don't like guns and a lot of violence. It might hit somebody, but it's not a real violent.
It's the government in those instances because they don't like people thinking they can get away with anything. Kind of like how if you saw any movie before the 1950s, the bad guy always got caught.
Yeah.
Nobody could ever get away with anything. They just held on to that model where, we don't want to show you anybody actually getting away with anything. So, the government still maintains that much control over what's going on here, and ours has gotten more relaxed with censorship over the years.
Yeah,
sure has. I think cable TV especially, oh my god, they get away with a lot. I mean, the S word is allowed on Patrol Live and a lot of these shows that are on cable now, and The Walking Dead.
I've heard the S word in commercials now.
Yeah, they are. Foul language in commercials is kind of normal now.
The McCormick, I don't know if you saw it, the McCormick French fries.
Right.
They had that commercial, and they're trying to get the kid to eat broccoli or something, and then the woman walks in with the bag of fries, and she says, "Stop that S," but she said it.
Yeah.
And they and that commercial ran for a couple of weeks, and then they changed it.
Yeah.
But
wow, you put the wrong one out. Sorry.
David, was that on terrestrial television or was it on streaming?
Regular television, and that was their potato pay commercials.
Yeah.
Look up the potato pay commercials. See if you can find the original one.
That's FCC mandated too. That's the federal communication. I can't believe that. I guess they've really gotten lax with their regulations.
Yeah, now they just blank it out.
Yeah.
So they'll say it, but then you hear the beep. But it's still like, we know what you're saying. And I don't know.
We don't like that.
No.
You know what CBS will do? They'll actually for the deaf, the hearing impaired that read lips, they will blur someone's mouth if they're on a late night talk show and a guest cuss. They will pixelate their mouth. They've done that for some years now.
Yeah, that always makes me think of that Superman movie where he has his mustache. They just kind of like I don't know what they did, but it didn't look right. His whole face didn't look right. Now every time I see them blurry in the face, I'm like, look, are they trying to hide a mustache? It's crazy. I don't know.
The Joker, hey, Cesar Romero and Adam West Batman.
Right, but that was awesome.
He would not shave it.
Yeah, that was awesome. He refused. It's the principle of the thing. It looked good. They don't shave it.
I've got to ask Open by Chance, because they've been watching Dallas once a week.
Uh-oh.
Where are you with the Ewing saga? I think you are in the Donna Reed years. Last I watched your. Now you guys go live, by the way, on Saturdays now, right?
Right.
Almost every week you've been pretty consistent. It's awesome. And I always ask in the chat, where are you with Dallas? So I must ask while we're live. What you remember?
Not this Thursday, but last Thursday they were at the Oil Barons Ball, and JR announced Bobby and Jenna's engagement. This week, Miss Ellie finally figured out that Jock's picture is dominating the whole house and it has to come down. JR came to tears because he did not want that picture taken down. And she was like, no, you got to take it and put it at the Ewing Oil in the office. Jenna's all excited because her and Bobby's getting married. Bobby really doesn't want to marry her. Pam is freaking out because she swears Mark's alive. She won't tell Bobby that she's still in love. That's what we.
I'm with JR. I never liked Pam.
She was so good looking, though. I thought Victoria Principal.
It ain't enough.
It ain't enough. Her drama, right? She's a drama queen.
Yeah.
Look, I taped this back in 2004. It's the Dallas reunion special from 2004, over 20 years ago. I'm going to put it on my YouTube channel, Bot Willing. Recorded that off CBS over 20 years ago. It's awesome. And I don't think they released it on any of the DVD sets, but don't quote me on that. But yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Chance. Just real quick, since we were talking about sharks earlier, are you wearing your Shark Week pajamas?
I am wearing my shark pajamas because I knew that David would have the Jaws thing. Anyway, that's funny. You know me a little too well there. But another thing about Dallas is we talked about this in the chat when you guys were live last week. All of a sudden, Barbara Bel Geddes back then didn't want to renew her contract. She was the actress who played Miss Ellie. She was in Vertigo, classic Hitchcock movie, beautiful lady. And so they brought in Donna Reed to play the role. Then Barbara decides to come back the following season. Donna Reed would have nothing of that. She's like, no. And then she actually sued the producers at Laura Moore Productions. And before it went to court, like within a year, she died of cancer, sadly.
Oh, wow.
So she passed away, you know, with that bad vibe, business vibe in the air that never got resolved. Anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm curious on how they're going to reveal this whole Jamie thing. What's going on with her? Who is she? Because I think she's an imposter. And JR's not going to let it go. But I don't think he's pushing it real hard right now. But I'm curious to see how that's going to play out.
You know, and I have to bite my tongue when I talk with y'all because I don't want to spoil anything. Because I back in 2018, I watched all the Dallases, have them all on DVD, the TNT revival, the reunion movies, everything. I watched every one of them and refreshed my memory. And there's a lot of big surprises right around the corner for you. But Jamie, who you're talking about, she's played by Jenny Lee Harrison, who was a Los Angeles Rams cheerleader. And then she was cast in Three's Company as Cindy, the clumsy sister, or was it cousin? I think sister of Suzanne Summers' character.
Oh, okay.
So, and that was before Dallas. Like she was only on Three's Company. That was right after Three's Company ended, actually, and was spun off as Three's a Crowd in the 84-85 season. So yeah, anyway, that's Jenny Lee Harrison, and she plays this character you're talking about who just shows up and claims to be an heir, and she's trying to stake her claim on the Ewing money and the fortune, right?
Oh, that's what she's doing? Because she's acting like, I mean, I know that's what she's doing, but she's trying to act like that's not what I'm doing.
I'm just looking for family.
Yeah, I just want family. I want to get to know my family and all of this. But I don't believe that she's the real daughter.
I don't know if that. Oh my gosh! I hope I didn't give anything away. Okay. Anyway, I did tell you in the chat what's coming around the corner. Jock returns, and I will leave it at that. It's very dramatic. Jock Ewing returns. And I better quit talking about Dallas because I don't want to spoil.
Okay. We're going to talk about something else. So
Yeah, it's Chance S.A. Bartels. Yes, it stands for.
I don't mind spoilers though. I really don't. I don't mind spoilers because I'll still watch it.
Right.
But then I'll be looking for whatever you said. I'll look for it. And sometimes when I get like kind of anxious, I read ahead because they got the synopsis. So I'll kind of read ahead.
And I got to reel her in. It's like, were you reading ahead again? You want to stop
To
that?
see
Spoil it for yourself.
Are you watching streaming? Like, is it on Freevee or Prime, or are you streaming it, or is it on DVD?
No, we streaming it. It's on Freevee.
Yeah, we don't have it on DVD.
Yeah,
not that one.
So we streaming that. Oh,
Of course he does.
I got them all on DVD. I'm just saying that's the TNT revival, which was surprisingly good, and Lee Majors joined the Dallas universe in that revival. Yeah, he was awesome in that show. There's a lot of good actors in the TNT revival, and of course Larry Hagman was on it, and sadly he passed away during season 2 of the 3 seasons. And then the ratings just when he left, a lot of people just tuned out
because people. I mean, yeah, he's a villain. But he's actually a likable villain.
Yeah, because he has a redeeming quality if you're watching him. He's ruthless, but he is very family oriented and won't even, like, for example, when Bobby was temporarily blind and they were wondering if he was going to go after Bobby, and he was sincerely, but he's incapacitated. It wouldn't be fair if I went against him like that. He's my brother. You know, and it's like, yeah, because he's very family oriented. He really means that, really loves his family, really cares about the Ewing Empire. And what a lot of people do not understand, Jacques was that ruthless.
Yeah.
And Jacques trained him for that purpose. And they don't get it. They don't want to see it. Ellie doesn't want to believe it. Bobby doesn't want to believe it. Jacques was dirty.
Yeah.
He was really dirty. And they alluded to that a couple of times before Jacques disappeared. Like when Jacques cussed out Bobby for telling him what he can and can't do with company money. He was like, "You put me in charge. I don't care. You don't earn power. You take it, boy."
and also, JR thinks that Bobby will run the Ewing company into the ground, and he probably would.
Yeah, he's afraid.
Yeah. And the one thing when you watch it, because we're also watching Falcon's Crest, and on Falcon Crest you have Angela Canning. She is so unlikable because she's dirty to everybody. She has no redeeming qualities. She would take advantage. She doesn't care who you are. The only person she doesn't mess with is Charlie, her chauffeur, butler, catch-all guy. She don't say anything to him. She's never been dirty to him. But everybody else, her own daughters, she'll lay them on the altar to be slaughtered. She just doesn't care. She sold her own grandkid for rights to the company. It's like, golly, lady. Well, so you wish she gets killed.
And then everyone else, they're so hot-headed or so dumb, you just don't like anybody.
Yeah.
The season-ending cliffhangers were the best. I mean, of course, the Who Shot JR is the one everyone remembers, but they kept trying to top it every season, and it may not have achieved the same level of ratings, but they were still so exciting.
Yeah.
And when you're done with Dallas, I want to do hopefully a 1-hour stream like this where we just talk Dallas. You and I, when I don't have to worry about spoilers and all that. But the guy that plays Jock, I'm not going to say his name. The actor is awesome who plays Jock 2.
Oh, Jock.
He's one of my favorite actors. He was on a hit show from the 70s. I'm sure David watched when he was a little boy, and he's incredible in that role, I think.
Well, I will admit, when Miss Ellie took that picture down, I felt hurt. Oh, that picture of Jock, that is a beautiful painting. Whoever painted that picture did a phenomenal job. But when I knew the picture had to come down, but when she took that picture down, I just felt it. I was with JR. I was like, oh my gosh, she took the picture down.
That was the picture also they showed when they announced the death of actor Jim Davis. In his final episode, they explained this plane went out. Remember, they closed at the end credit, right for the end credits, and it showed that painting. It in memory of Jim Davis, so and such years he was alive.
Yeah.
Till 1980. He died of cancer, sadly. during production of season 4 of Dallas.
Yeah, I wish they had did a better send off, something more appropriate, like because he had cancer during the show. I wish they had said during the show that he had cancer and then died out that way, instead of getting lost in South America, and we can't find him and he's already dead. You know what I mean? It didn't feel good the way they did it. So I just wish they did a better send off. I mean, I know they did what they could, but I don't know. It just felt like they should have did it differently.
Well, at least they didn't just say it was all a big dream or a UFO did it or something, because that would have been worse.
Yeah.
You almost gave a spoiler away. All right. And if you look at season 4 of Dallas, this is sad. And Jim, you could tell he's wearing a wig because of the chemo treatments. You know, it was an obvious, like, no part, you know, sad. But anyway. Well, cool. Well, let's get back to the Christmas chat. I don't know how much time you guys have. I don't want to take up all your Friday night, but you've covered LPH. Did you say what your favorite Christmas TV plot was, like of a show or anything? Not maybe a variety show, but is there anything like Bewitched, for instance, where they had a Christmas episode? Anything like that comes to mind?
I really did like the Alf one. When we saw the Alf, I thought that was just well done. The acting and everything, because Alf did get kind of on my nerve and I was kind of wanting to not see that. But then that one, because they had 2 Christmas episodes for Alf, but the one where the where he was in the hospital, that was really good. I was always a fan of Disney's Mickey's Christmas Carol. That's my favorite. And actually this year we're watching every incarnation of A Christmas Carol, and we're going to do a video like kind of, you know, comparing
a best of.
Yeah, like kind of ranking it a little bit, or at least telling you which, you know, how they are, you know, who acted in it, how we felt about it. Because we saw the one with Kelsey Grammer is a musical. We had to turn it off after about 15 minutes. We couldn't take it anymore. It was awful.
It was so badly put together.
Yeah,
it
was bad.
You know, and I'll get into that. When we do it.
Yeah, but so far I think we've watched 8. It's still a few more to go. We're going to watch them and then do a video to, you know, just tell people what's out there. But one that we saw a couple of years ago, and I need to rewatch it, Rod Serling did a version.
Yeah.
And you couldn't really tell it was A Christmas Carol until later on in the, you know, as it was going, then you started kind of seeing, oh, whoa, this
probably
is
the gloomiest version.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
That you can possibly imagine.
It was
of any
good
rendition.
though.
Yeah.
You know, Rod Serling is a phenomenal writer.
Mm-hmm.
So his version was really good. But again, it was kind of hard to realize that was what they were going after. But it was really good.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna make sure we put that one in there. And I gotta watch it again because I didn't start paying attention really well until I realized where we were going in the movie. So I need to see it again. But variety show, the only variety show that I remember watching again was Hee Haw and Solid Gold. We watch more shows with music like Dick Clark. We used to watch Dick Clark, Solid Gold, Soul Train. I know those aren't variety shows, but we didn't watch a lot of variety shows except for Hee Haw. And that was it.
I used to watch
Hee Haw.
Show.
That was the country version of Laugh-In. Yep.
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's look at some Christmas comic book covers. I'm going to try to play some music, but I don't want to blow anyone's ears away. Let me make sure the levels are right. Tell me, guys, if this is too loud. I'm going to put
Too
some.
loud.
Let me try this. Let me see.
Oh, yeah, that's loud.
Okay, turn it down.
Is that better? Uh-oh.
Oh, you all the way off.
turned it off.
And that's how we save Christmas.
Hang on, I want to have something for the listeners because it's going to be very visual, and I just wanted something for my listeners, our listeners, to be able to hear
on the radio station
on Fistful of Radio out of Atlanta, and on my Apple and audio platforms. Okay, I'm going to try one more time where we can hear each other and also hear the music. Testing. I should have done a rehearsal.
Chances like Clark Griswold. So if he keeps touching things, the whole neighborhood will lose power.
Now that was one of my favorite Christmas movies. National Lampoon Christmas Vacation. I love that's pretty good right there.
Well, as long as he
went off.
Here, guys.
As long as he loses power and not me, it's fine.
Chance, you're just gonna have to sing.
Oh no, Chance is gonna sing Christmas songs.
Oh no karaoke, not yet. Maybe later after you guys sign off. Let me back it up.
What's your favorite Christmas song?
Oh, I've got many. I like Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, the Ronettes. Ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Here, I'll play right here. Watch.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
you have. I didn't give it. It's this one. It's this one right here. I'll just play. I played it at the very beginning of the show.
Okay.
Let me just. It's Sleigh Ride by the Ronettes. That's my favorite because it's like an earworm. It sticks with you all day. That ring-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Here. Oh.
Supposed to be singing it.
That one.
Oh.
Yeah,
Chance,
I know the song.
Chance, you missed your audition.
Do it later.
Yeah, I know that song.
This is going to be fun, guys. These comic book covers from my collection and some that I don't have.
Okay.
Let's look at them together. Here's one from February 1945.
Oh.
They put it on the screen.
Oh,
Sensation
look at that.
Comic 38. Yeah. And stop me if you have this in your collection. I'd love to know. I don't have
be
this book.
shooting at her too if she stole all my stuff.
Right? Wonder Woman, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And man, she's got tiny feet. Good Lord.
Yeah.
Well, all the more.
Look at her little outfit with the fuzzies all around it.
And it reminds me, I've talked about this ad nauseum, but there was an 8 is Enough. David may remember this, and maybe you too, LPH. There was a 2-hour Christmas episode, Christmas 77, 1977, of 8 is Enough.
Mm-hmm.
And Will Greer, who at the time was playing Grandpa Walton, played a guy down on his luck who robbed the Bradford family of all their gifts on Christmas Eve, took everything from under the tree. He got caught, and then the family bailed him out of jail and invited him over for Christmas dinner. It was very unrealistic.
Yeah, very.
But there was a heartwarming aspect to it, too, though. Another subplot. It was a dramedy, by the way. There's a laugh track. It was drama. It was comedy. And it was based on a true story of a journalist in Sacramento, California, obviously Catholic. He had 8 kids. And Mark Hamill played the oldest son in the pilot. And then when Star Wars wrapped, he quit the show. And a lot of people have written, oh, it's because he had his car wreck in January 77 and the producers wanted him off. No, he quit on his own volition because he knew Star Wars was going to catapult his career on the big screen to a whole nother level. But
he sure does do enough whining about how Star Wars ruined his career.
Yeah, I was going to say, if only he'd known how it was going to end with him being grumpy old man. I was like, oh no, what happened?
He's such it's sad. It really is. But yeah, so.
Hamill has issues.
Yeah, so that 8 is Enough. Diana Hyland played the mom, and she sadly passed away of cancer right during season 1. There's only like 6 or 7 episodes of season 1. And at the time, she was dating John Travolta, and she died in John Travolta's arms. So in the Christmas episode, how this ties in, Tommy, the second son, played by Willie Ames, he is done with Christmas because he misses his mom. She's gone, and he finds a Christmas gift she'd wrapped in a cabinet in the kitchen. She had hidden, the mom had hidden. And it's really sweet how they did that. You know, that was towards the end of the episode, and he finds it, and he breaks down, and it was that was part of it was well done. But the whole thing of embracing the thief, get out of here.
You know, he just needed a hug and a good meal.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah.
So that reminded me of that. So that's February 1945. Here's December 1946.
Oh, I like that.
Yep.
Issue 33.
That kind of reminds me of like those. Remember that on SNL, the ambiguously gay duo?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. That's kind of like, yeah. It's awesome though.
Nice going, Robin.
What a clumsy bird.
So from December 46, we'll flash forward to February 1954. EC Horror. Here's Vault of Horror. Christmas.
I got a
before-
bunch of Vault of Horrors. I'm reading all my EC runs right now, but I don't have that one. I got the EC reprints, and I'm reading through those right now.
But look at, what's going on there. She's about to lose her head, it looks like, and there's a coffin under the tree.
Yeah, that's her gift.
Yeah, because she's going in that coffin.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the comic book of you lose your head and Merry Christmas.
And that's before the code. David and LPH know all about that. The Comic Code Authority, based on Seduction of the Innocent, that book, and the congressional hearings. And there was book burnings. That's why the Golden Age books are worth so much, because a lot of them were destroyed by parents that were worked into a frenzy by politicians.
Yeah, parents are kind of clumsy labeling people sometimes. Don't do that.
Now we go to February 1969. I have this in my collection. Nick Fury, Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh, that's a good one.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yep.
And that dude in the hood, that's the hate monger. And
Agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. had some fantastic covers, actually.
yes, they did.
You know, it's another good Christmas film that's totally been forgotten about. The Ref.
Imagine being. Oh yeah, The Ref
with Dennis Leary.
Oh yeah.
Because I thought of that because, of course, he was a cat burglar.
Mm-hmm.
He was breaking into those people's home in the film. Because you were talking about 80s Enough and The Thief.
Yeah.
The Ref. That film's totally been forgotten.
That's a good one, Dennis Leary. And then, spoiler alert: the dude in the hood, he's the clone of Hitler.
Another one.
Well, listen, they're going to clone them all day long. I got a starfish clone up in my channel, so come on now.
That was revealed in Fantastic Four.
Well, that's why he has a big H on his hat.
Yeah.
But,
He's a hater, man.
Yeah,
so here is, I'm out of order, darn it, because here's 1955. I know you guys collect these sometimes. There's Archie Christmas stocking issue 2.
Archie is awesome. But they have a bunch of Christmas ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't Archie. I mean, I avoided those comics in the newspaper like the plague.
We watched the cartoon. The cartoon wasn't bad. I don't collect their comics now. They got a modern one, the Halloween one.
Yeah.
Those covers look pretty good. I got like one or two. Archie's Afterlife is the name of it.
Yeah, the Archies. She's talking about. I think it's 1967 Filmation, CBS Saturday morning, and they redid it a few times because they had they had a couple of Archie series, and they had Sabrina the Teenage Witch, and stuff like that.
And then they did all the live action TV shows.
Wow. I'm just looking at the comments. So then let's go to, that's from December 55. Here's November 1970. You guys have this one, Hot Wheels issue 6?
No, I don't have any Hot Wheels. That's a cool one, though. I've seen the Hot Wheels comics, but I don't have any.
And what's he doing? Santa, is he intentionally trying to run them down, or does he not see them?
It's obviously a case of too much eggnog, and that's why we need to be careful when we slay and be jolly with eggnog, okay? Because that is bad. Don't do that.
Santa's sleigh.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Double entendre. And guys, I like what you've said many times about modern books. It doesn't really give you an inspiration to buy the book. That does, even though there's no dialogue balloons, just like more modern comics don't have dialogue or thought balloons. But that makes you want to buy the book. Would you not agree?
Yeah, seeing that car and Santa bearing down on them makes you want to say, man, what's up with Santa? Why is he trying to kill these two people? And why is this girl laid out on the ground with her ankle broken and all of it? It makes you want to know what's going on.
That's great artwork too.
And where did her shoe go? I want to know.
Yeah.
It's not even there.
That's a good point, Sarah. Well, probably when they patched her up, maybe they took it off.
Yeah, but I mean, do you take off somebody's shoe and just toss it? No, it's usually right by them. Or like in their hand or something, right? They don't just go, oh, you don't need it now because ankle injury. But what if I heal? Nope, won't now.
Here's December 1973, The Witching Hour, issue 28. I do have this one in my collection.
Yeah, I have that one. I got almost all of Witching Hour. I think I need 5 more.
Wow.
Yeah.
You do? Yeah, you've been building that collection. I've heard you say on your live streams.
Yeah, I've been building that collection. I'm almost done with it.
Oh, I see Raggedy Andy.
I hate to cover you guys up too. I'm trying to move. Maybe I can move the screens where you're not. Let me change this so that you're not covered up when I put these. No,
it won't work.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not going to work. There's no setting. I can't.
Covered up.
It's okay, Chance. It's okay.
It's just an overlay, Chance. So
I don't want to be rude.
You're not.
Here, let me do this. Let me put you all on the top temporarily. I'll put Sarah down there.
There you go. That's perfect. Because then we can see him.
All right. So next up, we saw the witch. Now let me just see. Yeah, that's good. Well, then we can't see. We can't see the ladies. We can't see the ladies.
It's all right. It's
I just said that too.
Now, open by chance. I know you guys have these. The holiday grab bag Marvel Treasury editions. Here's the 1974 edition.
No, we don't have those, right? I don't have that one. I do have a couple, but not that one.
I thought y'all did. I've got them. I love them.
I know I got a couple, but
there you go. Now you don't have to worry about covering me up, Chance. Okay. There you go.
Then the 1975. They did 3. There's the 1974. Here's the 1975. Look at
I
Nick
think
Fury.
I have that one. That one kind of looks familiar.
Really, Doctor Strange needs to use magic to hang a Christmas bulb. That is a waste of resources.
Spider-Man's already up there.
Yeah, I know, but
just put it up.
They're fighting over it now.
Nick Fury about to burn the house down.
Brotherhood? That's not Brotherhood. That's Luke Cage.
Yeah, Luke Cage. Hulk's the only one that makes any damn sense.
Yeah, he reading the letter with the little girl.
You're like, yeah, I'm not angry. This is fun times. Why am I Hulk still? I don't know.
And here's 1976 Marvel giant superhero holiday grab bag. Thor. Look, I love the Thing dressed as Santa.
Oh crap! It is. I mean, he is. That's awesome.
Hulk can't fly.
He's flying
He can
now.
Yeah. What? He also can lift up Thor's hammer or something. I don't know. Listen, consistency, whatever.
By the way, prediction open by chance in July of 2025, within 2 weeks, we'll have the brand new Superman movie and the Fantastic Four movie opening that same month. We could have $2 billion superhero movies in the same month, which will make history. But do you have a prediction on which of those two you think will do better at the box office?
Which one? Superman?
Fantastic Four, the new Superman movie by James Gunn, which is a reboot, and it's highly anticipated, highly hyped. And the new Fantastic Four, which is a first for the MCU and very anticipated because Disney had to buy the Fox rights to the Fantastic Four when they absorbed them when they did that colossal deal to absorb the 20th Century Fox film and TV library. They also gained the rights to the X-Men and the Fantastic Four.
That's their third attempt at rebooting the Fantastic Four, going all the way back to the 90s film that nobody saw.
I did.
I don't think a lot of people will have a lot of confidence in that. Superman, a lot of people are going to go to want to see it because of crypto. That's the draw. Trust me, people are going ape shit right now because of freaking crypto.
Would you mean the way he looked? Because he didn't look like he did in the books. He was a little too soft. He was a different breed.
They want to see crypto. Plus, I believe it's a real dog. It's not CGI. So everybody's like, "Oh crap, it's crypto!" Like totally, it's crypto. That's all you need. It's kind of like, oh look, Baby Yoda. Let's all watch Mandalorian. So that's all it takes. He's got a gimmick already set up. people already forgive the fact that Guy Gardner looks like an old woman, and whatever else they've screwed up. The Superman is back in his underwear.
Oh,
given all of that,
shots fired! Shots fired!
And they're like, "Oh, crypto." So yeah, I think that one's going to blow it away just because people want to see the dog.
Well, James Gunn does great when it comes to animals. I mean, going back to Guardians of the Galaxy. So the thing is, I predict, because people have said, I heard some complaints that he looks too soft and cute. I think most people want to see a cute Crypto, but he's got to be able to fight and have a vicious side when he needs to defend Kal-El or a good person from attack. I can totally see like a Yoda moment in Revenge of the Sith. Remember Yoda? And all of a sudden he went all badass. I can totally see
flippity flip. Yeah, that was cool.
Well, what kind of dog is Crypto?
Here's this
a
is
super dog.
No, I mean like what breed of dog?
A super breed of dog.
This is what they should do with Crypto, in my opinion. I'm hoping he doesn't speak. Okay, because he talked with thought bubbles in the comic. I hope they do like an R2D2 kind of thing where he barks, but Superman understands what he's saying and speaks to him. You know what I mean? Like R2 makes beeps and clicks, and everybody's like, "But R2, no, they know what he's saying, but you don't."
Right?
You see what I'm saying? That would work. He barks a couple of times, and then Superman is like, "Really?
Like Lassie?"
Yeah, like you don't understand what he's saying, but if he actually talks, I mean, you can't pull off with Crypto like what they did with Rocket Raccoon.
Right. K Moon, and no, it wasn't $1 billion budget. I think the gross box office take could be $1 billion for each of those films. Corey makes a joke. How many superheroes does it take to change a light bulb? One, and he will do a super job. Okay.
Now that's something.
Flatline. No, I'm kidding.
Dead on arrival. Sorry.
I love Fantastic Four. All right, well, back to the comics. Is my music playing? It's hard to do this solo sometimes. I need to find a wife like you have, David, that can help me or here while I'm here do the comments. It's tough doing this by myself. Okay,
Nurse Ratchet can help you.
One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest.
Yeah, Mrs. She
She'll have
passed
a nice
away.
little white cup for you every afternoon.
Louise Fletcher. Yeah. Yep. So also in 1976, we left off with this book. Here's Amazing Spider-Man issue 166 from December 7th, 1976. That was a Tuesday when this hit the newsstands and the spinner racks.
Reptile Man.
Yep.
So let's move along here. Oh, I love this one. This is December 1980.
Jonah Hex.
Yeah, I have that one.
Spread some holiday.
Dude, Jonah Hex is awesome. Oh, I love that.
I like it too.
There'll be another dead Santa around here.
And then that same year and same month on December 16th, 1980, on the Marvel side, you had X-Men 143, the last John Byrne issue of the X-Men that he drew with Chris Claremont.
I like all the blue in that. I love the blue. That's a great blue.
Question though, David, what does the creature look like to you that's menacing Kitty Pryde there? Sprite. What do you think of? Think of a movie from the Christmas 1984. This was 1980. I think that inspired
the
Gremlin. The Gremlins.
The more so like when he was starting to melt down though.
Yes. That's the Brood, of course, in the X-Men universe. Yep. But I think that I think that inspired an art director that was working on Gremlins, but what do I know? December 7th, 1982, the year Sara was born in Southern California, we had Bizarre Adventures. That's a very creepy Christmas.
Oh, wow. That's a nice cover.
Oh, that's sweet.
Weirdness. Not for kitties.
We mean it.
I have it. Sarah, can you still hear the music, by the way?
It's the holiday issue.
Yeah, I can hear
You
it.
don't really need it if you got all the dialogue going.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, that's true. Let me take this off.
See, what he could have done, right, is uploaded some onto StreamYard and then put it on a loop and put it low, and then he wouldn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Well, I'm learning. I'm always learning every week. Every week I try to get better. Let me take this off. All right, let's move on then to this is a one shot from November 1983, Spider-Man and the Kingpin, Christmas in Dallas. And J.R. Ewing makes a cameo. No, I'm just kidding. Trying to make
And he's got a 45 record on his chest.
Yeah.
yeah. And Kingpin has a 45 in his hand, I think, 45 caliber. And then there's December 83, Superboy. I have that one.
A World Without Christmas.
That would just be Tuesday, right? Like what?
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's
What do you guys think of when you see that? I know, Lady Pop Hunter, you like covers with guns, depending on what the gun's doing, and drug overdose. You like drug covers and racist covers. That's your thing, right?
Yeah.
What do you think of, guys, when you see that? I think of Hunter H. Thompson. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
That's a good one. Yeah, okay.
I don't know that movie.
Terminator.
Oh, that too. And
Yeah, because that's the pose that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in. Kind of
I
like.
think you nailed it, David. That's exactly
Sarah
what it
Connor,
is.
and then he busts the door open and the gun comes across his face like this and then out.
It also reminds me of like Santa the Punisher, you know, like I see it now.
Yeah.
You're naughty, wow.
I would be back.
Punisher, if the Terminator was Vin Diesel.
I live my life a quarter mile at a time.
That's not good for kids, that cigarette. Dang.
Well, he said you better watch out.
Yeah.
That's from December 17th, 1985. And I love that Peter Parker, the Spectacular Spider-Man. Soon after that, they got rid of that. And I love those fonts. Anyway, this is the only one that was released so close to Christmas of all these covers. This is from Christmas Eve, 1985, Daredevil.
Oh, look at that.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Horizon.
is that supposed to be snow or a drug deal gone bad?
Snow.
Ah, so just regular snow then. Got it. Okay.
And then here's, I'm almost done, guys. From January 23rd, 1990, they missed Christmas, the deadline, by that much. This is Iron Man 254. Ho Ho Homicide.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, it says that at the bottom.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just listening to it. Like, Chance is clever. Oh, wait, never mind. He just read that. That's cool.
And I don't know what this is from, but it's DC Christmas with the
I
Superhero.
have that one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, it says right there on the cover. That would be, do you see the year? It's kind of small. Oh, well. It's probably 1986, maybe.
Yeah.
It's 86. And here's also Christmas 86, Judge Dredd.
Oh,
And
that's
there
a
you go.
cool
Oh,
one.
nice.
Face it.
Yeah.
Is
that how they pick up Santa Claus after he runs everybody down to sleigh? Like, hey, you were bad.
Giant.
Look at that. So
Dredd is classic.
and I like the movie too. Did you like it, guys? LPH and Sarah.
We saw the movie. It was one movie, right?
There's two. There's two renditions. The original
I like them both.
was done in the 90s with Sylvester Stallone.
I am the dog.
That's the one I saw.
No, you saw the 2000s.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
With Carl Irving.
Well, the one I saw, I thought was pretty good.
They're both great.
Okay, well, let me move along here. Here's a good one, Sergeant Rock, also from December 1986. I love this art by Joe Kubert, The Shining Star. More religious, it's more secular.
I think he said it was more sucky. And I was like, oh no, that's not what he said. Jeez.
Now, this one I don't have in my collection. You guys may have it. I've got to get it. Let me pause that music. This is from December 1987, Elvira's Haunted Holidays.
That's a nice one. I don't have that one, but that one looks pretty cool.
That looks awesome.
Yeah.
The Santa Claus looks so happy. Look at him smiling. He's
Look
like, I'm the jolliest man today. Oh, that's
David,
a
have
cover.
you have that one, David, or have you seen it? I've never even seen that before.
I've never seen that one.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Look, the elf's going, oh, Mrs. Claus is not going to approve of this. And Santa's just like, hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is getting naughty. Go on.
All right. So this is also where they missed the deadline. So January 6th of all days, 1987, Marvel Age. And there's Gru trying to attack someone coming down the chimney, but it's Santa with his samurai sword. And that's, of course, Sergio Aragonés art from Mad Magazine.
Mm-hmm.
And then another Spider-Man cover. This is from December 13th, 1988. Todd McFarlane, Amazing Spider-Man 314.
That's a nice cover. I like covers where it's a lot going on. There's a lot for you to see. You have to kind of sit there and look at it. You know, unlike a lot of modern covers where it's just a photo. There you got to actually take the time and look at the bricks, and they got the words on the building, the bricks in the ground. You know, it's just a lot going on there.
I agree. Now here's one from November 1988, Hitman Christmas. Whoa!
Wow. Now that's one I would like.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What's the gun doing? Yeah.
Yeah, that's up my alley.
He's gonna need.
He's gonna cry. Sorry, Chance.
He's gonna need some serious dental work. That's for sure. In a moment. Then here's December 19th, 1990. I have this in my collection. I know you guys do too. This is Danny Cochran's favorite Christmas cover, who was supposed to be on tonight, but he has to get up at 3 a.m. to work, so he had to bail.
Poor Dan.
Hulk versus Santa. Gray Hulk.
Gray Hulk, yeah. Mr. Fix-It.
Who's Mr. Fix-It?
Gray Hulk.
Oh, that's his
was
nickname.
Called Mr. Fix-It. Yeah.
Okay.
Joe Fix-It.
So I need to know, why does Santa Claus have a crowbar?
He's a thief.
He's gonna beat Gray Hulk.
Crazy.
That's the only way he's gonna win.
Is that how he beats his host? Anyways, never mind. Family show. Whoops.
But you know what's another good Christmas special is the Pee-wee.
Oh yes. I was just watching that like a couple days ago. Yes.
I think it's really funny because he had like 50 celebrity guests making cameos.
Oh yeah, and Cowboy Curtis.
It's really funny that Whoopi Goldberg in that episode calls him on the phone and he blows her off.
Yeah.
If whoever caught that, where he was like, I heard that you got a lot of celebrities coming on and I wanted to see, well, we're booked. It's like, well, how about next year? Next year? Let me see. No, I don't have any space then either, Whoopi. Gotta go. And then she said, how about 2 years from now? Well, we'll see. I'm not promising anything.
Yes.
That was perfect. And
man.
Santa tells him he can't. Well, your list is so long. There's nothing left for anyone else, Pee-wee. Oh, really? That's too bad. Well, let me know how things go.
Good times. Oh yeah, I loved it when Cowboy Curtis shows up. Lawrence Fishburne. I'm like, I didn't realize that as a kid, like he was going to be a type of somebody I would know, right? And then I looked back at it, I was like, oh wow, so Matrix, and then like CSI and all the other things. I'm like,
but
awesome.
When you look at this show, it was a lot of people on there that became big. The one lady, the post lady, she went. No, I can't remember if she was the post lady or not. But anyway, she was on Law and Order. Yeah, she was on Law and Order. She was the lieutenant on Law and Order, and a bunch of other people was on there. It was surprising.
The special just shows you that he knew that adults were watching the show because he had guests on there that no kid would know who they were.
Yeah, Grace Jones,
Frankie Valli,
yeah,
Annette Funicello. You average, like
the 50s, right?
Average 5-year-old in 1990 doesn't know who Annette Funicello is.
The original Mickey Mouse Club, and then Beach Blanket Bingo with Frankie Avalon in the early 60s. Yeah.
Oh yeah!
Wow,
good times. Oh wow!
Just a few more covers here. Holiday special from December 1991.
That's a good one.
Elbow.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
That book is weird.
There's a Marvel Holiday special.
I like that. That is awesome.
Like they're attacking Santa Claus.
Yeah, big wraparound.
I guess Santa Claus didn't deliver.
I guess.
That's pretty cool. And then, December 1993. This is where I stop with the comics. I collect 1960 to 1993 primarily, mostly Marvel, some DC, and independent. But here is from December 1993. Flash.
Santa with pajamas on.
Those are his dressed as Santa. Look at that. Wow.
Oh, the Bermuda shorts, huh? Oh my.
Yeah.
I had to throw a couple animated magazines into the mix. Here's Kiss Christmas.
Well, that's awesome. That's how we say every Christmas.
That's for Tracy. Tracy's a Kiss fan. Tracy's Fractured History and more. And then Mad Magazine, of course. EC, how it ties into comics, of course, as you know, Open by Chance, EC published the horror comics before Mad Magazine. So that they only, survived into the Mad Magazine years beyond the horror craze.
And this magazine, right, this cover makes a prediction.
Why?
Because now everybody uses inflatables.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So true.
Right?
And then here's another. This is just my final wraparound. That's not a wraparound, but it's Captain America, because we got a new movie coming out in 2025 on Valentine's Day. I like that. Happy Holidays from Captain America.
I heard they were bringing back Chris Evans. I don't know if he's going to come back to Marvel as Captain America or somebody else, like they did with the other guy.
It'll be somebody else, because as you guys know, he was the Human Torch before he was Captain America, and they actually did something, spoiler alert, in Deadpool and Wolverine, where they brought him back as the Human Torch.
Oh, okay. Okay. And then Robert Downey Jr. is going to be Dr. Doom, right?
Yeah,
because there's no other actors in Hollywood.
Well, why they're what? That's crazy. No.
Well, actually, there's a lot of actors in Hollywood, but a lot of them nowadays they can't act. But that's another story.
Yeah,
but they don't know how to emote.
Well, the more younger actors aren't good. They can't emote. They can't get across what they're supposed to be conveying. I think it's some older ones out there that can get something done.
It makes me think of, like, for example, that girl from The Last of Us. And it's like, hi, this is me happy. This is me sad. This is me exciting. Her voice doesn't change. Her face doesn't change.
Yeah.
She just regurgitates lines. And there's too many people like that now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't understand it either. But it all has to do with green screens. And they're like, okay, now there's going to be this happening. And they're like, what? Here you go, phone man. But yeah, so what I mean, like Star Wars is a perfect example, right? I mean, they're going to go out there and they're fighting something to their death, right? And it's CGI creatures and CGI everything, and like nobody's got any emotions, and all I can think about is Santa gets everywhere, and it's just a nightmare.
Yeah.
Speaking of the new Captain America movie, a poster was released. It's in lobbies now. I saw Barry King of BK on the Air did a post on the social media that I saw. This is based on an original comic book that I'm sure you both at Open by Chance have in your collections. That one, Captain America.
Yeah. Okay, but it's going to be with the new guy, Brave New World.
Yeah, and to David's point about actors being regurgitated, who is playing the Red Hulk?
Yeah, that would be Harrison Ford.
Very good.
And
That's
Harrison Ford.
He's like 100 years old.
The thing is, Harrison Ford, if you've seen him in the last couple of things that he's done, his voice is gone. You can barely understand what he's saying. And so I'm like, how you got to strain to understand what he's saying at this point. I don't know if that's a good choice. If he's just gonna mumble his way through it, that's gonna suck.
He's replacing William Hurt, who sadly died in 2020, who played General Thunderbolt Ross in The Incredible Hulk with Ed Norton.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But I mean, they could find a younger guy. I mean, you don't have to be that young, but you got some 50, 60 year. If you want someone older, I don't know. Is it Red Hulk supposed to be an older?
Yeah, well, General Ross would be an older guy.
That's Betty Ross's dad.
Yeah.
The love interest of Bruce Banner.
Right.
50 or 60 would work.
Yeah, so you can find a 50, 60-year-old actor
that still has his voice.
Yeah, and still in halfway decent shape. Not that they need to be because they're going to be all CGI'd out, but still, you
Well,
know.
they should have hired Chance because he can still move and he's younger, even though he can play older.
They
He's
need
good.
a name to sell tickets. They thought Harrison Ford, he'll still sell tickets. And there's the first appearance. No, this is the first appearance of the Red Hulk from 2008.
Mm-hmm.
Cameo. It's just like, the Hulk had a cameo and then the first full appearance and first cover appearance. So he's like a 2008 character. He's a relatively newer character, in my opinion. A lot of youngsters that might be watching, I doubt I have a very young audience at all, but they would say, "What do you mean 2008? I was still in middle school." That's not
Yeah, but I mean, I understand what you say. They put Harrison Ford because of his name, but do people still go to the movies because of a name anymore?
No,
Well, they didn't really see the last Indiana Jones movie. It didn't do very well. I mean, in terms of expectations.
It used to be, in our day.
You used to rely on a name, Sylvester Stallone, Arnold Schwarzenegger, people like that. Now, I don't think anybody cares about names. You can just get, I don't want to say anybody, but pretty much anybody.
Oh, no, I've seen in the movies. They do get anybody, and you go, what? And sometimes I think they're just stand-ins. They're like, somebody, we forgot we had a line here. Could you just, and then they go, words. It's crazy. But see, Hollywood needs to know this. This is a hashtag fact here. The biggest name in Hollywood soon to coming is Chance Bartel. So get him while you can. Okay?
Bartel, but that's funny. Okay.
Listen.
Harrison Ford at one time
could be in the new remake of T.J. Hooker.
Who?
Oh.
Chance.
They're doing the TJ.
No, he's going to do quality acting, okay?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
What are you saying? I've never, ever had a hooker. What are you saying here? I'm joking.
T.J. Hooker, the cop show.
I know. I have on 16 millimeter film the pilot to the original T.J. Hooker. That was an Aaron Spelling, Leonard Goldberg show. The pilot's pretty good as a 90-minute movie. It's pretty violent for TV for back then. It's really good.
And then they fix that.
Yeah. And I have a couple funny memes. I got this one from Sara, who's on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah,
that's a not funny, but look at that Christmas 1981 sales slip.
Sales slip when they had to hand write it.
Yeah.
Oh, the cost of the video games there.
Yeah.
You know what's
And
funny
look-
too is a UFO man in chat there. He used to work at Kmart back in the day.
That's what I was going to mention. The Kmart too is nostalgic because they just closed their last store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
And
there's
so
that.
will be
Big Lots.
Big Lots.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait for the clearance sales, right,
It's
David?
already started. I went to Big Lots today, and
They just told them.
yeah, and they're already at 50 to 80% off. I bought a bunch of candles, but I only got 3. And then when I got there, it was like marked way down. So I'm gonna go back and get some more. But yeah, their clearance already started.
Dude, I remember when it was Pick and Save.
I remember Pick and Save.
Pick and Save moved to Big Lots because that's what happened. I used to go to Pick and Save all the time. I had a Wolverine telephone that, you just picked it up. You could hear the conversation that anybody was having in the house, whether they were on a cordless or not, right? So I got to hear all my cousins' conversations. I do everything. Anyways, and so I kept my parents up to date. And then one time, the phone lines crossed with our neighbors, and we could hear it on my phone without turning it on. So we had to let them know that needed to get fixed. But yeah, it was a Wolverine phone. It was awesome. Wolverine was like a stand. He had claws on and everything, but they kept falling off. So that was kind of lame.
Hey,
It was a great phone.
UFO saying hi.
Beautiful man, yeah. But yeah.
I'm behind on the comments. Sorry, chat.
All right.
No, they'll never forgive you a chance.
You got to give him a chance.
Give a chance to catch up with all his chance comments of the chance show he's doing. Chances are you're there somewhere.
Party City's officially going under as of today. Breaking news from Kay Noonan.
Yeah, I saw that on Facebook earlier today too. And the thing is like they've been having major problems, at least the one out here in Temecula, for quite some years now, with running out of helium. Like there's never helium there. It's freaking weird.
Well, that's the same at Family Dollar. Any place that sell those balloons, they always got that sign up saying they're out of helium.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what that's about, but
as a wonderful person, I have my own helium tank here.
Oh wow, okay.
You had power problems until recently in California. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean, helium isn't for power, but yeah, it's. I got helium.
I was thinking of butane. I thought you said it was butane. I was half listening. I'm a bad listener. Sorry.
I do have a can of butane behind me. Do you want to see that too?
No. Fire hazard. Joe Gutfeld in New York State watching Facebook Live says Heather Locklear made TJ Hooker worth watching. I was on team Heather Thomas. She had 2 Heather starlets, blonde bombshells in the 80s on television. Heather Thomas on Fall Guy, Heather Locklear on Dynasty, and TJ Hooker. I don't disagree. Heather Locklear certainly was lovely, but she's had some problems getting DUIs lately. Those mug shots are not flattering.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, look your best when you give mug shots, everybody, okay?
Yep. Well, listen, I have a couple other. Here's something came in. And the weird thing about Party City is that while they had problems, the complete closure came from out of nowhere. I feel sorry for the employees being so close to Christmas, and Tracy agrees. Yeah. She says, hello, I guess Party City is closing because Dollar Tree is really giving them a run for the buck. I like Heather Thomas as well, said Joe. Well, thank you.
Chance.
Yes.
You want to see something really unusual Christmas related?
Oh, always. What you got?
Did you see that grin?
He gonna go get it. I don't know what it is.
But did you see that grin on his face? We're in for a treat.
On whose face? David's?
Yeah, he's like he says, you want to see it?
It doesn't look like it doesn't look that unusual until you find out what they actually are.
They're mugs.
This looks like a couple of old Christmas mugs, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And I found these at Value Village, but I spotted something unusual about them.
What?
Cold War era souvenirs.
Oh, West Germany.
Yeah.
Nice.
Wow. You never find this stuff. Hand painted by 6-year-old German children behind the wall.
You don't know that was German kids.
I was about to go. Do you have a authenticity on that one?
Probably made out of solid lead.
Yeah, it's my favorite.
Listeners, you've got to check this out. Just go to the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel, click the live tab, and look for the Peanuts Gang, and scroll to the 1 hour 42 minute 30-second mark. You've got to see this.
And K-Munin, no, we didn't check the email. I'll check it after this. I'll check the email.
Sent an email? Yeah. Okay. We'll look at
there's his comment on the screen there.
But yeah, I mean, they're so bizarre looking, and when I spotted them, I was like, those are too campy to just be like some mugs from like Woolworths or whatever. I don't know.
Wow. And, the Santa alone looks
notice that somebody went on a trip and they got one from either side of the wall because West Germany and then Germany.
Pre-1989 for sure, by far.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's just, you don't see stuff like that. It's just weird.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thank you for sharing. See, these guys, their channel is just a treasure trove. They're entertaining, and then they have the goods. Look, they have a toy store in their house.
Not a store.
It's a museum. No, not a museum. What is it?
It's a museum, not
a museum. I know, because it's not for sale. That's an important distinction. Let me see. You're right, because we're not selling.
No, we don't sell.
Does this look familiar?
No.
I forget that it was Struggles in the Top or something like that. My cousins had those.
Yeah, it's the decorative mug, and the straw's in there.
Oh,
you can't. You might can see it right there, actually.
Yeah,
I see it.
And it's got the little hat, and they did like all sorts of animals and other characters.
Mm-hmm.
And
I never liked them as a kid.
Finding
I refused to use them.
like this is a whole nother animal, but
right
related.
Mm-hmm.
I like that Santa too. The artwork.
And people might remember, if you grew up in the 70s and 80s, you probably remember Decca. They made a lot of those cup, bowl, and plate sets.
Yeah, I like those. I got a few of those.
Yeah, she's got a Raggedy Ann and a Sesame Street one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
I know all about that. In college, I worked at a department store, Rich's Housewares, and we had all that stuff for sale in the 90s. Oh man, that's cool, David.
Yeah.
Wow.
Since it's supposed to be holiday,
There, you're back.
We talk about everything but holiday.
that's all right.
Hello to Mike Harper out there too. I'm sorry if I'm neglecting. I don't mean to. I'm just trying to focus on what my guests are saying, and I appreciate y'all being there watching.
Yeah.
Tracy said Krampus. All right, let me see what else. Oh yeah, do you mind if I play just a 1-minute clip for you guys? You'll like this Open by Chance, and Sarah. Sarah, you saw it because you're a member in my other YouTube channel. I made it a member exclusive, but
yeah,
here is one of the most unusual Christmas episodes of all time. This was made in Japan. I know David and LPH will know what I'm talking about.
Okay.
In 1966, a Christmas episode. It's featured on my channel, The Nostalgic Podblast, in full. But this is a little Christmas message from this character who looks to Tracy like Gene Simmons in Kiss, talking about this guy, Rodak.
Oh, wow.
He's an alien creature trying to take over the Earth. He's like Galactus in the comic books, like Fantastic Four, except instead of devouring planets, he collects planets. And he wants to collect and possess the Earth and take it over. So this is from my 16mm film. So the color's a little bit faded. It's just 1 minute long, if I can freaking find it. And this is his Christmas message to the Earth. Where is it? Here it is. And it's 1 minute, 19 seconds long.
There you are, son. You've been a good boy. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Miko.
Well, Santa, you know my name, didn't you?
Oh, here you are. Here. A special gift just for you. Take it.
There's nothing written on it. Rodak!
Someday all of Earth will be mine, and neither you nor Galdar, the Space Avenger, will stop me. I shall continue to send my monsters until you are conquered. Here is my Christmas present to Earth. This is Vacuuma, and it will soon reach your planet to destroy as much as it can. It will give you a small sample of my invincible genius and power. Merry Christmas!
It's headed toward Earth.
There you
Could have
go.
got away with it too if he didn't tell.
Yeah.
Stop monologuing.
I'm trying to remember if this. What is it? Yeah. Another quick clip from that same episode. This is got scenes that were cut from the U.S. syndication for violence. This is the same Christmas episode where that Rodak guy has sent demon dwarf robots to possess men's bodies and cause chaos. Listen, I don't condone this. There's been things in the news, but there's drive-by shootings, and then he kills a preacher in church. Rodak does, and those two scenes were cut. Never aired on TBS. I have them here. The quality's not great. I'm going to play them if that's okay. I think you might. Just for the historical significance, I'm not condoning this violence, but can you believe in Japan? This is a Christmas episode. It's just bizarre.
Yeah, but it's
Japan, everyone. It's Japan.
This is from, December 1966 when this aired. Here we go.
Listen, I have ordered my dwarf robots to take possession of men's bodies and then to spread chaos.
Yes, Rodak. As your operative on Earth, I will see that it's done.
Soon Earth will surrender.
At a Christmas party, the dwarf robots strike.
Come on, let's dance. Come on.
The dwarf robots take possession of their first victim.
The young man, possessed by a demon dwarf robot, carries out Rodak's orders to spread chaos.
What's gotten into everyone these days? There are crimes being committed all over.
There you go. Happy holidays. Isn't that nuts?
Was that party in your green room? And where are those dwarf robots going exactly? That they're flying up somebody's pant leg?
Yeah, I know. Naughty bots. Very naughty bots.
Hopefully not to the planet Uranus. That's for sure.
But
Actually,
wow.
It's Uranus.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to talk about mine or yours.
Uranus
Okay?
is a modern translation.
I'll play the clip of him attacking the preacher in church in a minute, but I don't want to turn this into the Space Giant show. While I stall and pull the clip, I thought I had it right here. I got to ask you the other questions which we haven't covered. Do you have a favorite tree ornament? Do you have a favorite song? What's your favorite gift you gave or received? I know people send you things all the time.
Oh yeah,
your wonderful viewers, and you share that on your. What's? Let me break it down. I'm asking a lot. That's a big mouthful there. What do you have a favorite Christmas song? And each of you, and also all three of you, Sarah too. And well, I asked Sarah earlier. Never mind. And what's the best gift you gave or received?
Oh, I don't know.
I like the Temptations Silent Night,
Mm-hmm.
and I like the Boys to Men Christmas album. I think they came out with more than one, but it's like the first one they did. I like that one. I'm not really too big into Christmas music though. I'm really not. Some stuff I can tolerate, but not all. I don't like Christmas time when it used to be like, I think they started it in the 80s or 90s, like after Thanksgiving all the way through New Year's, they would play only Christmas songs on the radio station, your favorite radio station, 24 hours a day. And then it kind of backed off, and then they started mixing in Christmas songs. So like every second, third song would be a Christmas song. But it is some that I do like. Like I said, Temptations, Silent Night. Boys to Men had a version of Silent Night and something else. But Boys to Men, I like that. And what a Christmas gift that I've given. I give David a bunch of stuff. Christmas gifts. I can't think of one particular, but I know I give him a bunch of Christmas gifts.
Awesome.
Music. I like the soundtrack from The Snowman.
It ain't no songs.
Yeah, there
it's
is.
just music.
Yeah, there is that
I got
interlude.
instrumental.
That interlude where the boy sings in the middle, or like or the music from Charlie Brown Christmas. I have the soundtrack.
I know.
He knows.
Giving and receiving gifts. I don't know. It's hard to keep track. I've given Trinessa a lot of things, and she's done things for me as well, or given me things as well. So it's hard to keep track of anything specific like that between us.
Yeah.
And then childhood, I didn't have Christmas, so I've got like virtually no memories from that unless it's something bad.
Yeah,
All right.
childhood was pretty tragic. So.
Yeah, we didn't. She didn't allow Christmas. She said your birthday. She would tell people since my birthday was close to Christmas that we would do them together But of course, that's what she would tell people, and that never happened. So,
right.
What about a Christmas treat? Anything or holiday treat? Anything you like to prepare or eat, consume, beverage or food wise?
I love.
She makes eggnog.
Yeah, I
I'll bring it
love
over.
eggnog, and every year we would make some, and I would try, and it would just mess it up. And then one year I found a Paula Deen's recipe for eggnog, and oh my God, it's the best. So we're making it this year, but that's what I love to make. My favorite Christmas time or holiday treat is eggnog. I wish I could drink it all the time and not gain a lot of weight, but I love eggnog.
Okay, very cool. Mr. Gutfeld, I meant to mention that. He said the coolest Christmas toy he ever got was the Imperial Walker from The Empire Strikes Back. And friend of the show, Tom Williams, has one in his basement, and it's in excellent condition.
Is that big one with the 4 legs, and then it got a big box? Okay, I know what that is. Yeah. Those are huge.
Hey, Snarky. Nice to see you in the chat.
Hey,
and hello. I found that clip. This is the final Space Giants clip. It's 2 minutes long. Do you mind if I play another 2-minute clip? Is that too long? Open by chance? This is a cut scene. This is where Rodak is killed. This is so crazy. It's Christmas Eve. In the middle of the Mass, Rodak murders the preacher in front of the whole congregation. They go nuts. This was cut from U.S. syndication. It's not on my film print. This quality is pretty bad. It's from a copy of the Laserdisc. It's since been released in 1080p in Japan, but with no English tracks. Trying to get my hands on those Blu-rays, but they go for no less than $1,000 for 50 half-hour episodes. Yeah, if you can find, not including the shipping overseas. So I'm trying to find them to upgrade. But what I'm doing on my channel, the Nostalgic Podblast listeners, is I'm uploading each and every Space Giants, all 52. I stopped at episode 28. In early January, I'll resume with episode 29. But here is episode 25, the one I've been playing tonight. This is Rodak murdering the preacher in church. I just think it's crazy. Let's watch.
皆さん、地球は今や滅亡に向かって突き進んでいます。全世界の都会では原因不明のテロが続発し、街を行く人々が次々に死んでゆきます。また宇宙からは怪獣ダコーダが現れ破壊を始めました。
私に言わせれば地球の滅亡は自業自得なのだ。諸君、滅亡する地球を救う道が一つだけある。それは宇宙の帝王であり、宇宙の神であるゴア様に降伏することだ。
皆さん、騒いではなりません。この地球は私たちみんなの手で守らなければならないんです。
そうです。私たちにはマグマ大使がついてるんです。皆さん、静かに。
ガムと同じく冷凍になりに来たのだ。者ども、3人は逃がすな。パパ。
you go.
Yeah, well, you
Thoughts?
saw eating everybody.
That was awesome.
Yeah, and so it wasn't translated in English. I befriended a Japanese woman who translated a lot of these for me, and I wrote them down. And it's amazing the things that were said on that show that were never translated into English. But some of that I do have on my film that I put on my channel, where he goes, "Stay right there unless you want to be frozen into a block of ice like Gam. Men, take them prisoner." Rodak says right before that fight breaks out. And they have frozen Gam. It's almost like Han Solo and The Empire Strikes Back, except this was 1966, late 66. And this was running on TBS from 77 to 81. Makes you wonder if Lucas was inspired by some of these crazy plots on Space Giants. I don't know. He's frozen. Game is frozen. Frozen solid. Anyway, I know that's far-fetched. I don't know.
You don't know. I mean, he sure did sue everybody he could get his hands on after the show, after the movie came out. So.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Universal.
Everybody.
Yeah. Battlestar Galactica. Correct. He said you can't even have laser beams from laser pistols. That was done in Star Trek and Lost in Space long before Star Wars. He wasn't successful in that lawsuit against Universal and Glenn A. Larson for Battlestar Galactica. And his effects guy, John Dykstra, did the effects. The guy that did the special effects for Star Wars left Lucasfilm and joined he formed his own Apogee effects company and did the effects for Battlestar Galactica. John Dykstra. He also years later did Spider-Man in 2002, the Spider-Man Tobey Maguire movies. He did the computer effects. And anyway,
well, then he would have done Buck Rogers then too, because Buck Rogers borrowed a lot of effects and even ships and uniforms from Battlestar Galactica.
Mm-hmm.
There's one episode of the first season of Buck Rogers where there's even people in Colonial pilot uniforms on one of the planets.
That's right. And that was a Glenn A. Larson project as well. And of course, the narrator in season 1 was the great William Conrad, the original voice of Matt Dillon in the radio play Gunsmoke before it was a TV show.
And then they lost
That was awesome.
and Tweaky.
Yeah.
Tweaky Mel Blancs came back though eventually, but yeah, it didn't fly with that high-pitched squeaky voice. Oh, Buck, what are we gonna do, Buck? Shut up.
You miss it. Hiya, Buck. Yeah, and Tom Christopher recently died from season 2, played Hawk. He passed away recently.
Yeah, I saw that. I like the Hawk character. I thought he was pretty good. And he had a really good voice too.
Yes, he did. And you're right, David. That just took you right out of the show. And then they tried to be like Star Trek and send the Searcher across the universe like the USS Enterprise.
Yeah, they messed it up. I like Crichton. Crichton was okay, but they took away too much. They got rid of Dr. Theopolis.
Yeah.
They got rid of they changed
Tim O'Connor.
Voice. And Tweaky, the fact that he had this rich voice and he's just this little robot, that was the contrast. And you took that away and then you didn't want to hear him.
And then they brought in that other robot who thought he was the smartest thing on earth.
Yeah, Crichton was funny though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crichton was funny though.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted to do like an Abbott and Costello bit or something, or like Ollie and yeah. Well, we've gone 90 minutes with you as a guest. What do you think? Do you need to run? I don't want to monopolize too much of your time. I know you got your own stuff to plan for tomorrow night, and I'll be there in the chat when you're live.
We probably do got to wrap up.
Okay. Let's talk about what you have going on. There's a couple things David does. He also hosts a news show that I run on Fistful of Radio Monday through Thursday at noon Eastern. No, I can't even know. 4 o'clock Eastern time. 4 o'clock Eastern time, Monday through Thursday, and then at noon on Friday. And it's called Coffee Talk. Yeah. And then they together, you have your own channel, LPH, Lady Pop Hunter. It's called Lady Pop Hunter on YouTube. And Open by Chance is your giant channel combined where you talk about toys and classic games and music and you go live. And I just love your channel. What else did you want to talk about? I mean, you have a bigger following than I do presently, but it's funny. 90% of my audience aren't subscribers. So more people will hear and see you than you realize. So I want to make sure you get the word out.
Yeah, so just find us on, of course, Lady Pop Hunter. She has her channel. She's doing more vinyl records there than anything right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to put out more content. I have different holiday animated shows with commercials like Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's, Easter. I put together compilations of that. I have a bunch of comic books. those types of videos. Now I'm working on vinyl records, like my recent pickups and things like that.
Yeah, and then the main channel, of course, Open by Chance,
Mhm.
where we do the show tours. We're guests of some of the bigger shows like Toy Lanta and Joe Lanta, and we do
Mhm.
panels for them and things like that, and we film the shows. And we have industry discussions and the weekly roundup and things like that we
Yeah.
do pretty fairly regularly, as well as other things. And I've got some holiday stuff up too. I've got that great forgotten clip of Ebenezer Scrooge in Hell up right now from the 1970 musical with that everybody's forgotten about, because when they aired that on TV, they cut it. They didn't play that part. And of course, it's got Alec Guinness in it as Marley, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But and I've got a Christmas.
thank you. You're
I've got a
funny.
holiday. Yeah, she does. Her smile is dynamite. I've got a holiday compilation of commercials up, and I do things like that too.
Yeah.
This is all in nostalgia on the channel.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, thank you so much. Happy holidays to you both. And thanks for having me on. You interviewed me about the angry girlfriend variant and creating Madcap a couple times. Very grateful for that opportunity.
I just love your channel. I love being there. I have been there a lot lately. I have had power issues and holidays, the whole 20 yards. But I'll be back around. But yeah, no, love this. Yeah, definitely check them out. The great channel. It's all Chance's fault. I know about them, so blame Chance. And definitely check them out. Very great. Fun there. You learn a lot. And you just have a good time. And yeah, Chance is there, so you can make fun of his D key. It's okay.
No, I'm always there in the chat. I am. And I always got to know where they're at in Dallas, as I said earlier. Well, have a good evening, both of you. And thank you for being a part of the Nostalgic Podblast Holiday 2024 party.
Yes.
Right.
See you later.
See ya. Okay.
That was cool. I came in, and this may be stretching your attention span, but I'm going to keep going at least another hour. I have so much more to share of holiday clips and things, and we may have some other guests pop up. I don't know. Danny Cochran was supposed to be here, friend of the show, Danny, but he has to get up at 3 a.m. to work. So he texted me. He says, "Man, I'm half asleep. I don't know if I can make it." It's like, it's called a nap, dude. You should have done it earlier. But because he's always a lot of fun too. But I tell you, Open by Chance, they blew me away tonight. I thought they were fantastic, and I'm so grateful for their time. And I do love their channel. Let me text David. Thank you. And I'm gonna text now Al Hardy. He's with his brother today. He said he might come on. Hang on. Well, I should play a clip. Well, I'm being a terrible host right now. I should play a clip while I'm fumbling and stumbling. You answered all of the questions. Let me make sure, because you did answer your favorite. You like eggnog. You make eggnog, so that was part of.
I don't make eggnog. I never said that. I just like
no,
eggnog.
Lady Pop. There was Lady Pop Hunter. You're right. Lady Pop Hunter makes the eggnog. Let's see. You talked about your favorite Christmas song. The favorite gift you gave or received, both,
I
right?
didn't do that. No.
Well, why don't, if you tell me, unless you need time to think about it.
Well, just ask me one of them first.
Okay, let's start with what's the best gift you received?
Okay, so I told this one a few times ago, and I tell it every time because it is one of the most memorable Christmas events in my life, right? We didn't always have a lot of anything growing up, right? And so the church one time, had got a bunch of toys together, right? And like I said, I couldn't remember if it was before. I think it's before my cousins came to live with us. I'm not sure. It could have been around the same time. I can't really remember. But anyway, so I must have been in middle school regardless. And my mom, brought me into the closet under the stairs where she just stashed stuff. But unfortunately, I knew about that. Anyways. But she said, okay, well, they gave us this big bag of toys, but there's other people out there that need more than they have less than what we have, right? So we need to give to them. Is that okay? And I was like, yeah, of course. I'm all about giving to people and stuff, right? It's the thing I do. And so she said, well, you can pick out one toy you want out of there, right? And I seen this this little case full of stamps, right? It had this little pink, ink pad and stuff. And, my mom was like anti-make a mess in the house type stuff. So, her saying you pick anything you want and it's okay out of the thing. I just, yep, that's what I want, right? So I got that, and we, gave away the rest of the presents to other people that needed them, right? And I remember that story because it's one of those things that's really poignant to me, right? It's one of the reasons why I do what I do, today with helping everybody out for reasons, right? And last time I brought this up to my mom, we were at some holiday function, and she bursted out into tears. And she's like, "I did my best I could with you guys," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know. I just told everybody that." Anyways, but yeah, that's gonna be like one of my most favorite memories of holidays ever. Chance. Okay. All right. I forgot the other question now.
What about what's the best gift you gave?
Oh, well, let's see here. Something that became a traditional gift that I gave something to my dad was every year I bought him a new wallet. Obviously won't be doing that anymore, but that was probably.
Well, let me stop right there. Your dad sadly passed away last January, or was it December?
This January. After
I'm
his
sorry.
birthday.
Very sincerely sorry. My condolences again.
Thank you. But yeah, so that was a kind of a holiday tradition. That and when I was a kid, I didn't have anything to give to anybody. I couldn't do art or anything, couldn't write or do anything, right? So I had like a crap ton of pennies, right? Because you can't do anything with them. Also, counting is not my strong point. So I would get like a tape, right? And I tape pennies to like cards in a decorative fashion, I guess. And then I would write Merry Christmas to people. So between, giving people pennies and buying my dad a wallet every year, once I started making my own money, when I was a kid, then, those are like the things that I would traditionally give to everybody, right? Is pennies. And then my dad every year was a wallet. So.
Very nice. Thanks for sharing, Sarah. All right. Well, I'm going to play a clip. Let me look at my photos first to make sure. Yeah, I have some exclusive stuff. I should have mentioned this before and I didn't. I was going through some of my 1990 VHS tapes and I found some stuff I recorded off Nick at Night, and I have some exclusive 16mm film footage, just under a minute of that, where a character breaks the fourth wall at Christmas. And I played audio of it in the past, but I've never actually played the video of it. Let me see what I want to start with really quickly. And I still need to finish talking about Sheila Cool from Dobie Gillis. Let me just go. And I'm going to play. You know what? I'm going to play a little bit of Donnie Marie Christmas. This is sappy and corny, but I like it. I've played the audio of it. I've never played the video. Now, I'm worried about the bots on this. There was a huge YouTube channel called Dave's Osmond Videos. Tons of subscribers, tons of content. It was up for like the beginning of YouTube practically, like since 2006. And it recently got shut down. Now, I didn't get this clip from that channel. I got it from another fan channel, non-official, so I'm sort of rolling the dice. I'll play just a little bit of it. This is the Donnie Marie Christmas Special, 1976. Let's just watch a little bit of that.
You meet the nicest people everywhere around Christmas time.
You meet the nicest people, just like everyone here. But I can't understand how the very same people who laugh so freely and sing so gaily can be so gloomy the other days of the year. You feel the nicest feeling in the air around Christmas time. You get the warmest greetings full of holiday cheer. And wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year?
Good evening, and welcome to our Christmas show. Tonight, our guests are Mother and Father.
Our brothers, Burl and Tom, and their families. people everywhere around Christmas time.
Alan Wade and Marilyn, their families.
And our brothers, Jay and Jimmy. You meet the nicest people just like everyone here.
Like Paul Lynn.
And the Roll Nice Angels. And wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year. Go Ice Angels! The nicest feeling in the air around Christmas, Christmas, Christmas time. We get the warmest greetings, full of holiday cheer. Ah, and wouldn't the world be a great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year.
Joyeux Noël!
Feliz Navidad! Merry Christmas! Friendliest Christmas Eve, sort of people every day of the year. Merry Christmas!
Ladies and gentlemen, Donnie and Marie Osmond. Too kind. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, everybody, and Merry Christmas!
And welcome to our second annual Osmond Christmas show. What'd you get me for Christmas this year?
Donnie, we're doing a show.
I know. But what'd you get me for Christmas?
As usual, we're not going to open our presents until Christmas morning.
I know. But I'd really like to know.
I think your curiosity can wait.
It can't!
Donnie, now it's a tradition throughout the country that you don't open your presents until Christmas Eve.
I know,
morning.
tradition. Can't we just break tradition this year? Well, just once, please?
I'm not going to tell you.
All right. No problem at all. I just won't tell you about the real special thing that I got you, that you've been wanting all year long. Oh, never mind. It's not. Folks, tonight on our show, we have the whole entire Osmond family and the Mormon Tabernacle Choir with us.
Donnie?
And our very good friend, Mr. Paul Lind.
Donnie, I just want to kind of make sure that you don't give me the same thing you gave me last year. He gave me a soldering iron and a 60-piece metric toolkit. It's something I've always wanted.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, then, I suppose the gift that you gave me last year was something that I really wanted.
I've got a great idea. I will make you a deal.
A deal?
Yes.
Folks, would you excuse us a second? We're going to negotiate a little bit here.
Okay, you ready for this?
Yes.
Okay. You tell me what you got me for Christmas, and
Yeah.
then in return,
And
I
vice
will
versa?
tell you what
What?
Yes.
Was it something I said?
Usually.
Okay. All right. We'll both tell each other? All right.
Okay, you ready?
This time I got you something I know you really want.
A book on how to meet a pointing your way to
magnetizing
happiness,
heads,
and a
dual
free
trace
subscription to Ladies' Home
oscilloscope.
Journal.
Christmas, everyone.
A great place to live in if everybody would be the nicest, warmest, friendliest, Christmassy sort of people every day of the year.
Thoughts, Sarah?
I don't want to watch that again. That was awful. Anyways,
That's the point. That's
yeah,
it's 1970s.
Yeah, see, I was born in 82, so thank goodness I missed all that.
And they were, I saw your comment in the chat. Yes, they are brother and sister, and they're Mormon like you. Aren't you part Mormon? Aren't you Mormon?
Part Mormon. I
mean,
grew up that, but then as soon as I hit 18, I was like, I'm done. Also, my brother is, and he still goes, and we don't even really talk, so I don't even know what that is.
Well, what they did, it was a Sid and Marty Krofft production, but then eventually they built a super stage in Utah State, and they moved the show from California to Utah back then.
Yeah, that's for the best. California didn't need to be a part of that.
Yeah. Let me see where I'm at with it. Oh, I was going to play. I do have another clip. David Letterman used to have a phony family in the 80s for 2 Christmas specials, 1984 and 1987, and I recorded them on VHS. I was going to play a little bit of this. Now, there is the official Letterman YouTube channel, which may actually upload this on that channel officially pretty soon, so I don't want to step on any toes, but I'm just going to play a little bit of it, not the whole thing. I already played the intro with Connie Chung introducing this special from 1987, Christmas 1987. Pay attention to the actress playing Letterman's daughter in his phony family here. She's obviously Jewish. Her name's Melissa, and she's in a commercial I'm going to play later from 3 years after this for Sudafed. But just you'll recognize her face, Melissa. And he has these hilarious jabs at his quote-unquote wife. Let me just play a little bit of this really quickly. And I did hear from Mal Hardy. He was with his brother today. His brother's a retired airline pilot. He says, I'm tired. Please give Sarah and everyone in the audience my warm holiday wishes. I just got home and I'm very tired. Tell Sarah and everyone hello and Merry Christmas. Thanks. So Al will not be here. Ryan Settles forgot. He's kind of a burnout anyway. No, honestly, I mean, he's a nice guy. He's a friend I've known since high school, so I'm only kidding. And I do have some clips from the Bewitched First Christmas and other stuff planned, but let's play the Letterman clip, and then I'll get to the chat. I'm not so good at chat. I'm sorry, chat. And by the way, if you're listening, I'm going to say this again. It's the third time I've said it. If you're listening just to the audio version, you can watch the video in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group or the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook page, which I made 86 because I set it up wrong and there's hardly anybody in there. There's over 6,000 in the group. There's not even 100 in the page. But I have a lot of listeners on Fistful of Radio in the archives and live. This show, not live, but it streams after the fact, Saturdays at 2 Eastern and Sundays at 2 Eastern. And you may be listening there overnight. And what you do is just Google search the Nostalgic Podblast. You'll see the Google search, the YouTube channel towards the top. Click that, click the live tab, and you'll see the show with a thumbnail image of the Peanuts gang and some other holiday themed images. All right. So I'm going to play a clip now of the Letterman family Christmas. This is pretty funny. It's a kind of a lengthy, I won't play the whole thing. It's 10 minutes long that I prepared. So I'll try not to play the whole thing, but I do need to go number one and relieve myself. TMI. Sarah, can you hang in? You can go away if you want, but you can stay if you want to.
I can play still.
All right. And I have some other stuff I think you'll be interested in.
Awesome.
And I want to ask the chat. Let me ask the chat while the clip's playing. Think about this and let me know. I'll put your comments on the screen. Here's the questions. What is your favorite holiday, Christmas, Hanukkah TV special, either or? Your favorite Christmas, Hanukkah, or holiday TV plot, meaning like I said, Bewitched. There's always a Christmas episode or holiday themed episode of sitcoms, of dramas, show called Family from Lower More Production, for instance. the $6 Million Man. If you're Gen X, what's your favorite tree ornament? I have some I was going to show. One that Danny made. Oh, Sarah, I'm going to show you this before I play the clip of a snow globe. I think you'll really dig. I've never shown this on camera before. And also chat and listeners after the fact, and leave comments. If you're not watching or listening live, leave comments, and you can always write me. I've never said this. You can write me at Goldar3, like Space Giants, Goldar. Goldar number 3 at AOL.com. Goldar3 at AOL.com. And that's numeric 3. Goldar3 at AOL.com with your comments. So what's the best gift you gave and received? I want to know that too. So I'm going to play the clip. Before that, let me show you this, Sarah. Make myself large here.
Ooh.
So you can see it better. Let me, shot too. I'm going to hold it up to this camera right here. All right. It's a snow globe, but it's Space 1999. There's an eagle.
Oh, sick. I love it.
Look at that.
No, that's awesome.
And I got it with the Blu-ray set. This was a limited edition. You had to pre-order it, which I did. And it comes in this box. Cool. Look, I better change the camera shot back, but snow globe.
No, that's just cool.
And it came with this. Whoa. Thought everything was going to fall. This Blu-ray set.
Oh,
and the show is streaming from Shout Studios on YouTube 24/7, continuous marathon.
Oh, yeah.
In production order.
Yep.
Which is the best way to see it. Unfortunately, like IMDb and all the streaming places like Tubi and Prime that have Space 1999, they put them in the flawed New York City aired order, which is all out of order. Production order is the way to watch that show and most shows, especially sci-fi shows where continuity is key. But look at that. Isn't that neat?
Yeah, I like that a lot.
The eagle is kind of dumpy. A lot of people complained about like the head of the ship. It's not anatomically correct. It doesn't look like that was a poor choice of word. I mean, it doesn't look right. Let me put on my redneck mind here. It doesn't look right. But see that looks proper, right? There's the eagle.
Yeah, that's really good.
But look at that. Look at that eagle.
Yeah, it's a deformed-ish.
Yeah, and a lot of people complained about it. And the back, where's the rockets? See the rockets? There's the rockets of the eagle. Big as life. There's no rockets on the back.
So I'm assuming this is made in China, right?
Oh, good question. I mean, it doesn't say on the actual product itself, but
the sticker fell off. Oh no!
Look at the landing gear. See the landing gear?
Yes.
No landing gear.
Yeah, I think I think. Wait, is it upside down?
Yeah, well, hold it where you can see it, but there's no landing gear.
Right.
It doesn't look right.
No, it's very awkwardly weird. Yeah, it's something, anyways. And there you go.
Where'd the snow go?
He broke it. So it snows on the moon, does it?
Of the planet Death's Other Dominion, season 1, where they're on a Hoth-like ice planet.
Oh yeah. And then when they leave it, that guy goes into skeleton mode. It's great.
Right.
I remember. I was there, Chance. I saw it.
Let me put this up real quick. Let me get another change of camera shot around here. This show is for the first time in full HD. This is the second full HD show I've done, for what it's worth. And
nice.
To me, it's worth a lot. I like it. It needs to be 4K though. One day I'll get it to 4K.
Then our eyes will bleed.
Oh, really? Like the ears do.
Well, that's only on occasion.
All right. So, chat, let me see if anyone's answered in just a second. We'll play this next clip. The David Letterman 1987 Christmas that I recorded way back when it was brand new in 1987. And hopefully the stream will not go down and the Letterman people will be cool with this. I'm just going to play just a 10-minute clip and that's it, in case they have plans to release it between now and Christmas 2025 or 2024. Let's watch.
Put it beautifully. You know, ladies and gentlemen, it is Christmas time, like I need to tell you, and around here that always means that we try to do something extra special, something filled with all the love, warmth, and sentiment that I'm capable of faking for 60 minutes at one stretch. And what would a Christmas spectacular be without my very own spectacular family? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them, my family, the Letterman clan. Come on out here, everybody. Here they are. This is very exciting. You all remember my wife. This is Audrey Daniels Letterman. And, you know, let me take a second here to give you an update. A while back, a couple of years ago, Audrey and I, there was some trouble, frankly, and we got divorced. And I married a Japanese woman, and that didn't work out either. So Audrey and I are now back married, or really, you know, close to it. And kids, do you remember when Audrey and I got the divorce and I told you all she had been hit by a bus and was dead? Anyway, we're all back together, and Merry Christmas, honey. I couldn't be happier. That's great. Gee, it's not Halloween, it's Christmas. I tell you what, let's go around the horn here. Let's introduce the entire family, and of course, let's start with little Melissa here. Melissa, introduce yourself to the folks.
Well, I'm Melissa Francine Letterman, and I guess you could say I'm the favorite of the family, and also the most intelligent.
Oh, come on.
What, you got a problem with that, Hank?
Oh, no, sir, I do not.
All right. Hank, ladies and gentlemen, is our oldest son, and we couldn't be prouder of Hank. He's in the Marine Corps, isn't that right, Hank?
Well, that's partially correct, sir.
Yeah.
It's actually a very elite and select arm of the Corps called the Delta Squad, sir.
Okay.
We are a group of programmed killing machines, trained to ignore pain and welcome the prospect of death at every turn, sir.
Yeah, that's good, Hank. Now, if you were with us a couple of years ago, you're probably saying to yourself, boy, that's a really different kind of guy than... Well, let me show him the picture.
Oh, Dad.
No, it'll be funny, Hank. Don't worry about it. This is what Hank
Dad.
looked like 2 years ago before he joined the Corps. Look at this. Watch this. Show him the picture, Hal. What, you thought you were like a sissy or something then, huh? Anyway, this is our second oldest boy right here. This is Terry. And Terry, I see you have a visitor with you tonight. Introduce your friend to the folks.
Glad to. Her name is Dominique, and if she'll have me, I promise to make her the happiest woman in the world.
Oh, isn't that wonderful? Our Terry's settling down.
Yeah, why don't you do the same, Audrey? Now, Terry, where did you meet Dominique?
Well, she was on the standby line to get into the show.
I told Terry that I would do anything just to be on the show.
Right.
Even
okay.
marry him.
Okay.
If I could just get near,
all right, Wayne,
closer to
Chet,
you, Dave.
I
love you, Dave.
Come on, let's get out of here. Ladies.
Dave, I love you.
Ladies,
I love you, Dave.
Okay, bye-bye.
Dave, I dream about you
Okay.
every night.
Okay.
But Dad, what are they do? Where are they taking her?
Yeah, just take her downtown and teach her some manners,
I
Terry.
love her. How can you do this to me?
Well,
I hate you.
I
hate you.
Obviously nuts. Every year, something like this happens. And finally, our youngest son, Kyle, over there, he's sitting on the lap of my brother, Daryl. Daryl, how's it going? Nice to have you here.
I'm having a simply delightful time, Dave, as always.
And do you have any thoughts about the Christmas show tonight, Daryl?
Yeah, I got a thought. And possibly it wasn't a very good idea even to have one.
Kyle, why don't you come over here? That's good. You stand right there away from Uncle Daryl. All right. Anyway, folks, the theme of the show tonight, it's an old-fashioned Christmas. And so I thought what we would do tonight during the hour, just as if it were old-fashioned times, we would all make our own presents, and then we'll exchange them. Stuff you find around the studio. We'll all make them with our hands. It'll be just like the old days.
Just what the hell are you talking about, man?
Well, we're going to do everything the way they used to do it years and years ago. And in fact, the person who makes the best gift will get this lovely Cartier watch right here. This lovely lady's wristwatch right there. It's gold with diamonds, and it's engraved on the back. It says, "Merry Christmas, Melissa, love, Daddy."
So what's the point if Melissa's already won?
Well, I'll admit she is probably going to win, but I mean, it's, you still got like a long shot here at it. Huh? All right, well, it's worth a try, isn't it? Huh, Daryl? Okay, great. So you guys go on over there and get your tools and your stuff out and start making the gifts. It'll be great, okay? Daryl? Let's go over that way with you. Okay, great. All right, and we'll continue with the big Christmas spectacular here right after you look at these messages. Good luck, kids.
So then, David Letterman and his family, including that awful woman he's married to, settled down to work on their homemade gifts. The air rang with the merry sound of tiny hammers and ripping metal. You could barely hear the persistent rapping of a holiday visitor standing outside on the Letterman's snowy stoop. Would it be a wonderful new friend? Or maybe just Terry Garr?
You missed it. While we were gone, a guy broke into the house here and put sterno in the fireplace.
Well, it looks like a lovely roaring Christmas fire.
It certainly is a lovely fire. Now listen, Paul,
Yeah.
when the family and the kids get finished with their little projects and their
Yes.
gifts that they're making by hand, would you be the judge and select the winner?
I select the winner in the
Do you mind?
contest of the gifts. I'd be thrilled to do that.
Okay, good.
I'd love to select.
Thank you very much, Paul. That's a relief to me. You know, folks, no holiday season is complete without regular visits from Santa and, of course, Terry Garr. Her films include Tootsie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and Mr. Mom. Folks, please welcome an old-fashioned girl for an old-fashioned Christmas, a fabulous babe for all seasons, Terry Garr. Terry? You show up and the crowd goes crazy.
I wonder who they think I am.
Well, no, they know who you are, and they love you.
I think I'm mixed up with Cher.
No. How you doing?
Close. It happens all the time. I'm doing fine. This is your Christmas
Oh, thank you
present.
very much.
What do you
That's
think?
terribly nice of you. Thank you, Terry. Do you celebrate Christmas as a big event? Is that something you're annually excited about?
Yes, I do. I am. Is today Christmas Day?
You bet. It's Christmas night.
Okay. If that's what you think. Fine. I wasn't going to get into that. Yes, Christmas. Now, when I was a kid, we used to get...
Oh, good. A story. I'm sorry. Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Why are you so mean, Ebenezer Scrooge?
No. You go ahead with the story.
It was not a story. It was just going to be conversation that I just thought of as I was sitting here.
All right, well,
Gee, Christmas. Oh, yeah. So, I can't do this.
No, you can. You're fine.
Well, I'm just going to tell you this story, that when I was a kid, we had aunts and uncles that lived in different parts of the country, and they would send these Christmas packages that would arrive like around the 14th of December. So we had to sit and look at these Christmas presents for all this time. So I would take mine, some of them out in the back of the garage and open them up and see what they were, and then open them, close them back up and put them under the Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And then open them up on Christmas morning and pretend like I was surprised.
Yeah.
That's how I learned to be an actress. That is my story. Happy, darling?
Well, it was
I plowed through it.
It was a very nice story. You seem like this time, now sometimes you come here and you don't seem really like you have anything to talk about, but this time you seem like you seem like you've prepared. You actually finally, I think, understand the consequence of appearing on a network television program, and you've prepared.
The consequences of appearing on a network television?
Yeah, the weight, the pressure that comes along with the appearance.
That's what's happening to you, isn't it? The weight, the pressure,
That's right.
that slow
I'm about
kind of
gone.
craze.
Exactly.
I heard that about you.
Now, did you have help with your little anecdotes? Preparing for the show, did you have help?
How dare you? I resent that.
Yeah.
What anecdotes?
Well, like that little one you let off with there about the Christmas things.
Yeah. You have the people call me up and ask me stories. I always panic, and I don't have any. I had lunch with Steve Martin last week, who's coming to the show, and he said he's preparing 8 killer minutes to come out here. And
he's great. Whenever he's on the show, he is funny, top to bottom.
I know.
Just, boom! He comes out, he sits down, and he explodes.
Well,
it's
that's
great.
what he does for a living. He's a professional comedian. I am an actress. I am an artist, not like yourself.
No. I'm just kind of the caretaker. That's all I do here.
I know.
I cover up the chairs after everyone goes. And did you learn anything by that example?
What, Dave? I'm sorry.
Did you? You're barely paying attention, were you?
I was drifting off.
Rest in peace, Terry Garr. She passed away on October 29th, 2024. Very, very sad. I thought that was a funny clip. Thoughts, Sarah? If you're watching?
Well, when I was younger, right, it was one of those kind of things where I wasn't supposed to stay up that late usually, right? So when I did catch them, it'd be like a whole family because I didn't have school the next year for whatever reason, right? Oh yeah, I never really thought David Letterman was all that funny, but apparently I was wrong because that whole thing was just hilarious, and he didn't just have to go Oprah. That was
at the
crazy.
Oscars.
Yeah,
I think 1994.
Yeah, whatever.
Oprah. It fell flat, but
Yeah, that
and he
was
never
awful.
hosted again. Never was invited to host again.
Yeah, and after that, I was like, oh yeah, he never said anything funny. But then it gave me hope again, or whatever it was. Anyways, in the past, he did do funny things that I forgot, and that was awesome. That was super funny, and like she's awesome too.
And later on, you were a big fan of Adam West. I have a nice piece of video I found from 1989 that Adam West did. But speaking of Adam West, was there a Christmas episode of Adam West Batman? Yes or no?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna have to say yes.
You are correct. There's a semi-Christmas episode. You know the window cameo in Batman? Well, one time Santa himself made a window cameo that you see right there. Sorry, listeners, I just put an image on the screen, but I'll tell you about it. That's the season 2 episode of Batman titled The Duo is Slumming. That's the 32nd episode of season 2 of live action Adam West, Burt Ward Batman.
Yes.
And it aired on December 22nd, 1966 at 7:30 p.m. That was a Thursday night. That was part 2 of that story. They would film a 1-hour story, cut it in half, and have a cliffhanger ending in between.
Very good.
Yeah.
I always loved it when they were climbing up the building. I mean, I just thought that was just like the coolest, funny thing ever. I loved it.
And they're just hunched over. And of course, someone has, you can't see their capes very well in that picture, but someone has like an invisible string holding their capes upward, so it looks like they're walking sideways. Really, the guy underneath, it's like he's in a coffin and he's doing a sit-up to do his little window cameo. They had Sammy Davis Jr., they had Colonel Clink from Hogan's Heroes. I mean, there were so many great window cameos. Lurch from the Addams Family, in the Lurch makeup, in color yet, doing his window cameo in Batman, the Adam West 3-season series, 120 half-hour episodes.
Yeah.
Joe Gutfeld said no. Well, I mean, it's a cameo, so it's kind of a trick question. There's really no answer because it's not a Christmas episode per se, but Santa had a cameo. So really, it's like, the answer's in the eye of the beholder. Was that a Christmas episode or not?
It's a guess. It's, we've went over how Die Hard is a guess. So there you go.
Yes. And I did ask, Tracy answered a lot of the questions. Let's read her answers for those that are listening, because I put them on the screen. Let me take this image off right fast quick so people can see us, see our lovely faces. There we are. So I had asked, gosh darn it, where is it? Okay. StreamYard has changed things. Let me see comments. Okay, they changed things around a little bit. Okay, so I had asked what your favorite holiday memories are. What's the best gift you gave? The best gift you received? What's your best special? Well, Tracy said, I always like, this is a great answer, Sherry Lewis, who passed sadly in 1998, and the Lamb Chops Hanukkah special growing up as a kid. I also like the Charlie Brown Christmas, both equally great shows. I like to play the dreidel game. I had a neighbor, Shirley Francis, up the street from me when I was growing up, and I'd visit for Hanukkah, and I like the latke cakes and all that stuff, and I love the dreidel game with the corn, and that was a lot of fun to play. All right, she also said, her response, the best gift I got was my dad, being an illustrator, made a really beautiful gift certificate for me of basically anything I wanted after his check had cleared the bank back in the day. That's pretty sweet. And then here's something really from the heart. She said, I think the best gift I ever gave was to my mom just days before she passed away. I purchased a set of real gold earrings for her because I never really bought her anything really of that nature that was valuable. Wow. Incredible. Isn't it cool that you did that before she passed? So you did that for basically in the nick of time. That's amazing. Wow. That's a great response. And then UFO Man, he has a cool channel about UFOs, about UFO sightings. UFO Man, him, and he's on the Saturday night panel with Brain Benters, Banter, and Sara and I. And he said, I like the Lawrence Welk Christmas show. I like the bubbles. You know, I watched that a little bit when I was a little kid. And he had the bubble machine. The bubbles would go everywhere. And yeah.
Well, Chance, I also want to point out too that UFO Man is on Thursdays too with myself and Snarky. So he gets around. That doesn't sound quite right, but he is UFO after all. It's in the name.
And Danny in South Carolina, greetings in South Carolina, said, I saw the Santa in the Window episode. Yep. It's been running in syndication for decades, generations. And Joe Gutfeld in New York State said the Brady Bunch episode was one of the best Christmas episodes ever. Yes, when Florence Henderson sang. That was very moving. I even like the dang the Brady Brides from 1981. And there was a flashback in the first episode where Florence Henderson is looking upon the girls about to get married. She has a flashback to the stock footage of the episodes where she sings and of little Cindy. And it was actually pretty moving the way they edited in that music. And it was actually, I thought it was pretty cool little scene. Yeah, Joe, I'm missing Dick Clark on New Year's Eve. Yes. And it was sad after he had the stroke. I think, Ryan Seacrest, who's also from the state of Georgia, as I am, is doing a fine job. And he's a great host of Wheel of Fortune, by the way. But yes, and it was really sad after he had his stroke when he attempted to speak, and they kept him out there. I thought that was really, really sad. But hey, Dick Clark, it was really American Idol that put Ryan Seacrest on the map per se, but it got Dick Clark's attention. He became Dick Clark's protege. And what a career he has had, Ryan Seacrest.
Well, see out here in California, Southern California specifically, right? Ryan Seacrest was on the radio, right? And so we all knew him.
Now, yes, he still is. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was on the radio. And so when we graduated high school, right, we had our senior trip to Disneyland, and everybody was like, "Oh, Seacrest's going to be there." So whenever that was going to happen to do whatever the heck that was about, right? I made sure I went on all the rides that had the really long lines, and I went on them several times. It was awesome. Thank you, Ryan Seacrest, for making the lines better. There you go.
That's cool. Yeah, he was
shout out.
Yeah, he was on Star 94. WSTR here in Atlanta, Georgia, early on in his radio broadcasting career, spinning the records. Anyway, so here's a couple of memes. All those drones that are going on. I don't want to date the show. I want this to be a show you can hear, or hopefully somebody will watch it on the replay 5 years from now, 4 years from now. But as we're live, there's been a situation in the news that's probably in your history books about these mystery drones in New Jersey, and now they're in New York, even in Atlanta. Here's a meme that I found. What's up with one of the drones in New Jersey? It's the ship listeners from War of the Worlds. Ha, ha, ha. Tom Williams posted that, and I snagged that from him. And then also, as we're live, this is also going to date the show, the Superman 2025, which will be released July 11th, 2025. Directed by James Gunn, they released a teaser trailer. And here's a meme I got from Sara. And it shows, listener, a beaten and battered Kal-El Superman in the snow on the top of the screen. At the bottom, you see Alec Guinness' Obi-Wan Kenobi from The Empire Strikes Back, Episode 5, saying, Kal-El, you will go to the Dagobah system. Better seen than heard, but and of course the line in Empire Strikes Back is, there you will train with Yoda, the Jedi Knight that trained me. Words to that effect. All right, one of the worst gifts I ever gave were these fuzzy slippers. Just saying.
Yeah, I could see that would be a choice you would make. That's crazy.
Another funny meme. I put this up a while ago. It's an image of Shelley Long in The Shining when here's Johnny. Jack Nicholson, his character's axing the door apart with an axe, but instead of an axe, it's a microphone, and Shelley Long has that shocked expression on her face to reveal at the other end of the microphone Mariah Carey singing, All I want for Christmas is you, baby.
Yeah, that's not stalkerish at all.
And here's another fun. These are images I put up in the Nostalgic Podblast Facebook group and in the community tab of the YouTube channel and Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it. Love this Saturday Night Live bit, Mr. Robinson's Neighborhood by the great Eddie Murphy. It was, of course, a spoof on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. And in 1984, December 84, he did a funny bit. He did a spoof on the Cabbage Patch doll where he just took a head of cabbage and put it on a doll. And that was like, because in the hood, that's in the joke was in the hood, they can't afford the Cabbage Patch doll, so make your own. It was funny. They are.
Yeah, I got a Cabbage Patch doll for Christmas one year. Her name was Sandra. She had a little tuft of hair on the top, right? And my brother got Lou, and Lou was bald. My dad, I don't know, discovered that the Cabbage Patch heads are pretty hard. So when he would put us to bed at night, he would have the Cabbage Patches hit us on the head with them and go, "They kissing you." And we go, "Ow!"
Oh wow, I thought they were kind of creepy. And then now my favorite Christmas gift I received has to be the Atari 2600. I'm old, I'm Gen X, because you could play that endlessly.
I clicked it. It was awesome.
That ties into the meme that you shared with me today. You texted me the sales slip from 1981 showing the prices of an Atari 2600 console, which is $131.88. And the games are in the $20 range, the low 20s. So that's pretty cool. That's got to be the best gift I ever received, along with a candle from a lady named Deborah Welk when I worked at Cox Auto Trader. She since passed away not too long after that. I think it was in 2003. She gave me a candle. I still have it. It's almost been all used up, but I put that in my jack-o'-lantern every Halloween when I'm live. That's the actual candle. That's a great scent. And that was just a sweet gift that she gave me, Miss Deborah Welk. I'll never forget that lady. And she passed, I think, in 2005.
Did
really
you just
sad.
knock on wood?
Yeah, I did. I not for good luck, just a remembrance thing. I knew you're supposed to knock on wood for good luck. I knocked on the wood desk from Superstation WTBS WTCG that Al Hardy sold me for $20 a couple years ago. All right, so here's some other interesting nostalgia. That's the model. She only did one modeling job. Her name's Jenny, and she modeled the Columbia Pictures statue, which looks like the Statue of Liberty that you saw at the beginning of Three Stooges, like the vintage version. Well, in 1992, they did a new photo shoot for Sony Pictures and Columbia Pictures, and you still see that image to this day in some syndicated prints of TV shows and cartoons that run on television and streams. So anyway, there's that. I just thought I'd share that. I already showed the Jaws and the $6 Million Man, the Jaws toy, and the Steve Austin action figure in a Buying It Christmas Carol. Great episode. It had Dick Sargent in it. It had Antoinette Bauer in it. It had future Mr. Hand and Fast Time at Ridgemont High, Ray Walston, who previously was the Martian and My Favorite Martian opposite Bill Bixby. And he plays basically the Scrooge character in this episode. And I think it was pretty well done. And his character, his Scrooge, is hooked on codeine cough syrup, and he's tripping out. But he's miserly, and his nephew is played by Dick Sargent, who embezzled money from him years ago. And instead of turning him over to the authorities and putting him in jail, he said, "You're going to work this off with interest. You're going to be my chauffeur." And so Dick Sargent, who plays a straight man, of course, he was gay in real life. Nothing wrong with that, just a fact. He played a straight guy as he did in Bewitched, and Antoinette Bauer played his wife, and his kids were child actors Quinn Cummings, who later did Family, and Adam Rich, who just months later would start playing Nicholas Bradford on 8 is Enough, the cute little kid with the bowl cut. And he played one of the kids too. And then there was another actress. There were 2 daughters and a son, little kids. The daughter, not Quinn Cummings, I forget her name. She never really did much after that. She played the third child, and Steve Austin buys them presents because they don't have money, because he's having to pay with great interest his own uncle back for embezzling money because he was so cheap that he was not paid a fair wage by his own uncle. So he stole money and got caught. So it's a good episode. It's a good take on the Charles Dickens classic. It's probably streaming somewhere, maybe on Peacock. Yeah, Peacock announced, I saw it on BK on the Air's Facebook page, that Cozy is airing The Bionic Woman, so they must be airing The $6 Million Man, or streaming it rather. I'm sure if they're not now, they will probably in 2025. And Cozy, COZI, airs on regular television The $6 Million Man on occasion. And it's out on Blu-ray and DVD. And I have the Blu-ray set of The $6 Million Man right here, still sealed. See, my problem is I'm a collector. I like to keep things sealed. I've not watched it yet. And there's all these bonuses, like the next week trailers are on there, many of which I've never seen. So I need to open this thing up and watch it. I've never opened the Batman set. It's like crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. I got the Three's Company set for the Ropers recently for my birthday, and I haven't opened that yet. I need to watch that stuff. Anyway.
Oh yeah. Happy birthday again.
Oh, you're funny. You're funny. Let's see comments.
It's never too late for Chip's birthday.
Joe Gutfeld said that Mariah Carey song is so annoying. I know. Jedi Master, not Jedi Knight. Yeah, the Jedi Master who trained me. Correct. The Yoda line. You will go to the Dagobah system and you'll train with Yoda, the Jedi Master who trained me. Thank you. And that ties into your AT-AT from that movie. Your toy, your favorite Christmas toy, Joe Gutfeld, the AT-AT Walker in the snow. Okay, let me see if I'm caught up. Yeah, Dick Clark. Yeah, that was sad after his stroke, like I said. And he's going, I don't want to do it. That's disrespectful. I mean, it was embarrassing.
Listen, I was refraining from doing that. Okay.
Yeah. I know. I stopped myself. You shouldn't. Yeah, that's disrespectful. All right. The Cabbage Patch Dolls were the ugliest dolls ever, says Joe Gutfeld in New York State. And he also said Ray Walston, excuse me, was in Damn Yankees and South Pacific. Yes, and that was a great play. I saw South Pacific here in Atlanta at the Fox Theater. That's a great Broadway play. Yeah, that's a great thing to see live. All right. I guess I'm going to play another holiday clip. I'm trying to space. I have 2 more Donnie Marie clips.
Oh, goodness.
And I know, but you're Mormon. Why are you giving me that lip?
Do I at all give you that impression that I am?
No. Danny Staten just commented in chat. Did you know that Dollar Tree are selling comic books now in some locations for $1? Reprints of classic #1 comics. I didn't know that. And there's a Dollar Tree around the corner and one near I'll be tomorrow. So cool. I'm going to go look for them. Thank you, Danny. That is really good intel. Thank you, Danny Staten in South Carolina, for that. Okay. Oh, I forgot to mention our partners. I got to pull this up really quick. And that's Remind Magazine. I want to encourage everyone for that last minute gift. If you are tied up and you've not gotten anything, no worries. Get a Christmas card at your grocery store or wherever, or your Dollar Tree, and write a little note that you're giving the gift of Remind Magazine, and it's only going to cost you $12 out the door, including shipping, including tax. Regular price is it's $5.99 plus tax if you go to Barnes & Noble or Newsstand per issue. So for the less than the cost of 2 issues, you can give this thing for a whole year to yourself or to a loved one or friend. Go to remindmagazine.com to order. They accept all major credit cards. If you want to call them, you can call them. Let me find the phone number. 877. Hang on a second.
Keeler just dropped it in
chat. Remind Magazine. What's that?
Keeler dropped it in chat. You could just.
Are you serious?
She's epic like that.
Oh my God. One of my angels. She's probably my best. No, I mean, she's a great angel. All right. Yes. Go to remindmagazine.com or simply call 855-773-6463 to order. And please mention the Nostalgic Podblast when you order. And the best thing about this magazine is it's all about nostalgia, 1950s to the 1990s only. Nothing before or nothing after 1990s, nothing before the 50s. So it doesn't go too far back. You're not going to have like Rudolph Valentino and the Sheik and any of that stuff, or Buster Keaton, which is great, but that's just too far back, right? 50s to the 1990s, and there's all sorts of brain-teasing puzzles and games and comics. You'll love it, and your gift recipient will think you spent a heck of a lot more than just $12. Go to remindmagazine.com or call, again, 855-773-6463, and a kind human being, not AI, order specialist will assist you in giving yourself or your loved one that gift. So thanks to Remind Magazine. There's a Christmas cover right there with, you know who that is on the cover?
Are you talking to
Sarah?
Me?
Yeah.
I've been trying to think of his name, but I can't think of his name, but I definitely know the guy from the thing.
Life. It's a Wonderful Life?
Yeah.
It's okay. It's Jimmy Stewart.
But that's supposed to be Jimmy Stewart because kind of looks like him, but also doesn't really. I mean, he looks like the Marble Man, and I was trying to place him.
He's older there, so I agree. And the hat kind of throws you off. It definitely does not look like him.
Did you ever see a Christmas movie called Mr. Kroger's Christmas?
Not ringing any bells. I probably did, but it's not ringing any bells.
Jimmy Stewart plays the old man, Mr. Kruger. Anyways, but also it was done by the Mormons. So
and Tracy mentioned that in the chat. What? Tracy mentioned that movie, Mr. Kruger's Christmas, in the chat earlier.
Oh, well, there you go. So Tracy's cool.
And Gary Dobson's going to play Scrooge. He's performing Scrooge. Jerry Dobson of Nostalgia World with the red. There's two Nostalgia Worlds. One's a huge Nostalgia World. His is kind of a medium size, but I still like it. Don't misunderstand. But you want to go to his. His has the red Facebook if you want to join his Facebook group. It's called Nostalgia World. And he says, okay, 'tis Santa Scrooge heading out. I'm beat, starting to fall asleep. Yeah, he performed as Scrooge. That's pretty cool, man.
So epic.
Is it for charity, Jerry? Before you pass out, is it for charity? Or are you getting paid to do it? What's the scenario there? Joe also says that James Stewart was also in West Side. Oh, he also saw West Side Story. He wasn't in West Side. Oh, his dad. Okay. My dad saw South Pacific on Broadway back in the day, and he also saw West Side Story. Yeah. Yeah, that movie didn't do well, the Spielberg version of West Side Story. That was sad, huh? That movie tanked. All right, let me get back to the No, I mean, just like that Rent, that did not translate to the big screen. Grease certainly did back in the day. I know you do not like Grease, Sarah. I'm sorry, I mentioned Grease, but that was, of course, huge.
I will survive.
That was one of the biggest Broadway to film adaptation translations ever. It just was. Okay, clips. Let's get to some Christmas clips. I've talked about this so much. I already talked about it tonight. The 8 is Enough, where Grandpa Walton plays a character who robs the Bradford family on Christmas Eve. They played it all the time on television and on TBS, like in the 80s in syndication after it was on in prime time. It started in December 77, the first time it ever aired. I want to play just the opening credits to 8 is Enough from season 2. It was before they had that sappy song sung by Grant Goodeve. And they did it right. There was a plot in season 2 of 8 is Enough towards the end of season 2 where the Bradford family perform in a talent show. And Grant Goodeve, who took over the role of the eldest son, David Bradford from Mark Hamill, sings this song. Oh God, it's so sappy. Remember the theme? I can't play it because of copyright, but it's like Danny Staton's like, please don't sing again. How does it go? There's a plate of homemade wishes upon the windowsill, and 8 is enough to fill our lives with love. It's such a corny, sappy song. Before that, they had an instrumental theme by Earl Hagen, who had done the theme to Mod Squad and Gomer Pyle USMC. Here's a 1 minute. This might get me zapped. I hope not with the bots. But here's the season 2, second half of season 2 opening credits. Oh, and factoid. In season 2, future Mork from Mork, Robin Williams played a character, delivery man. They cut him out. He still got a credit. He's completely cut from his episode. So if you go to IMDb, it says Robin Williams, 8 is Enough, whatever the episode title was, season 2. He's not in it. I mean, you see like one little shot of him and that's it. But he was in it in a principal role, and he got, for whatever reason back then, got cut. And that was 2 years. No, that was 1 year before Mork and Mindy sold to ABC, and that was a spinoff of Happy Days, of course. But I digress. So here is the 8 is Enough season 2 credits. Now, which of the girls you see here do you think I had a crush on growing up? Just take a guess, Sarah. You're going to see there in the 8 kids, 3 are boys, the rest are girls. 5 girls. Which of these girls do you think I had a crush on growing up? Let's watch. Sarah, which one do you think I had a crush on?
The mom.
Oh, Betty Buckley. Now, we saw her first. That's incorrect, but she was in Carrie, Stephen King's first big movie based on one of his books, starring Sissy Spacek and John Travolta and William Catt, future Greatest American Hero. But she played the gym teacher in that movie. She played Abby starting in season 2, who replaced the actress who I talked about many times, who died of cancer in John Travolta's arms, who played his mom in Boy in the Plastic Bubble, which we watched together on your channels a while back.
Yes.
Diana Hyland was that actress. She died of cancer in the middle of production, towards the end of production of season 1. There's only a handful of season 1 episodes. There's a winter replacement series debuting on the same night as Three's Company in January 1977. The same month, Mark Hamill had his terrible car crash, scarring his face for life. It was Diane Kay, the blonde you saw on the pyramid. She was in 1941, directed by Steven Spielberg, starring John Belushi and others, about the World War II conflict. And that was like that was going to be a big movie role for her, but the movie didn't do well, so her movie career didn't really take off. But Diane Case, who had a crush on the blonde. And so no, not the mom. That was a good guess, though. Betty Buckley certainly was she was a Broadway star, by the way.
The reason why I say that is because you have a history of older women.
Yep. We won't go there. Well, Diane Kay was older than me. I was a little kid, you know. She was,
so I just took the oldest road possible.
They did reunion movies in 87 and 89 of 8 is Enough, and Betty Buckley would not reprise that role. She thought it killed her career. And so Mary Fran played her role of Abby, and Mary Fran was from Newhart. She played the wife in Newhart opposite Bob Newhart. And this is my brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl, that show. The one with Peter Scolari, who died from Bosom Buddies opposite Tom Hanks, the guy that juggled. I always liked Peter Scolari. And he was in the TV version of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. He took Rick Moranis' role for the TV version of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
I love Rick Moranis, dude. He is an awesome actor.
Yeah.
I had nothing but mad respect for him for taking care of his kids. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're fine, dear. I'm sorry. I'm over talking. I'm going to play another clip. I won't do a Donna Marie clip. And the 2 Donna Marie clips that are left are not as long as the one I played earlier. And I have some exclusive stuff. We're going to go back in time, and we're going to put in a December 1990 VHS tape for my collection I converted just for y'all with some Christmas stuff on it. But here is, I better start with the Patty Duke Show real quick. Here's why. I'm going to show you a clip from my 16 millimeter film. Nobody has this. The DVD has cut this out. I don't know why. The TV show certainly did. I'm going to play a clip. All right. This is a cliffhanger. Now pay attention to the Nick at Night voiceover. MeTV does not do voiceovers. Nick at Night did, meaning, coming up next. I think it's clever. It ties into Adam West Batman. Bear with me. This is 1:38 long. There was the only 2-parter of the Patty Duke Show, season 1. It was a Christmas episode airing on Christmas Day, 1963, December 25th, 1963 on ABC. And then the next episode aired on New Year's Day, 1964. There's a cliffhanger. Note the Nick at Night announcer from this December 25th, 1990 airing of the Patty Duke Show. Let's watch. And this is from my VHS tape I taped way back then, December 1990.
Let's discuss this later, JR. You mean to say you haven't told him yet? Told me what?
JR, in 60 seconds, it's going to be Christmas.
I'm not responsible for that. Martin has something to tell you.
You're going to give Father a bonus. I don't think so.
Tell him, Martin. Oh, I'm sorry, Ken, but you're fired. Fired?
You can't fire him. It's Christmas.
So it is. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Did you hear that? That's terrible. Imagine firing someone on Christmas. He wouldn't do that. Or would he?
The holiday isn't over yet for Patty and Kathy or Martin and Kenneth. They'll all be involved in Christmas mayhem again.
I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a little involved.
Tomorrow night, same Patty time, same Patty channel. Nick at Night, where late night means more than bad sports and baldness cures.
They're cousins, identical cousins, and you'll find they laugh alike, they walk alike, at times they even talk alike. You can lose your mind when cousins are 2 of a kind.
All right. So you heard the same Patty time, same Patty channel, like same bat time, same bat.
Yeah.
That was cute.
That's awesome.
Now I'm going to play what you didn't see. You saw how they cut away early. This is from my film print. Nobody has this. I'll never sell it. This is the very end where Patty breaks the fourth wall, talks to the audience, but she wishes them a Merry Christmas. And you'll see this print is a little damaged because all the times I would drink beer, I'd watch it every Christmas. Patty's wishing me a Merry Christmas. And I rewind the reel, screwed up. I broke the sprocket. So what? You'll notice it is less than a minute, 57 seconds long, but you'll see the rest of Patty breaking the fourth wall that's not on the DVD and certainly wasn't in the syndicated version here.
I'm sorry, Ken, but you're fired. Fired!
You can't fire him. It's Christmas.
So it is. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Did you hear that? That's terrible. Imagine firing someone on Christmas. He wouldn't do that. Or would he? Is J.R. Castle going to turn out to be the rat of the Western world? Tune in next and we'll all find out. Bye. Merry Christmas, everybody.
The Patty Gift Show has been brought to you by
So it's kind of primitive. I just held up my phone last night to present that to y'all. It's not a conversion.
It looked good. It looked good and it sounded good. That was awesome. Good
Really?
job.
Thanks. There's a bit of an echo. All right.
See, that's okay though, because the film itself would be kind of quiet otherwise. So it just makes it a little bit louder, especially to pick up on your cell phone. Sounds great.
Thank you. Good. I'm glad. And so I like how, you know, I don't know why, whoever put the DVD together for MGM, now it's owned by Amazon, I believe. Why would they leave that out? They left out the bye, her standard line, and then Merry Christmas, everybody. Why would they cut that out? That little moment. It's on my film print. I'll never sell it. There's a lot of people that want me to sell it to them. I've had it since 1998, that film print. Okay. And I have both parts. I have that and the continuation. I guess now would be a good time to share from that same tape, some really cool Nick at Night classic promos and things. I showed one at the very top of the show. These are different. Do you mind if I play them, Sarah?
Go for it.
All right. Now I had this YouTube maybe edit. I now that I'm monetized, I test things on my channel privately to make sure there's no copyright issue. There was a copyright because this shows the end of a Alfred Hitchcock Presents Christmas episode. The theme was an issue. So the bots at YouTube edited it out. I'm going to watch this with you together for the first time to see how that turned out. I don't know. All I know is they edited like 45 seconds out. I don't know how it turned out. You know, Sarah, from your experience as a YouTube creator, it's hit or miss with these bots. Sometimes they do a great job. Sometimes they cut things they shouldn't have, and they leave the objectionable thing in.
Yeah, and not only that, like I uploaded some original music myself, and a little bit of it overlapped one of my other tracks, right? It's all original. And I got a copyright on it and said it was somebody else's music. I'm like, I know it's not. No, it's not. So, but I can't fight that because I had no options. So I'm like, it's crazy. Bots, everybody. YouTube's forever broken.
Tape, but it's 6 minutes long, so bear with me. I need to use the restroom anyway. But Keebler Danger, No Sugar Coating Truth, warned us: do not, I repeat, do not watch Carry On 2024. It's a Die Hard ripoff. We'll talk about the Die Hard controversy later, whether it's a Christmas movie or not. I'm going to read some comments I put on my personal Facebook. I contend it's not. I think it's an action movie. Yes, it's got Christmas in it, but a triple X movie with a Christmas tree in it is a triple X movie. I don't care.
It's a Christmas movie, though.
That's okay, and you can disagree. I don't want yes men and yes women around me. Disagree. I don't care. I'm not afraid to argue. I just don't think it is.
I'm right.
Opinion too. It's become popular opinion that it is a Christmas movie. I don't think it has a sentimentality. I think it makes a mockery of Christmas. It was released in July 1988. I mean, I have several points, but we'll get to that later. All right. So, and it's okay if you disagree. There's no right or wrong answer with an opinion. All right. Now I'm going to play a little bit of this tape that I converted digitally for the first time. 6 minutes long. It's kind of neat. There's some commercials in there, and you'll see the Melissa actress from the Letterman clip. Anyone who's been here all along, like Sarah and I, there's an actress who played Letterman's daughter, Melissa, in the 1987, Christmas 87, holiday 87, Late Night with David Letterman, a Letterman family Christmas. You'll see her in an ActiFed commercial in 1990, a few years after that. Here, it's the same actress. All right, let's watch. Let's roll. This is just some strange Nick at Night, December 1990 random stuff from my tape. Hold it. I changed my mind because I just realized before that there was a clip I wanted to show you from that tape. What you just saw at the end there was the very end tail end credits of Bewitched 1964 from that same night that I taped. And I want to play a clip from that first. And it's a shorter clip. Dang, how do I take that off? Okay, so hang on, guys. Oh, Keebler agrees with me. It's not a Christmas movie. Just because movies are released in December doesn't make them. And it was released in July. That was someone's point. Like, well, wait a minute. There's been all sorts of movies. I think Jeff Logan said there's been movies that were released outside of December that are still Christmas movies. And that's true. But it's an action movie. It just is. All right, well, let me get back on track. And
action movies are pretty Christmas. It's fine.
This is one of my picks of my favorite Christmas TV shows of all time, and it's Bewitched, December 1964, black and white. The first two seasons were in black and white. This is a 2-minute clip. This is where Bill Mumy plays an orphan. He went on to play Will Robinson in Lost in Space the next season, the next TV season. But here he tells why he doesn't like Christmas, why he hates Christmas. It has something to do with his dad. I'm going to play this right now, and it's the second time that I remember a story about a drunk Santa. See, I'm already spoiling the clip. After Twilight Zone, before I forget, I want to mention this. I don't have a clip from this. I meant to pull it. Season 2, Twilight Zone, Art Carney playing an alcoholic department store Santa, and he actually becomes Santa with the help of some magic. Rod Serling and Twilight Zone magic. And a video, one of the few videotaped Twilight Zones. Okay, so I got that out of my system. Now let's play a clip from the Bewitched. Sony Pictures, I hope they'll let me do this. I tested it. They said it's fine. We'll see if that happens on the live thing that we're doing right now. But here is Bill Mumy and Liz Montgomery and Dick York in Vision of Sugar Plums, the first Bewitched Christmas, which they reran in season 2 for Christmas 1965. They reran it, and then they did a color Christmas episode in season 4. But I digress. Okay. Here it is. Here's Bill Mumy, Liz Montgomery, and Dick York. This is a pretty sweet little scene.
Michael, I thought we were going to be friends. You don't have to treat me like a kid. What do you mean? I told you, there ain't no Santa Claus. Why do you say that? Because I know. How do you know? Santa Claus is a kid's father stuffed with pillows. Like Mr. Stevens. Like in a department store. Like my father used to be. And all the kids used to ask him for things. And he used to tell me how money didn't grow on trees and how there aren't any real Santa Clauses. They were all kids' fathers stuffed with pillows.
Michael, suppose I were to tell you that it really isn't exactly that way. Suppose I were to tell you that there really is a Santa Claus. And I know because I've talked to him. Suppose I were to tell you that. What would you say?
I'd say prove it.
I can.
How?
I can take you to the North Pole to see him.
The North Pole?
Mm-hmm. Like that. Practically.
No one can do that.
A witch can. So I can. Because I am a witch.
I don't believe you.
I suppose you want me to prove it. Huh? All right. You ready? How's that?
Where's your pointed hat?
Pointed hat? Uh-huh. Okay.
That's pretty good. But where's your broom?
Broom, huh?
Can you ride it?
Of course.
Me too?
If you like. Michael, how would you like to take that little trip right now?
You mean now?
Now. Here, you better put this on. It's apt to be a little chilly. And don't forget your feet. Now, you... What's going on? Excuse me, Michael.
There it is. Are we still on?
Yes.
Okay. So I thought that, and then she takes him to the North Pole. Before that, there was a really dramatic part where man, he told off Dick York's character Darren Stevens, who dressed up as Santa, to show him a nice Christmas. It was brutal. What he says, he's like, "Son, what do you want for Christmas, son?" And he goes, "I don't want anything, and you're not my son." And then he ran up to the room, and then you saw that scene right there. It was like, God, what a great actor Bill Mumy was as a kid. He was in so many wonderful television shows at that time. The Munsters, I Dream of Jeannie, Alfred Hitchcock Presents. He was the kid with the gun. But getting back to that Twilight Zone, the episode is Night of the Meek. I'm sure that you've seen it. And I think it might be streaming on Pluto TV, Twilight Zone. Night of the Meek, season 2. It's worth a look. All right. So now I'm going to play. This is the very end of the end credits of that very episode. From that one I taped back on Christmas Day, 1990. And you'll see some commercials and promos. This is 6 minutes long. Let's watch. And dig this. I love this end logo. This is a nerd thing. I love the Program Exchange logo, which was a syndicator of classic TV shows that syndicated Bewitched in those days on WGN TV and Nick at Night and TBS. You don't see this logo anymore right at the top of this clip. Here it is.
The day's news in 30 seconds or less. Guaranteed. Stay tuned.
This Global Village News Update is brought to you by Nick at Night, the good TV people.
People say to me, "Adam West, give me one good reason to watch Nick at Night." I say here are 3. 1, big TV pleasure. 2, every show has credits, a handy list of the people who made these TV land classics. And 3, they're time-tested tough. Face it, modern TV is flimsy, but Nick at Night brand reruns, these babies were built to last.
3 good reasons you know it's right. Be polite, watch Nick at Night. Brand reruns.
Nick at Night presents Global Village News.
In an appearance before a Congressional Foreign Affairs Subcommittee, Santa Claus admitted today that he had delivered arms to the Contra forces as recently as last winter. Lawyers rejected his defense plea that the Contras had been very, very good all year. That's the news from TV Land. I'm Lloyd Crawford, wishing you and yours a happy holiday season.
Global Village News. If we don't cover it, it doesn't matter.
Ho, ho, ho from TV Land, where Nick at Night's Yule log keeps burning bright with a classic holiday episode of Green Acres.
This is going to be the best Christmas we've ever had.
Coming next.
I get more emotional. Why do I get this way so much?
Premenstrual syndrome. It's triggered by a complex biochemical process inside your body and can be relieved with the right medicine. Midol PMS, the premenstrual relief specialist.
Finally, there's a store that actually gives you something back for shopping. It's Sears. The Sears Charge Bonus Club lets you earn money-saving certificates just by using your Sears Charge card. And the more you shop, the bigger the bonus. So don't forget, it pays to shop at Sears.
Hey, chicken.
But where's the stuffing? Chicken's almost done, now it's time to make stuffing. Stovetop makes it easy, just push a little button.
But what exactly does Farfignugan look like? Well, Mrs. Amato, did you see it? Farfignugan. It's what makes a car, a Volkswagen.
I can't fly with this head cold. My nose is too stuffed up and congested.
Here, take Actifed.
For strong medicine, take full prescription strength Actifed. Of the 3 leading cold medicines once sold by prescription, only one comes in its original maximum full prescription strength formula. Only Actifed.
You okay?
Yeah, this stuff really works.
Take full prescription strength Actifed. And to help reduce the fever and sinus pain of a bad head cold, take Actifed Plus.
We now return to Alfred Hitchcock Presents on Nick at Night.
I defy you to find a shorter subject than that.
Nick at Night's Yule log continues.
Ho, ho, ho from TV Land, where Nick at Night's Yule log keeps burning bright with a classic Christmas episode of The Patty Duke Show.
I'll go get the sandwiches.
Next on Nick at Night.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just one dose of Pepto-Bismol helps relieve an upset stomach. The one that coats is the only one you need.
How much do you think you'll spend this holiday season? Hundreds? Thousands? Well, if you spend it at Sears and use your Sears charge, you can earn a bonus. The Sears Charge Bonus Club rewards Sears customers with money-saving certificates. So if you're gonna spend it at Sears.
Take your average family trip, but take it in a not-so-average family car. The new Volkswagen Passat. The Passat wagon comes with four-wheel disc brakes. It's got plenty of room for your family. And best of all, Farfignugan, which means you might even forget you're driving a family car.
Are we there yet?
Well, maybe not. Farfignugan, it's what makes a car a Volkswagen. Nice logo, too.
During the holiday period, I suppose, it's the most difficult time for all of us.
Diane Carroll makes the healthy choice resolution.
But this is a lovely thing to come back to, because it has everything we need, and because it tastes so darn good.
Healthy choice entrees are more than low calorie. They're lowest in fat, sodium, and cholesterol. A delicious and intelligent approach to healthier eating.
Healthy choice is not naughty, and this is easy to go back to.
Listen to your heart. Make the healthy choice.
The next episode of Patty Duke, The Christmas Present, ranked 68th in Nick at Night's 1990 rerun countdown. Catch the top 25 on New Year's Eve.
Look, here's one of Kathy's presents for Uncle Kenneth. It's from Africa. Gee, it's going to be exciting having Uncle Kenneth here for Christmas. Can we all go to the airport with Kathy to meet him?
Of course. Hey, where is Kathy?
In her room, wrapping more presents for her father.
Christmas Eve will be here tomorrow. Monday the banks will let me borrow.
Will you please help me out of this? Certainly, brother dear. Thank you, sister dear.
Brother dear and sister dear. Those are the first civilized words they've exchanged since last Christmas.
Would you see if there's another string of lights in the basement?
So, yeah, I did this all out of order. I should have done that. I should have done the Bewitched and then that and the Patty Duke. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll do it better next year. Are you there, Sarah?
I'm here, yeah.
Okay, let me delete that video. And that's, by the way, that's from this videotape right here, my 1990 videotape. And also on there, see, I converted it to DVD. I always stick the conversion, the digital conversion within the videotape.
Very cool.
Also, I'm going to put this on my channel. It's from 1988, March of 88. I went through a mall called Perimeter Mall with a camcorder, man on the street, making fun of people with my friends. And it was pretty bad. Bad language. I think it'd be worth a look for nostalgia people, that nostalgia freaks like me, because it is a 1988 shopping mall, and it's funny, cool. But it's not family friendly.
Oh, good. Well,
or anything. It's just not. It's a lot of bad language in it.
Well, we should definitely play it on a Thursday show.
Yeah, there's my handwritten label from back then.
Oh, look at their writing. It's so cool.
All sorts of stuff on there. So there's that. Now I got to get to the chat because there's something from Keebler. She's talking about, we're doing a Christmas show and we've gone already 3.5 hours, but she mentioned the new movie. I don't want to date the show. Said, let's talk about Kraven the Hunter. And why haven't I heard about this Marvel character on here before? Well, Sony owns the rights to Spider-Man and the Spider-Man characters, and they have a profit sharing deal with Disney and the MCU, right? It's very profitable for Sony, even though the movies, according to fans, are not very good compared to the Disney product. They do well, like the Venom movies, Madam Web, which tanked, which had Dakota Johnson as the star, as Madam Web, Don Johnson's daughter with Melanie Griffith from, what was that sexy movie? Shades of Grey, based on the book. She was in that and best known for that.
50 Shades of Grey?
50 Shades of Grey. Thank you. Shades of Grey.
Yes, it's very naughty. I've never seen it.
I pulled some comic books from my collection that I had at arm's length for you, Keebler. Let me make myself big real just temporarily so you can see them better. So this is the first appearance of the Rhino. The Rhino is one of the villains in that movie. and he looks terrible. I haven't seen the movie. I've just seen a screen. I didn't like the way he looked. I just saw a still shot of him. Maybe he looks better in action and motion. There's the first appearance of Rhino from my collection. This is from 1965. That's how he looks in the books. John Romita Senior Art. What's that? Go ahead.
When I was a kid, Spider-Man, right? Craven was actually my favorite villain in there because I thought he looked really cool. I had an action figure of him. He had really cool spears. He would interact with my Star Trek action figures. It was awesome. But point being is, I liked him, and then I saw him in the cartoons, and I was like, oh no, not so good. And we got BBB in the house. Hi, BBB.
July 66. It's from July. Hey, BBB, July 1966. Congratulations on 100,000 subscribers plus. I wish I could be there tomorrow. I'm going to a Christmas party, but y'all just kick butt tomorrow. Now here's Craven, not the first appearance. His first appearance was in Amazing Spider-Man 15. Oh, by the way, this is from July 66. I said 65. To be factual, this first hit the newsstands in July of 1966 with an October 66 cover date. It's always 3 months ahead for distribution purposes. But look, this guy wears Spanx. I've always thought he looked kind of effeminate. Real, I mean, he's a bad to the bone character.
I thought he was wearing ballet slippers for the longest time. I mean,
and look at the slippers. Look at his little feet. Feet.
Yeah, his little feet.
What? He's wearing tights.
Anyway, so the action figure I had was really cool, but then when like I said, I saw him in the cartoons, I was like, oh, never mind. Anyways, and that's why I won't see the movie now.
I still haven't seen Madam Web. I haven't seen Venom: The Last Dance. I'm behind, but I did like Morbius, the vampire. It got trashed universally, but I liked it because it took place on a ship, and it's a vampire movie. And I got his first appearance too in my collection. I might be able to pull that really quickly. Can you talk about something Christmassy while I grab it?
Sure.
All right, let me put you back on camera, of course.
Okay. They'll be like, did you stuff her in your room somewhere? I'm like, yes, I'm tied up under his desk. Not very Christmassy, but it happens. But yeah, so Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy New Year and all the thing. It's something that we can talk about that's Christmas related would be this. How many of you out there remember having tumbleweeds as snowmen in your yards? Okay, now I was talking to BB about it a few days ago. We were having a California remembrance of tumbleweeds when they were attacking her car during a storm. But how many people out there, I know it was big in California, Southern California for sure, all over the place, they had the big giant tumbleweeds, and they would stack them on top of each other, and it'd be like 7 feet tall tumbleweeds as a snowman. It was crazy.
Wow.
Do you remember that?
There's a first appearance of Morbius. And look, Spider-Man has more than one appendage. Morbius. And then here is the first appearance of the Punisher. High dollar book. Frank Castle Punisher, who we may see in Daredevil in 2025 on Disney Plus, and the Daredevil very much adult R-rated violent reportedly series. There he is. Look at that. So that's a first appearance. Amazing Spider-Man 129 from 1974. It has the Marvel value stamp intact. Pretty nice condition books. First Morbius. There you go.
That's cool. I used to like Punisher a lot too as well.
I'm surprised. You didn't really tell me that you read comic books like that. I didn't know that.
See, I tell you all the time about my comic book history, and you go, I didn't know that.
Well, I guess I'm just a bad listener.
That's okay. I still love you. No, but like I say, just because I can't read doesn't mean I don't like comic books. I mean, my brother would read them to me every now and then. I had my own collection of them back in the day. I don't know whatever happened to them. But, I had like Star Trek, X-Men meets Star Trek original cast. I had one of them. I had a lot of good stuff. I had Deep Space Nine #1. Yeah, I had comic books. Chance, we went to Legends. It was a comic book store in our area in Temecula back in the day. Yeah, I comic booked.
Cool. Here's a mint condition key. It's like a soap opera. Someone is going to die, and someone did die. They killed off a major character in Amazing Spider-Man 121. Do you want to guess who it was, Sarah?
It was I don't know. Not what's her bucket? Mary Jane. Jesus, I can't even say it right. Her. Was it her?
The redhead? The redhead?
Oh darn!
It was Gwen Stacy, the blonde. You were close.
Yeah, I couldn't remember her name.
Life. And there she is, dead. The Green Goblin caused her death when he flung her from the Hudson Bridge over the Hudson River, or is it? Yeah, what's that damn bridge? Hudson River. No, not the Golden Gate Bridge at San Francisco. Gutfeld will probably kill him if he's still there. He's a New Yorker. What's that damn bridge?
Brooklyn Bridge.
Brooklyn Bridge. Hudson River. But it was so sad, even in comic book print form when she died. So there you have it. But they made, what you might be thinking, I'll give you a pass, because they made it be Mary Jane in the first Spider-Man 2002 with Tobey Maguire thrown from the bridge. Remember?
Well, yeah, but also I was thinking,
Huh?
I was thinking of the one where Mary Jane dies from Spider-Man's radioactive sperm. So that's what I was thinking of, actually. Yeah, that's real. I never go over that every time, but it's real. Anyways, point being is Merry Christmas, and there you go. Yep.
Nasty. All right, so a couple covers while I have the box out, and we'll get back to Christmas. I love this cover of the Black Widow. It's in gorgeous condition in my collection. Amazing Spider-Man 86. These are ones that did not have, because this is going to tie in what we talked about earlier with Open by Chance. These 3 issues did not have the Comics Code Authority seal because it dealt with drug abuse and drug overdoses.
Oh my.
And so the Comics Code Authority, and it was a cautionary tale written by Stan Lee. There's no reason why they shouldn't have approved it, but these are the only Spider-Mans that don't have that seal. See that Comics Code Authority seal right there. Approved. These were not approved because of the drug use. Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn, is taking drugs. So it's a 3-part story. No Comics Code Authority on 97. Great cover. Or 98. But ironically, it's back in 99, which has a more violent cover. It's a prison takeover. Guns to heads. Oh, that's approved. I mean, look.
Right?
Look. I mean, it's like, what the hell? Panic in the prison. That's probably what's going to happen next year, but we don't talk politics. It might come down to that. You're not taking our prisoners. All right. So let's get back to a Christmas clip. Get back to the happy. I'm going to play one of the Dime Marie clips. Sorry, Sarah. You might want to take a nap. Dime Marie Christmas, 1977. I just want to play a little bit of this.
Donnie, come on! You'll be late for the concert!
I'm ready! Stand back!
Whoa!
All right. Who's the wise guy who moved my snowmobile?
Wonderful! Hi, I guess I'm really lucky here in Utah because, well, we always have a white Christmas. But for those of you who don't have snow this year, and especially for those of you around the country who never have had a white Christmas, here's a quick look at some of the fun we have every holiday season. Come on!
Ladies and gentlemen, Donnie and Marie.
Come on, we're going for a sleigh ride. Christmas time is here again. Come on, we're going for a sleigh ride. Out to spread good cheer again. From the top of the chimney to the top of the wall. Dash away, dash away, dash away, oh! Merry Christmas!
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas! Woo! What a crowd. How many Osmonds do we have out there?
With little toy horns and little toy drums, Rudy Toot Toot and Rummy Tum Tums, Santa Claus is coming to town. You better watch out, you better not cry, better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. He's making a list and checking it twice, gonna find out who's naughty or nice. Santa Claus is coming to town. He sees you when you're sleeping, he knows when you're awake, he knows if you've been bad or good, so be good for goodness sake. So you better watch out, you better not cry, you better not pout, I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming
There you go, Sarah. Thoughts?
I speechless. The horror of that will stick with me forever. Thanks.
Well, I have another 4-minute clip of them from later, but I'll save it. I'll space it out. We've already gone almost 4 hours, so I need to start wrapping things up. I still got to talk about Sheila Cool. I think Sheila Cool, let me pull up my script on her, character actor of the week. Let me just tell you about her really quick. Who is Sheila Cool? Anyone who was here earlier, I doubt many are still here from earlier. She's someone now, Sarah, I mean this lovingly, honest. She reminds me of you just in the way she talks or talks, still talks, and a little bit of how she looks in the eyes. I don't know why, that's just what I think. Now, I've already played a clip of her talking about working on Dobie Gillis, so let me 86 that. This is who she was, 17 seconds long on Dobie Gillis. I played this earlier, but here's a reminder. This is who actress Sheila Cool was. She played Zelda on Dobie Gillis. That's Zelda. That's how she was then in the 1960s. The show lasted 4 seasons, starting in 1959, fall 1959. It ended in spring of 1963. 59 to 60, 61, 2, 63. Yep. Here she is talking about working with Bob Denver.
I love Bobby. I mean, I can't say he was my favorite because of course, I love Dwayne too. But Bobby and I think, were closer than I was to anyone else on the cast. And one of the reasons is a couple of incidents that happened that were not on the set. First of all, in terms of being on the set, again, he was a very generous actor. I was really lucky in the shows that I did to work with people. I didn't even know that there were prima donnas. I mean, we just didn't have them. And he would always make certain that, I mean, nobody stepped on anybody else's lines on purpose. Everybody had their timing down pat. Everybody's joke got the same kind of wonderful play from the other people. We didn't wait for it, but we didn't, step on it either. No one would move when someone else was doing something funny. We just knew how to take care of each other on the set. But Bobby actually helped me so much. 2 times when we were doing things that were associated with the show, but not on the set. The sponsors of the show often would send us places, and based on whatever they wanted us to do. Like if they were doing a gathering of all their salespeople, which they were one of the sponsors in San Diego, then we were ordered to go down and be part of the dog and pony show at their gathering of all their salespeople and administrative people. So we went down to San Diego, and in those days I was still drinking, which I stopped quite a while ago, but drinking, and so was Bobby. And drinking, I don't know why I did it, because it always made me sort of nauseous. And so we were doing our thing, and we hadn't gone on for the last piece of it yet, and we were supposedly going to do this piece. And I felt really, really nauseous. And I told Bobby, and he said, well, let's get the hell out of here. And we left and he got, I don't know whose car he got, because we had flown down. But he said, come on, I've got a car. And I got in the car, and he drove me all the way back home from San Diego. He stopped 3 times so that I could get out and be sick, including on the freeway. I mean, I'm sure it was extremely embarrassing, but because it was me and Bobby, I wasn't embarrassed. And I felt like he took care of me, like at that point, like a big brother. He wasn't big brotherly on the set, but I just felt if something was wrong, they'd have my back. And that was one proof of it. And another one was even actually more dramatic. In order to kind of push the show in the South, we were dispatched to Birmingham, Alabama, to the Alabama State Fair, to kind of push for the show, to make an appearance. You're always told, go there and make an appearance, etc. So we did. And here we are in Birmingham, Alabama, and I believe it was maybe 62 or early 63. This sounds like a familiar year in Birmingham, Alabama. So we're staying at the Tutla Dinkweiler Hotel, and several things happened to us. We were taken to a children's hospital to make a guest appearance and visit really bed to bed with the children. Which children were we allowed to visit bed to bed with? Oh, you guessed, the white children. And so Bobby and I, being from California, actors, rebels, and we didn't like that crap, we took off from our handlers, went downstairs into the basement, which is where the black children, their floors were in the hospital, black children, black nurses, black doctors. And it was just as embarrassing, I think, for the black doctors and the black children as it was for the white doctors and the white children, because we crossed the line and we didn't know. But he just grabbed my hand and we ran downstairs and we're like, hi, you know, we're from Dobie Gillis and we wanted to come visit you as well. So we also, one night we were out quite late, went back to the hotel, and when we got in the elevator, in those days they had elevator operators, you didn't just push the buttons. And so it was an African-American woman, kind of an elderly woman, sitting on kind of a stool, and they had these kind of things that would take you, you know, up to the floors. And there were three white guys in the elevator with us who were insulting her from the minute they got on the elevator and calling her names that we don't use anymore in any kind of company. And Bobby got angry and told him to stop. And by the time we got up to our 5th or 6th floor, they had bloodied his nose and beaten him up. And so I had to help him get back to the room. But I was really proud of him. I was really proud of him because he stood up for her. And these kind of experiences, I wouldn't say that we made any dent in, you know, what was going on in Birmingham, but we were shocked. I mean, we would walk down a sidewalk and black people, we didn't understand this was the law. They would be required by law to step off the sidewalk and walk in the gutter because a white person was walking on the sidewalk. So after we got home, and, you know, then it was water hoses, you know, shooting people in the street, and Birmingham just erupted. We kind of understood better what had gone on. But my generation at that time and his wasn't much of an activist generation. It's almost like we felt like we did what we could. And I felt even closer to him after that. It was like we'd gone through a really serious thing together. And he again had, as they used to say, shown his mettle.
Wow.
Yeah, that's some good stuff.
Yeah, I know. She's awesome. And she's still with us, thank goodness, as we're live. I'll play another clip of her later. Keebler suggested I do a separate show on Sheila. I really can't. It's a segment I do. And I've already played at the very beginning some more recent footage of her, some funny stuff where she sounded off at this guy. Which is a politician. Yes, I can't play it again because I already played it. But let me just give some quick information about Sheila. Sheila Ann Cool, like Cool Cigarettes, Kuehl. She was born in Tulsa, Oklahoma on February 9th, 1941. Her dad, Arthur, was an airplane construction worker at Douglas Aircraft. He was Catholic. Her mother, Lillian, was Jewish. As a child actress, Sheila Cool performed under the stage name of Sheila James. At age 7, Sheila began to take tap dancing lessons. In one recital, Sheila Cool played an assistant in a skit called The Old Sleuth, where she sat under a table listening for clues. To indicate she was listening, Cool made faces which caused the audience to laugh and encouraged her to make more faces, resulting in more laughter. The skit was ruined, but the drama teacher, Mrs. Meglin, was impressed. Sheila Cool later recalled that Meglin told her mother, "The kid's pretty funny. Can she read?" And my mother said, "Oh yeah, she can read. She skipped 2 grades and she's really very good." Miss Meglin said, quote, "There's a radio series holding interviews at an agent's office on Sunset Boulevard. Would you be interested in taking her to the interview? All she has to do is read." So we went for the interview, and there were like 150 to 200 kids there. and all you did was read. And I was called back, and eventually I got the part in what probably was the last family radio series before it all went music and news format. In terms of radio, having landed the role at age 8, Cool, billed as Sheila James, starred with radio and film veterans Penny Singleton, Gail Gordon, Mr. Mooney with Lucy in the Lucy Show. And remember Gail Gordon? He was, before that, he was on the Danny Thomas Show, otherwise known as Make Room for Daddy. Anyway, she was with Penny Singleton, Gail Gordon, wow, and Bay Benderay, who was in the Beverly Hillbillies and its spinoff. Well, not a spinoff. It was another series about creator Paul Henning, Petticoat Junction. And of course, she was one of the main voices on the Flintstones. And Jim Backus, who voiced Mr. Magoo, and of course was on Gilligan's Island with Bob Denver as Thurston Howell III. And he was in Rebel Without a Cause as the father before that. Anyway, so she worked with these great talents on this family radio program titled The Penny Williamson Show, airing live from Studio B of the NBC studios in Hollywood, California. Airing in the adjacent studios were the popular dramas The Cisco Kid Western Show and The Bob Hope Show with Doris Day, whom Ms. Cool admired. Sheila Cool would later cite her interaction with the other NBC radio talent as influential in forming her professionalism and comedy skills. The show centered around Singleton playing Penny Williamson, a widow selling real estate in a small town to support two daughters, played by Sheila Cool and Mary Lee Robb. The show was, quote, a light-hearted pitch for women's liberation, portraying Penny and her daughters as highly competent, self-sufficient females, unquote, dealing with bungling suitors competing for Penny's affections. In terms of TV, due to her radio talent, Sheila Cool's agent convinced her parents to take her to auditions for a television role. Cool was signed to play Jackie, Stuart Irwin's tomboy daughter, in the television series The Stu Irwin Show, also known as Trouble with Father, which ran from 1950 to 1955. Cool later recalled, quote, the same 200 kids I think were there for the interview as had been for the radio audition, and I was called back and called back and called back, and eventually I got the part. Beginning in 1950, I did that series for 6 years, unquote. After the Stu Irwin Show ended, Sheila Cool continued to work as an actress while going to school. Her academic success allowed her to skip 2 grades. By 16, she was attending the University of California in Los Angeles. As her college studies continued, she moved into a sorority house and began spending summers as a counselor for children's camp. As a counselor for a children's camp. At the age of 18, while working at the camp, Cool met a 21-year-old counselor named Kathy, and they fell in love. Ooh, that was taboo back then. Same-sex couples. Cool would later recall, quote, it was just a funny attraction. What did she, wait a minute, I make sure I'm reading this right. She said, quote, it was just a funny attraction that neither of us would acknowledge. Then one night, she and I were sitting together at her place. She was rubbing my back and just like went to bed. It was wonderful. But then we stayed up all night wondering if we were really sick, unquote, meaning sick in the head. They concluded that they were, quote, unquote, sick, but that nothing could be done. Sheila Cool later recalled, quote, there was no movement then, there was nothing to read. I knew no lesbians. We just figured this was a rare thing and that we were 2 women who'd fallen in love and that we had to keep it a secret because nobody would approve. We didn't dare tell a soul, unquote. After that summer, with Kathy going to school in San Diego, the 2 exchanged passionate letters daily for a solid year. Now comes the many loves of Dobie Gillis. During this time, Sheila Cool began acting the role for which she's probably best known, her portrayal of the teenage genius Zelda Gilroy, the would-be girlfriend of the title character in the television series The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis, which aired on CBS from 1959 to 1963. Zelda, I wonder if the video game Zelda was based on that character. Zelda was originally intended to be a one-shot character in the early Dobie Gillis episode titled Love is a Science. But Dobie creator Max Schulman liked Sheila Kuhl and had her signed on as a semi-regular cast member. Sheila Kuhl later recalled how she landed the part. Quote, well, when you're an actor with an agent, no matter how old you are, you go on interviews. And I went on lots of interviews for lots of guest shots. And I had done 2 episodes on Love That Bob, the Bob Cummings Show, with Bob Cummings and Dwayne Hickman, who played his nephew, and the director Rod Amateo. So I had met all the people who eventually were going to be much of the team for Dobie Gillis. In 1959, I was at UCLA and I went on an interview for Dobie Gillis, and I walked on the set and they all said, quote, oh, hi, we know your work and you're fine. Just go across the street and meet Max Schulman, the writer-director. As it turned out, Max and I were the same height, and he was like buried behind the desk when I walked in. And he said, what's the first line? And I said, I love you. And he said, you're hired. Signing a contract with Dobie producer 20th Century Fox Television required Kuhl, then 18 and in college studying theater, to change her major to English so that Schulman, also a successful author, could act as her proctor on set to allow her to continue her studies. Sheila Kuhl earned a bachelor's degree in English from the University of California at Los Angeles in 1962 during the show's final season. Almost done here, folks. Talking about Sheila. Having signed a contract in 1960 to do 21 shows for the next season of Dobie Gillis, that same year, Kuhl was elected an officer in both the university's student government and in her sorority. Despite this success, things became difficult that summer when love letters to Kathy, which she had accidentally left at the sorority house, were found by the cleaning staff and turned over to the alumni council of the sorority. When she returned from summer vacation, the council, while speaking in coded language and carefully avoiding the word lesbian, confronted Kuhl with the letters demanding an explanation. Sheila Kuhl later recalled that at first she tried to deny it, and failing that, quote, I then just clammed up and took my sorority pin off and put it on the table and left, and I cried all the way home, unquote. She was officially expelled from the sorority, and despite assurance that no one would be told why, she was aware that rumors were spreading. Some of the members of the sorority refused to speak to her afterwards and avoided her. Sheila Kuhl moved back in with her parents under the cover story that she was homesick, but was still a member of the sorority, of which they knew she loved being a part of. Whenever her parents knew of a sorority meeting taking place to prevent discovery, Sheila Kuhl would go to a coffee shop during that time and return with a story about the events of the meeting that she had not actually attended. So she lied. She had to lie. Despite Kathy moving to Los Angeles and their being able to see each other daily, the social sacrifices Sheila Kuhl was contemplating put a strain on their relationship. Sheila Kuhl later recalled, quote, by then, the whole idea of being queer was so overwhelming and scary. Not the sexuality, but the loss of everything. To be that way for good meant no family, no children, no career, no normalcy, no parents. It seemed at that point that I should really get out of it. I told Kathy I didn't want to see her any longer, unquote. Kuhl had seen a man casually on and off during her relationship with Kathy and began working to make it more serious. They kissed, but they did not have sex, and they almost got engaged. Sheila Kuhl could not get Kathy off of her mind and broke up with the man to resume the relationship with her. Kuhl's closeted relationship with Kathy continued until the beginning of the 1970s and had lasted 12 years before they broke up. Oh, dude, where am I at now? Hang on. Sorry, brother, broke up. After Dobie Gillis ended its run, Sheila Kuhl, as Sheila James, co-starred with Kathleen Nolan, formerly of The Real McCoys, in the short-lived ABC television series titled Broadside, a female version of McHale's Navy, in its 1964 to 1965 television season. Opportunities for acting work steadily diminished and Sheila Cool was forced to sell her Malibu house. She later recalled this period saying, quote, "I couldn't even get a commercial," unquote. Due to worries about her career and being closeted, she fell into a serious depression and developed a drinking problem. She was able to move forward after seeking help. She then moved in with her then girlfriend, Kathy, and began working at the UCLA Student Activities Office, helping students organize around the rising political movements of the 1960s. Sheila Cool made television guest appearances on National Velvet, McHale's Navy, The Donna Reed Show, The Beverly Hillbillies, Petticoat Junction, The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet, Marcus Welby, MD, and The Ed Sullivan Show between 1963 and 1970. On Petticoat Junction, Sheila Cool joined the Bradley sisters in a band called the Ladybugs, which was created to compete with Beatlemania. Sheila Cool, along with Janine Riley, Pat Waddell, and Linda K. Henning, appeared as Mop Top, singers performing I Saw Him Standing There on a March 1964 episode of Ed Sullivan Show, just weeks after the Beatles had performed the song I Saw Her Standing There. By the end of the decade, acting roles had dried up for Sheila, though Cool, quote, "can't state with certainty that she was blacklisted," unquote, from further acting jobs over her sexuality. She did claim that afterwards, quote, "with few exceptions, the phone stopped ringing." A pilot for a Dobie Gillis spinoff in which the character Zelda was the lead was produced, but the president of CBS, Jim Aubrey, thought Cool was too, quote unquote, butch to be a star for their network. Subsequently, the pilot was not promoted and did not sell, but Cool was not told about this immediately. Rather, she was informed by the director, Rod Amateau, when she arrived to shoot the following episodes, that it was not sold as a series. She was devastated by the news. Cool's only acting roles beyond 1970 were in two Dobie Gillis reunion projects, a 1977 sitcom pilot produced by James Comack titled Whatever Happened to Dobie Gillis, and a 1988 television movie sequel, Bring Me the Head of Dobie Gillis. In both productions, Dobie had married Zelda, and the two were running the Gillis family grocery store and raising a teenage son named George Gillis. Reflecting on the lasting impact of her role as Zelda, Sheila Cool told an interviewer, quote, "First, there were no smart girls on television, period. All the girls were better looking than me, but dumb. I didn't mean the actresses were dumb, but that was sort of what you had to be in those days. So a smart girl who was brash did not know she was a loser, which was sort of the theme for all of the characters on Dobie Gillis. You just keep doing what you are doing because you don't know that there's anything wrong with you." And the other thing, of course, 20 years later, I started getting letters from young women saying, quote, "You were such a role model for me," unquote. And now that the women's movement had started, I could see why. An independent, smart girl, knew what she wanted, went after it, but not in a mean way. And always, by the end of the show, if you were doing anything dishonest against your friends, you would repent, because friendship was always the most important thing, unquote. All right. Now, after leaving the acting profession in the early 1970s, Sheila Cool became an advisor to students and campus and activist groups in her alma mater, UCLA, and eventually became an associate dean of students. When Sheila Cool was passed over for a promotion that was given to a man, Cool felt that her treatment had been unfair and became interested in a legal career to address the position of women in the workplace. In 1975, at age 34, after being denied admission into UCLA, Cool was accepted at Harvard Law School. In her third year, she was elected class marshal and president of the student council. She received her degree in 1978. During her final year, she chaired the celebration of the 25th anniversary of the first group of women to be admitted to law school and became the second woman to win Harvard's prestigious Ames Moot Court competition, judged by a panel including Supreme Court Justice Thurgood Marshall. Sheila Cool recalled that the justice, quote, "strode over me, claps my hand in his two huge hands and said, 'Lady, I like your style.'" Cool was recognized by the ABA's Law Student Division magazine as one of the nation's top 5 law students. It was while at Harvard Law that Cool came to grips with her sexuality. She later recalled, "So it wasn't until I went to Harvard Law School in my 30s that I fell in love again with a woman after having dated lots of men in between. And I thought, oh no, this is really who I am." And by then, in the mid-1970s, there was consciousness about being gay. My second partner was out, and I was still in the closet. And I thought, but I wasn't really in the closet at school. It's just sort of like you creep out a little bit at a time. But there was no movement, no organization, no club at Harvard. I remember when I was at Marshall University, there was a Lambda fraternity that was a gay fraternity, you know, and I thought of an episode of Space 1999, the Lambda Factor. I thought, Lambda, how cool. I'm not gay, and I have no problem with anyone who is, but I looked into joining that, and then I found out it was a gay. I'm like, oh no, okay. I'm such a geek. The Lambda Factor is a Space 1999 episode of season 2. Okay, let me get back. So when we came back and lived together, it only lasted a couple of years when she left. I was so heartbroken, but I had no one to talk to. I hadn't told anyone I was even in a relationship. So I decided to come out to my sister and then my parents. I decided to come out to my sister and then my friends, and very shortly thereafter, my parents. And that was probably 1979. So I was 38. So I knew I was gay when I fell in love with a woman for the second time. It wasn't an aberration for me, unquote. After law school, Cool became an associate at Richards, Watson, and Gershon in Los Angeles, where her practice focused on municipal law. She became an associate at Birch and Kaplowitz in Beverly Hills, practicing family, anti-discrimination, and civil rights law. While working in private practice in Los Angeles, Cool began fundraising for the Sojourn Center for Battered Women. I apologize if I mispronounced that, for which she eventually served as a chair on the board of directors. Staff from other shelters soon began asking Cool for legal advice and training in domestic violence law. Cool later recalled this time saying, quote, "I had to learn what was there, which wasn't much," unquote. She then joined a handful of other lawyers in trying to assist in crafting legislation on the issue, which included a bill that required judges in custody cases to consider evidence of domestic violence. In the 1980s, Cool became an adjunct law professor at the University of Southern California and later an associate professor at Loyola Law School, where she taught courses on family law, sex discrimination, and education. During her 1986 inauguration as president of the Women's Lawyers Association of Los Angeles, Sheila Cool introduced Tori Osborne as her partner in the same manner that previous presidents had introduced their husbands. The incident became the lead story of California's Daily Law Journal. The pair would later separate in 1991, but remain close friends. In 1989, along with Abby Liebman and Jennifer McKenna, Cool formed the California Women's Law Center to promote gender issues, including expanding the rights of divorced women and reforming hiring procedures in male-dominated professions such as law enforcement. We're almost at the end. I know I said that 10 minutes ago. Cool was elected to the California State Assembly in 1994, becoming the first openly gay person elected to the California legislature. While running for office, Sheila Cool from the Many Loves of Dobie Gillis show found she was able to offset some negative stereotypes people had about lesbians thanks to their familiarity with her role as Zelda. She told an interviewer, quote, "When people knew gay people personally, they tend to feel differently about the whole community. And all of a sudden, here's a person that they knew very well that they found out was a lesbian," unquote. In office, Sheila Cool became a founding member of the California Legislative LGBT Caucus. She recalled, quote, "My Democratic colleagues were enormously welcoming. I mean, it was more than I could have expected. I walked into my first Democratic caucus and Antonio Villaraigosa, Kevin Murray, Barbara Friedman, John Burton, and probably 3 or 4 other folks came up to me and said, quote, We don't want you to have to eat lunch by yourself. So we are the honorary gay and lesbian caucus, unquote. It was lovely, unquote. Okay. When Cool was elected as a Democrat to the California Assembly in 1994, a Republican majority was seated for the first time in 20 years. This was due largely to the outflowing of enthusiasm stoked up by Newt Gingrich's strategy, Contract with America, supporting Republicans for congressional and senatorial seats. Cool recalled, quote, the Republican majority was quite a different kind of Republican, not a moderate, not a Rockefeller Republican. They were primarily Bible thumpers and very right-wing. So it was not the most welcoming Republican group, though they loved Zelda Gilroy, my character, and it was very difficult for them because they already liked me so much. And to their surprise, we all got along very well. The Republicans were pretty horrible about LGBT stuff. They all virtually said stuff like, quote, well, they're all spawn of the devil. Oh, but not you, Sheila, unquote. All right, this is getting a little political and stuff. So let me just get on. Let me try to wrap it up. More recent years. Okay. Well, she authored a lot of interesting legislation that's pretty cool. Let's see. She served in the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, elected to that board November 4th, 2014, over 10 years ago. But let's get back to a clip of her, one more clip, final clip, talking about her days on Dobie Gillis. And this is a 5-minute clip. Here it is.
Zelda Gilroy, the smartest girl in the room, the city, and probably the world. She could understand everything. She could invent everything. She had a very strong will. But remember, we hadn't quite gotten into feminism yet. So even though she was the smartest girl, and really the only girl on television at the time who was allowed to really be brilliant, who didn't have to play dumb, who didn't have to really play second fiddle, but everything she wanted, but it was also part of the gestalt of the show, everything she wanted for Dobie. She wanted him to run for the Senate. She wanted him to be class president. She wanted him to open his old store, and she would make it happen. She would be his campaign consultant. She would be, the business manager. She would do all the stuff, but he would, as we recognized at the time, no girls were being student body president. So it would have to be him, and she would be the power behind the throne. And because Max Schulman would write these totally crazy scripts, Maynard was always Dobie's best friend, and he was always a little wary of how smart Zelda was, and he called her squinty-eyed girl, and thinking that she was just a little too ambitious kind of by half. But Zelda really, really loved Dobie, really cared about him, and wanted him to be a real success. Not the way Thalia Meninger, who was played by Tuesday Weld, wanted. She just wanted him to make money so that she could have money. It was different with Zelda. She wanted Dobie to succeed. Dobie, on the other hand, just wanted to be a poet and really chase women. That was the life he wanted. Not to mention Maynard, who didn't want to work at all. So I loved Zelda. I still feel about her as though she is sort of my little sister. When I see her, I'm very proud of her, of how smart she was. And I think she was also very vulnerable. My very favorite episode of Dobie Gillis is an episode called Dobie, Dobie, Who's Got the Dobie? In that show, Zelda finally acquiesces to the fact that Dobie is going to prefer another girl. And she does a whole scene with him about how she wants him to be happy. He should just be with whoever it was. And she would just go home and eat a lonely bologna sandwich, which is still the way I refer to it as my friends. If they say, are you doing anything tonight? I say, no, I'm just going to stay home and eat a lonely bologna sandwich. But in the denouement of that show, they're in the malt shop, and he comes in with his new girlfriend and looks over, and Zelda is sitting at a table with kind of a bottle on the table, looks almost like a whiskey bottle. and she's wearing complete widow's weeds. You know, a big black hat with a veil, all black, and she's just looking like the end of the world. So the girlfriend gets very upset. She doesn't want to be the person responsible for Zelda's being so sad. So Adobe goes over to Zelda, and he says, Zelda, do you love me? And she says, you know I do, Poopsie. You know I love you. And he says, well, if you love me, you won't make my friend upset. You won't make me upset. You'll do something for me, won't you? And she says, you know I'd do anything for you. And he says, okay, then smile. So she smiles, a little tiny smile. He says, bigger. So her smile gets bigger. He says, more. Give me more. Pretty soon she's smiling from ear to ear, and she says, I'm cracking my face. And he says, now start to laugh. So she, little laugh. He says, no, bigger laugh, bigger laugh. Bigger laugh. So pretty soon, of course, you know how laughing is. She gets laughing and hysterically laughing and reaches for the bottle, and it's the first time you see there's a poison sign on the bottle, and she takes the bottle to take a drink, and he says, no, you know, knocks it down. And it's probably the best developed comedy scene I've ever done in my life. The next day when Max Schulman saw the dailies, he came over to my dressing room and he said, I haven't seen anyone that good since Marie Dressler. Now, Marie Dressler was a great comedic actress in, you know, old films. So that was a major, major compliment.
So why did Zelda love Dobie?
Propinquity. I mean, seriously, that I think was it. She'd called him a 10-thumbed idiot. But she was always very fond of him when she would, you know, castigate him. And she just loved him. I mean, I think part of the whole idea of calling the first episode Love is a Science is that it isn't.
There you go. She's a quality person. That's my character actor of the show. Sheila Kuehl. Spelled Kuehl. And Sarah, I think she sounds a little, you probably won't see it. I think her voice sounds like you, and she reminds me of you a little bit.
I'm fine with that.
I don't, good. Thank God, because it's not meant as an insult. Of course, why would I try to
She's
insult your
famous.
voice?
Why would I be upset about that? As long as it's not Tom Cruise, I'm okay. Don't compare me with him. I'll be like upset with you. But why? That's so mean. Now I have to say a weird thing at you. Don't do that.
Yeah, and I wish I was able to do the show Wednesday as I originally planned, because I was going to do karaoke. I was going to have people in the chat and on the panel pick a song, and I would pull it up, a karaoke version, and we'd sing it. But now it's too late, and there's no time to do that. Well, I'll do it next year then.
I was going to say it's probably for the best, and then you just went and ruined it. So never mind.
Here's another segment. I usually have a picture for this. It's a segment I do, Soul Survivor, where I name a TV show and you try to guess the only soul surviving member of the cast. So let me find my little music. I got a little intro for that. Thanks to the fine band Asia. Asia, here it is.
Here we go.
Survivor! Time to play Soul Survivor! And I do have a picture, actually. Soul Survivor. We've played this starting with the Addams Family. We did the Monkees last time, the Beverly Hillbillies. This time, oh, I already deleted the picture. No, I didn't. It's Batman, Adam West Batman. Sarah, you're going to know the answer to this. Who do you think of the main cast members is the sole surviving cast member of Adam West's Batman?
I think it's Burt Ward.
Ding, 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 ding. You are correct. Well done. It is Burt Ward. Burt Ward is still with us, and knock on wood, and we hope he remains so for many, many more years. And Burt Ward, of course.
If he still lives in California, he doesn't live that far from me.
Really? Yeah, I think he still is in California. He's 79. His birthday's on July 6th. He was born July 6th, 1945. So he's going to be 80 next year. God bless him. Yeah, I don't know how to verify if he still lives in the LA area or not, or in the state of California. But he's got 2 children. He's had several wives between 65 and 67 when he was on the air, and Batman is married to Bonnie Lindsay. It started being filmed in 65, in late 65. Debuted in January 66 on ABC, twice a week, the first 2 seasons, and once a week in season 3. Then he was married to Kathy Kirsch from 67 to 69. And then to Mariana Torchia from 85 to 89. And now to Tracy Posner, married in 1990. And they're still together, presumably. Presumably.
I believe he's into birds as well. I think he's had like chickens or something. Yeah, I was at a few different 1,000 bird clubs in my day, and one of them happened to be in the area he was in, right? And so that's what most of the people were talking about. Burt Ward and his birds. It's funny. And I was like, I could never see him at the club. He's like, well, he's a very private man. I'm like, but he's Robin. Like, what is this?
Well, on Facebook this week, I've talked about this earlier. I did a post about Die Hard. I contend it's not a Christmas movie, and it depends on what you define a Christmas movie to be. So there are some people that just say flat out, it has a tree in it. It's a Christmas movie. Some people say it doesn't matter that it was released in July. It's still a Christmas movie. And I did a joke post that said, Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It was a summer movie released on July 15th, 1988. Also, the lead woman in it is ugly.
Yeah, I know. I read that one.
That was a joke. I don't think she's as attractive as Sybil Shepherd, Bruce Wilson's co-star on TV and moonlighting in those years. Clearly not attractive, but she wasn't ugly. That was kind of a joke. So I sparked a firestorm of conversation. And I say most people say it is a Christmas movie. I say it's not because it makes a mockery of Christmas. It's an action movie. If you were to look at a Leonard Maltin movie review book or any Roger Ebert review book, it's not listed as a Christmas movie. It's written as an action movie, an action thriller.
Jingle All the Way is freaking action movie as well, and it's Christmas, so why can't you have both?
You can't have both. And I love the movie. I saw it in the theater. I mean, I think people think I'm hating on Die Hard. I'm not. I'm just talking about categories and rewriting of history, which is a pet peeve of mine. Well, that's all I'm saying.
Did you watch Red One?
No, because it's got The Rock in it.
Actually, it was really good. I was surprised. Really? I really enjoyed it.
I will
like Christmas movies.
Because you said it and other people whose opinions I usually agree with, I will see it. And I have Prime. So it's on Amazon Prime. I'll check it out.
That's where I watched it at. Yeah, it was awesome. I must admit, I want to watch it again. And you don't hear that come out of my mouth often when I would say that, especially with Christmas movies. I mean, it's just like, Home Alone 1 and 2, especially 2. I'll watch them all the time, right? But I actually I actually like to own that one. It's actually that good. I actually really enjoyed it. It had crumpets in it and everything. It was great.
You want a physical copy. Right? Well, there's no wrong opinion. Like, I don't think any less of you because you think that Die Hard's a Christmas movie. I may think you're not quite as intelligent, but I don't hate on you. And it's funny because they get the most emotional. The people that say it is a Christmas movie are the ones that get way out of line and I can understand passion. That's great. You're passionate about it, but you're not going to change my mind. And I'm clearly not going to change your mind. So we'll just have to agree to disagree. That's all.
No, it's fine. You can just think you're right, but it's okay. I am. So it doesn't matter.
Keebler says, don't waste your money on Red One. She says, Red One is so stupid. It's hard not to laugh. Laugh at it, not with it? Is that what she's saying?
I didn't think it was stupid at all. I actually liked it, and I don't like Christmas movies. So, I mean, there you go.
Well, I'll say Keebler agrees with me about Die Hard not being a Christmas movie. It's an action movie. It has a tree in it. Like I said, my main argument is a XXX movie. All right, you could have a XXX Christmas themed movie. It's still a porno.
Right.
It's
Yeah. So that's okay because
movie.
it's still Christmas themed. So it doesn't
Talking
matter.
categories here. Action, action, comedy, I mean, anyway, so you don't know what you're talking about. It's called
They can blend.
Look at the
future.
Right. But look at the movie review books. What is Die Hard categorized as? It's
Does
an
not
action
matter.
movie, action thriller. Yeah, it matters.
No, it doesn't. You can have both.
All right.
You can have both.
That's fine. But these dickheads that act like they're right, it's a Christmas movie and you're stupid. No, you're stupid. Anyway. All right.
Are you calling me stupid, sir?
No. I'm speaking in generally speaking. All right. So, I already showed this clip of Rodak in church. Let me just make sure I've shown everything because it's gone almost 5 hours, 4.5 hours. It's way too long.
Yeah,
way
that's
too
what
long of a
happens
show.
when you and I get together. It happens.
I'm going to quickly, because I was going over this with Open by Chance, our awesome guest tonight, along with Sara.
Very good.
Thank you. In our Christmas Podblast 2024, I'm just going to, as we're talking, show the Christmas comic books for anyone who tuned in late, who just want to see the comics. I will, after the fact, after this is live, I will bookmark it. I'll put a timestamp on it so you can get right to the comic books for my wonderful fellow comic book people. There's a February 1945 comic book, Sensation Comics, with Wonder Woman on the cover. Sorry, listeners, I'll just show them. There's Batman issue 33 from the Golden Age of Comics from December 1946. Vault of Horror, February 1954, EC Comics. Let me just show these covers really quick. I'm going about as quickly as I do when I put comments on the screen. Too fast, but I showed them earlier, slower. I love these Marvel Treasury Edition holiday specials from 1974, 1975, and 1976. Amazing Spider-Man issue 166 from December 7th, 1976. Jonah Hex from December 1980. X-Men 143, which was the last issue John Byrne drew of X-Men, written by Chris Claremont. They were a great team back then. Artist writing team. There's Bizarre Adventures 34. Spider-Man one-shot 1983 special with the Kingpin on the cover. Superboy, December 1983 issue. I have it right here. Issue 39. And some of these are in the background. I put them on the wall in my background. Anyone who's watching. I have this book. This is from one I found on the web. Peter Parker, The Spectacular Spider-Man issue 112. But it's too hard to get to the box, and I was under a time constraint. This one too, Daredevil. I think that one's behind me, isn't it? Daredevil issue number 229 with the Christmas cover, released on Christmas Eve, 1985 in comic book shops. Iron Man issue 254 from January 23rd, 1990. They missed the deadline for Christmas. Christmas with the DC superheroes. Judge Dredd from December 1986. Sergeant Rock from December 86, DC Comics. Elvira Christmas. I'm going to get this. December 1987. I've never seen this until I prepared for this show. I love that cover.
I love that. I think this is my favorite cover that you've shown. Not just because Elvira's there, but because look at Santa's face. I'm so cute. He's like, oh. And you get the little up there going, oh no, Mrs. Claus, right? And Elvira's like, yeah, Mr. of the Night, baby. Awesome.
Trivia. Do you know her real name, Elvira?
Actually, yes, I do, but I can't remember it because I'm not good
with Cassandra Peterson. And she was a Penthouse pet, I think in 1974, before she created the persona of Elvira, who was a lot like Ed Wood. All right, Ed Wood's wife.
Oh, yes.
The character she played, it was oh God. Let me look this up. I have got to get this in while I'm live. I've got to have this as a historical show. This is a pop culture history show.
Good guys on history.
Marie. Lisa Marie, Ed Wood's wife. All right. Elvira was based on. Well, I got to put Mistress. Elvis was not Elvis. Mistress was based on. I know the character and I can't think. Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, also known as Cassandra Peterson, is based on her memoir, Yours Cruelly, Elvira, Memoirs of the Mistress of the Dark. No AI, that's incorrect. God dang. All right. Let me hang on a second. Lisa Marie. I'm stopping the show. Lisa Marie. Not Lisa Marie Presley. Lisa Marie Vampira. Vampira. It's Vampira, yeah. But there was another character, too. That was similar to Elvira and Vampira. No, that's not it.
Hey, Chance, you know how you always talk about board games and stuff?
Yeah.
You know, behind me in the corner there is a big tube, and it's a game called Sequence. It's my mom's game. It's freaking huge on a mat and stuff.
Oh.
I play games.
Yeah, that's cool. Let me look here.
Have you ever heard of a thing called Discovery Toys, Chance? Okay, I used to think they came from Tupperware back in the day, but I guess it was just around the same time that everything was Tupperware, right? But
right.
They had like educational type toys. They had puzzles and other types of games and stuff. I grew up with a lot of that, and I didn't know how to like explain to people why I didn't have like all the Milton Bradley things, right? I had a few, but there's a lot of earthquakes and the pieces got missing because of terrible games. But we still have some of them that we played as a kid. Like, do you remember? It's a memory game, sticky things, stuff like that. I was just wondering because you're talking about things of the past, and Discovery Toys was a big part of my life because I had tons of that stuff.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, she was kind of like Morticia Adams too, I will say.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Elvira, Mistress of the Dark. But there's another one in film history, and my mind is not touching that part of my long-term memory. I know it. It's in my head somewhere. God dang it.
But the more you try to remember it,
I know, the harder it becomes. And I need to get back on track.
All right. You had to be talking about Discovery Toys.
I can't remember the name of that damn character, but that's a great comic book. I'm going to add that to my collection. Wonder how much it's going for.
I don't know, but that's an awesome one.
All right, let's see. So then there's Marvel Age from January 6, 1987. Amazing Spider-Man, Todd McFarlane cover, Amazing Spider-Man issue 314 from December 13th, 1988. Hitman Comics, that's a pretty brutal cover from November of 1988 with Santa with a gun in his mouth. And then there's Hulk versus Santa. This is one of Danny Cochran's favorites. Hulk issue 378 from December 19th, 1990. Holiday Special, December 1991, DC Comics, and the Marvel Holiday Special. I love that
I love that cover. That's
Me
just
too.
awesome.
Where they're chasing Santa Claus, all the Marvel superheroes. But
Yeah,
why?
see, I don't know, but that in itself just only does not doesn't only just beg the question why. It's like I got to know. I have to know. I may not be able to read. I'll find somebody to read that to me.
Exactly. And there's a Flash Christmas issue from December 1993, and then I had a couple magazine covers in there. There you go. All right.
Nice.
Well, I think I should start to say goodnight. I'm just scanning, make sure I got all my pictures shown. I think I did. Yes, I did. I mean, make sure I got all the. Oh, I do have another Donnie Marie clip. So if you want to sign off, you can, because I know you're not digging these Donnie Marie clips.
I'm a ride and die. Okay, you know that.
Ride or die. I appreciate you.
You're welcome, bro.
Let's I'll play the final clip then. 4 minutes, 58 seconds, almost 5 minutes. I might cut it short, but let's watch another classic Donnie Marie Christmas clip. Here we go.
These are the mountains of Utah. Here, our mother and father raised 9 children. This is our home. You can count on me.
Donnie and Marie Christmas Show with the entire Osmond family. Father and Mother Osmond. I'll be home for Christmas. The Osmond brothers. Alan. Wayne. Meryl. Jay. Earl and Tom. Merry Christmas. And Jimmy Osmond. Oh, Merry Christmas. And all the Osmond wives and children. I'll be home for Christmas.
Isn't this beautiful?
Yeah.
Hi, Mary.
Hi there.
Hi, Meryl.
And welcome to our third annual Christmas show.
We'll be spending this Christmas with our family again, but this year we'll be doing some things that we've never done before. For instance, tonight, for the first time ever, the Osmond Wives will perform.
That's right. Also, our big brothers Verl and Tom will be performing with us in a full-fledged production number for the very first time.
And you'll be meeting Donnie's new bride, Debbie. And she sings, too.
That's right. So come along. It's going to be a great old-fashioned Osmond Christmas. And you're all invited.
Oh, what a mess. All right, everybody. There's enough Osmonds here to clean this place up in no time. Let's go. Okay. Let's do it.
Let's have an old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. Hang the stockings on the fireplace. The presents neath the tree. Just like an old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. Get together all the family. Just like it used to be. Where winter and its magic are upon us once again. Bringing out those memories of fun times way back when. Well, I am not a dreamer, but I really have to say they really don't make Christmases like the ones of yesterday. Let's have an old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. Hang the stockings on the fireplace. The presents beneath the tree. Just like an old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. Get together all the family. Just like it used to be. Let's have an old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. An old-fashioned Christmas. Like it used to
There you go.
Thank you for that.
Got through it.
Right?
Got through all three Donnie Marie clips.
That's awesome. I thought there was 20 though, but whatever.
It must have felt that way to you. And it was Vampira, the character I was thinking of. So I did say that earlier that
yes, you did.
Lisa Marie played in Ed Wood, Pull the String with Martin Landau. He won an Academy Award for that. And he was nominated for Academy Award for playing in Tucker. Remember the movie Tucker from 1989?
I have not watched that one all the way through. Not because I don't want to. It's literally I just haven't had the time. And also I don't know anybody who has it now.
Yeah.
It's one of those movies you brought
streaming anywhere right now. Yeah, with Jeff Bridges. Jeff Bridges, Martin Landau. That was a good movie. Okay. I got my little Guardian Bell here.
Ah, yeah. You ring that a lot, do you?
Well, there's a little story behind this. The legend of the Guardian Bell. Legend has it that evil road spirits have been latching themselves onto motorcycles for as long as there have been bikes on the road. These evil road spirits are responsible for mechanical problems and bad luck along a journey. Legend goes on to say that by attaching a small bell onto your bike, the evil road spirits will become trapped inside the bell, where the constant ringing drives them insane, making them lose their grip until they fall to the ground. Ever wonder where potholes come from? Legend also has it that the mystery of the guardian bell carries twice as much power when it's purchased by a friend or a loved one and given as a gift. Show someone how much you care. Offer them defense against the evil road spirits. Give a guardian bell and share the legend of good luck that it offers to a motorcycle and its rider. The legend of the guardian bell.
Okay. That's what? Is that like
a gift idea? It's a gift idea for the motorcycle enthusiast in your life.
Okay, I was like, I don't know if that was from a movie. No, it's from chance. Got it.
No
okay.
need to fill out the donor card in the back of the license when you got this thing. It'll keep you really don't need to do that. So away. Yeah, and speaking of being on the road, I got a little 1-minute promo not related to Christmas for something next year. What made me think of this is Dave Sundstrom did a video on his YouTube channel about 1988 television shows, and this was a pretty good show. It lasted like 8 weeks, though. That was debuted in 1988 after a fall 1987 successful 2-hour TV movie on NBC. Let's look at this promo for this show.
When there's terror on the highway and danger in the fast lane,
Leave me alone!
it's time for a new breed of lawmen to hit the road. These lawmen ride the highway with a vengeance.
Who are these two men?
Sam Jones is the highwayman.
Take a step on the wrong side of the law, you get me on your tail.
Jacko is Jetto.
Bad luck.
Together,
we're assault and battery.
Ride with the ultimate road warrior.
The highwayman.
Get out! Dealing justice in a world gone bad.
Watch us!
Two guys out to energize your Friday.
Aye!
Coming in 4 days, the highwayman.
It's classic, man.
That's amazing. Can't wait to learn all about that.
Well, I'm going to show another clip, a minute clip from the pilot episode of The Highwayman.
Wait. They're assaulting battery.
Yeah. Well, you know who Sam Jones is? The American guy there? He was Flash Gordon.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think just for those that don't know, he's Flash. Yeah. I thought that was a cool promo. We're assault and battery.
I was like,
Watch us! Wait. Watch us! All right.
That's great.
All right, your ears are all right. I forgot to warn you. All right, here is a clip from the pilot, and you'll recognize a familiar voice we talked about tonight narrating this thing.
They say he came into this world from someplace off the clock, that his mother was an ice-cold wind, his paw a fiery rock. It's told that on some starless nights his rig could up and glow, and folks who say they saw it coming swear they didn't see it go. Now you hear a lot of legends told when you ride the long, hard slab, of some who say the man is good and some who say he's bad. But all agree who've ever tried to play a cheating hand, you only get one chance to draw against the highwayman.
I love it, man. That was good.
That's awesome. I love it. Thank you, Chess.
In the coming weeks, I have all sorts of promos I pulled from that show, and they're
that's
fun.
awesome.
They're like little promos.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, it was a big hit in Australia.
I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that so much.
It was Glenn A. Larceny. Glenn A. Larceny. They call him Glenn Larceny because he would always take a successful film formula and convert it to TV, like he did with Battlestar Galactica from Star Wars. Of course, that was a Road Warrior.
Right. No,
Converted
really?
to TV. Yeah. Even says, right? And that was the second show he attempted to have a show about a trucker. And he had BJ and the Bear, which is a takeoff on the movie Convoy and Any Which Way You Can and
Convoy.
The other one. Smokey and the Bandit a little bit.
Oh yeah.
All combined, and it lasted 3 seasons. BJ and the Bear. Glenn A. Larson, God rest his soul.
You know,
I think the only original thing he did was Magnum PI.
You know, we're a big Glenn A. Larson family over here, because see, my brother's name is Glenn, right? So there you go, and his middle name is A. So.
Oh, how cool is that?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right, well, let's say goodnight. I'm going to play another Christmas song to play us out. Sarah, thanks for being here. Thanks to Open by Chance and Lady Pop Hunter and David. Appreciate them being here. And next year, I'll tell you my favorite gift I gave. I never answered the question. I answered some, but I'll save some for next year. And Sarah, maybe if you're up for it, let's do a New Year's Eve like we did last year, New Year's Eve live Podblast to ring in the new year.
Sounds good to me. Let's do it.
I mean, we could do it a day before the actual New Year because I got plans, but like just when it works for your schedule and mine, let's maybe do that and invite some other folks. Are you going to be on BBB tomorrow night?
I'm planning on it at this point. Good. I have power. My mom's car is fixed, so we'll see if she wants to still go through tomorrow, which I hope not, because I'd rather just go live. So a lot more fun.
That's Brainbender's banner. She hit 100,000 subscribers because of her shorts and puzzles and games. And she does a live stream Saturday night. I'm a part of it. I'm one of her co-hosts. So is Sarah. I won't be there tomorrow. I've got plans, but I was hoping you would be there so you can help her out.
I should be there. If everything works out fine, I'll be there. Also, I'm live this Sunday along with Dan and Pons on mine and Pons' channel. So we'll be talking about, I don't know, Dan and Pons Save Christmas, so make sure you check that out as well.
Yeah, and the Unapologetic Geek, he's had some internet problems. I need to check with him and see if he's back up. He said he's been traveling. He says he's not going to be able to do a live thing till after the new year, which is fine. But I hope his internet's back.
No, it's not. It's not back at all.
Serious? His internet's been down almost a whole week. Anyway.
Right. Well, I had no power for 6 weeks, so come on, whatever. Like I trumped him. Okay.
California, to be expected. You're in California. Your state's all jacked up.
I mean, come on.
No, I agree, and I'm glad your power's back. We're friends. I'm glad that your power's back and everything's looking up for you, and your mom's car's fixed, and it was a good day for you. So that's good.
Well, the rats chewed the wiring because, of course, it's like whatever. California full of rats. Tell you, don't move here.
Listen, I know you said Christmas is tough for you because your dad's not here. I wish you. I'm sure I'll talk with you offline between now and then. I hope you have a good Christmas in spite of that. And I appreciate everything you've done. And I'm going to eat a goober before I sign off.
You can't eat me.
My sister was so sweet. She gave me, I said how I can't find these chocolate covered peanuts. They're called goobers, right? Like it's movie theater candy.
Oh.
And she found them for me, got me a whole bunch of them. The problem is I'm always overthinking. I can't shut my mind off. A goober now to me looks like bunny poop. I have a pet bunny rabbit. And the cool thing about bunnies is they're number 2. That's so gross. Their feces does not smell, but their urine sure does. That's another story. Urine, whoo, forget about it. But it looks like that. Like now, I've never had a bunny in my life. I found this rescue in September 2021 out for a walk in my neighborhood by the lake. I recognized it was not a wild bunny that could defend itself. It was a domestic one that either escaped, probably abandoned. And they eat hay. And they go to the bathroom a lot, which is fine. She goes in a little box. I dump it in one of my commodes and flush. Easy. Maybe not once a week, give her a fresh thing. But I swear now, I think of bunny poop. I mean, I'm trying not.
I've been on the phone with you, and you're like, I'm just dumping the bunny poop in the toilet, and I'm just flushing it. I'm like, yeah, that's fine.
I don't want you to think I'm going to the. That's so rude when someone goes to the bathroom when you're talking to them. Much less that Jeffrey Toobin guy on CNN who was pleasuring himself in a conference call got caught a few years ago. Remember that?
I
He
missed
was
all
a
that.
legal
Unfortunately.
analyst for CNN. I'm sorry, a family show. I didn't use the term. It would have been grosser than that. But can you imagine? That's another story. But I hate people that you can tell when someone's going to the bathroom when you're talking to them. It's so rude. Is it not?
I don't care. None of that bothers me. I will walk into the bathroom with you in person, okay, if I have to, as long as we're having a conversation. Do I want to smell anything foul? No, I do not.
Hey, look who's here.
However, yeah. Sit.
Look who's here. Shane B. Sick 2210. He says, look at the bones. Did you Sick? He's a trucker. He got a really cool new gig. Driving a really cool modern rig. I just played, you just missed it. Maybe you saw it. The Highwaymen. That was kind of a cool show ripoff of Road Warrior movies, but I liked it anyway. Translate that for me. What is he talking about? It went over my head. The comment on the screen. Oh, Lubin Tubin. I'm so stupid. I was just talking about it. Hello. He's like, you idiot. Yeah. Lubin Tubin, the guy on CNN, got it. Who was pleasuring himself on a conference call. He didn't know the camera was on. That's just, and they never fired him. All right. Sorry. This is a family show. That's crazy what that guy did.
Yeah. Well, anyways, back to the family programming.
Yeah, really.
All right. Well, rabbit poop.
Last call. Anybody in chat? What's the best Christmas party? I never talked about mine. Have you ever been to a really nice? What's your favorite Christmas party you ever attended, Sarah? I never asked you that part. I don't think I asked you that question. That part of the question.
It would be one that I went to in Hollywood. There was lots of stuff happening. It was a lot of fun. Listen, I don't answer too many questions about that night, except for the fact that I had a great time and there was tons and tons of green product there. Okay, it was awesome. Anyways, Hollywood party in Hollywood, everybody. I recommend at least once. Okay, I did a lot.
One I went to was a company party for Crystal Springs Bottled Water Company way back in December 1997. Live entertainment. And at Cumulus, Carrie Underwood performed. That was great too. So those were two corporate company Christmas parties that were just off the chain. They spared no expense. Awesome. And then if you're ever fortunate enough to go to a wrap party in the entertainment industry, that's like the best party in most cases. A lot of the budget goes to the party and there's live entertainment, all the booze you can drink, all the food you can eat, a lot of fun. Anyway, so
nice. All right. Well, I got everybody.
Yeah, and I'll see you, Sarah, on your channel, and then we can do like a New Year's Eve. We'll do a New Year's Eve podcast.
All right. You call me, I'll call you, we'll get it done.
All right. Bye, Sarah. So happy holidays. Hope you have a safe Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah. Hanukkah's after Christmas this year. Appreciate everybody who tuned in after the fact or while we were live. And I know we got a little crazy tonight and off topic. Sorry about that. I'm going to play a Christmas song. I will not try to sing and offend your ears. I guess I'll play again from my film because it's exclusive from 1963. Patty Duke wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Nobody has this but me, this part of the scene.
I'm sorry, Ken, but you're fired. Fired!
You can't fire him, it's Christmas.
So it is. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Did you hear that? That's terrible. Imagine firing someone on Christmas. He wouldn't do that. Or would he? Is J.R. Castle going to turn out to be the rat of the Western world? Tune in next and we'll all find out. Bye. Merry Christmas, everybody.
The Patty Duke Show has been brought to you by
Bye.